411. To its own bureaucratic control in eastern Poland, because of the prostration of the bourgeoisie, and the insufficient organization of the masses, why was an essentially similar process impossible when similar relationships obtained in Western Poland or Czechoslovakia, irrespective of whether these territories eventually will or will not be incorporated into the USSR? This is to invest borders with mystic significance. But, it is further objected, the East Polish economy was integrated into that of the USSR, while the economies of the satellite countries have not been. That is true, but not decisive. The property relations of these countries are similar to that of the USSR, and that is what is decisive in considering their sociological character. To conclude this section, only on the basis of our evaluation are the developments accounted for in strict accordance both with the facts and with the Marxist method, without having to introduce new criteria of real planning, without opening the door to a theory of state capitalism, without undermining our position on the USSR and the consistency of our world program, and without the necessity for new tortured formulas of combined developments, where one and the same regime promulgates both bourgeois and proletarian nationalizations, and of Bonapartist regimes without any definite class base. Now, we come to the important question of what conclusions flow from this analysis. In the discussion, the argument has been pressed with great vigor that our analysis, willy-nilly, leads to the theory of the bureaucratic revolution, that if Stalinism can overturn capitalism and build the new society by its police bureaucratic methods, what role remains for the Fourth International? We could criticize their excesses and undemocratic methods, but that is an insufficient foundation for the maintenance and building of a new international organization. So runs the argument. Despite its heavy pretense of thinking things through, this is just a hollow debater's point. First, the reality in Eastern Europe must be recognized regardless of where it leads. But we do not maintain that the Kremlin every place and everywhere can carry through the overturns that it was able to accomplish under the unique conditions that existed at the end of the war in these adjacent countries. We do not maintain that these overturns can furnish the pattern for the road to power, any more than did the overturn in Eastern Poland in 1939. If, however, despite our precise limitation of the East European events, we simply must, so we are told, give these overturns a universal application, why is the other side relieved of this same necessity? Here are comrades who have 412. Adopted a resolution which talks of the disappearing bourgeoisie of the buffer zone. Bourgeoisie is not the dominant class, the statization of economy, etc., etc. All right. These are not workers' states. Let us say these are neo-capitalist states, state capitalist states, or what have you. Why doesn't this have, using your logic, universal application? If Stalinism could create these types of new capitalist states in Eastern Europe, doesn't that mean it can do the same thing in Western Europe, Asia, and the South Sea Islands? Does pinning a capitalist label on these states relieve you of the necessity of considering the developments in Eastern Europe as unique? How are the comrades who vote together with the supporters of the ME resolution, but maintain, nevertheless, that Yugoslavia is a workers' state, how are they in a superior position? You comrades have declared that ex-Stalinist centrists, the Titoists, have carried through a successful workers' revolution, have destroyed the bourgeois state and created a workers' state. Doesn't that, if everything must be given universal application, invest Titoism with a historic future? Doesn't that imply, employing your logic, that instead of trying to teach the Titoists, we ought to enroll in their school on how to make successful revolutions and build workers' states? This is a knife that cuts both ways. Stalinist expansion is a fact, not a theory. It stems not from this or that characterization of the East European states but from the Kremlin's emergence from the war as the second world power, and the weakening of the bourgeoisie. This expansion, however, cannot just go on indefinitely. It has sharply defined limits. For two reasons. First, the Kremlin's savagely nationalistic policy has already led to the Tito break, may well produce similar breaks in the Far East on the morrow, and has produced indescribable tensions and crises in all of the satellites. In the new context, the Kremlin's conduct towards these states reveals anew that this oligarchy has no historic future, that it cannot be the instrument for the destruction of world capitalism and the institution of a new society. Second, the Kremlin's troops cannot move beyond their present spheres of influence without that becoming the signal for the next war, and the Kremlin will not be the initiator of the war. That is why we can discuss the possibility of the Red Army overrunning parts of Europe and Asia only in the context of the Third World War. It may be that under such circumstances the Kremlin would attempt to follow a policy roughly similar to its initial policy in Eastern Europe in 1945. But all this, as well as how much territory each side occupies, would be simply incidents in the war. The future of humanity would be decided by more important considerations, the outcome of the war, and the progress of socialist revolutions. Comrade Germain believes that our analysis implies the possibility of the military victory of Stalinism in a new world war. It is difficult to follow the logic. 413. What do our official documents say on this? A third world war, in the form of an attack of world imperialism under American leadership against the USSR, is inevitable if successful socialist revolutions do not materialize in the interim. If the contest between the USSR and world imperialism is confined, however, to military means, the defeat and destruction of the USSR is certain. The reason? Obviously, because world imperialism is far stronger than the USSR, materially, technically, culturally. How does our characterization of the East European happenings overturn this estimation? But we have every reason to believe that in the event that humanity is thrust into a new slaughter, it will not be imperialism that will be the victor. After the partisan movements that swept Europe in the course of the last war, the uprisings in Italy and Greece, the rise of Tito to power in Yugoslavia, and the revolutionary aftermath in the Far East, we have every reason to believe that this time the socialist storm will be fiercer, and will start earlier. And after the Tito development, we have every reason to believe that it will assert its independence of and opposition to the Kremlin traitors. The socialist revolution will not only paralyze the hands of imperialism, but will inaugurate the process which will disintegrate the parasitic structure of Stalinism. Our basic perspective remains unchanged. One final word: we are living in a world of rapidly changing events and many unexpected developments. Our cadres, which still have the job everywhere of fusing themselves with the mass movement, must be able to tenaciously stick to their principles, and at the same time have the capacity to orient themselves in every new difficult situation, and adjust themselves to the necessary tactical requirements. Our militants must feel that it is possible to carry through discussion in our movement in a calm atmosphere, free of bigotry. Any call in the present discussion for the stalwarts to rally round the flag is gratuitous, because the flag is not being assailed. The discussion should be carried through, without factionalism, until all the arguments are in, and the membership, in its collective wisdom, can render its decision. 414. For the Problem of Eastern Europe, 1950. Joseph Hansen. It has been felt by some comrades that the differences over the characterization of the class structure of such countries in Eastern Europe as Yugoslavia may come out to be purely terminological, and that we who want to call them workers' states, at bottom assess the developments in the same way as those who insist on calling them capitalist countries on the road toward structural assimilation with the USSR. 11. This may be the case. The differences may concern only what is the most appropriate label to place on the highly complex and rapidly changing reality we see in Eastern Europe. However, it would be a great mistake to assume that the differences are merely terminological. We are dealing here with the touchstone of the proletarian revolution and the heart of Marxist politics, the class character of the state. When we deal with this question, the utmost scientific scrupulousness is required of us. In the history of our movement, we have seen currents alien to Marxism arise again and again over differences involving this question. While such differences do not always indicate the development of an anti-Marxist trend, Experience demands that we check our conclusions with the greatest strictness and seek to discover why the differences have arisen. The discussion thus should be educational. We are under no pressure to bring it to a hasty conclusion. We have time to think things through to the end. The developments in Eastern Europe are of the utmost importance to the future of our movement. They test our capacity to apply Marxist theory to the most contradictory and dynamic phenomena. They offer the most encouraging political perspectives for the growth of our movement, for the possibility of constructing a lever and a fulcrum for toppling the counter-revolutionary Stalinist bureaucracy that constitutes the main obstacle in the world labor. 11 Hansen 1950. 415. Movement to Socialist Revolution. Belgrade's break with Moscow is only the first major indication of the profound opposition to the Kremlin welling up throughout this whole area. We can now see how the fruits of Soviet victories over world imperialism tend not only to temporarily strengthen the Stalinist bureaucracy but also to undermine its position. We can understand more fully why Trotsky was so concerned about our following developments in the ranks of Stalinism in full expectation of deep splits and the appearance of currents that can move in our direction. A correct analysis of the class character of the Eastern European countries should help us win this new opposition movement to the banner of Trotskyism and thereby hasten the debacle of Stalinism. The Theses of the Second World Congress. First of all, let us consider some of the propositions in the theses adopted by the Second World Congress of the Fourth International in April of last year. It is not excluded, one of the theses states, that a certain relation of forces may necessitate a real structural assimilation of one or another country in the buffer zone. But it is necessary to indicate clearly that the policy of the step-by-step limitation of the privately owned sectors of industry has not been oriented in this direction up to now. And the specific forms of exploitation introduced by the Soviet bureaucracy constitute entirely new and powerful obstacles to structural assimilation. Fourth International, June 1948, pages 118-119. From this April 1948 thesis we can draw the conclusion that while this or that country might be assimilated into the USSR, the trend was definitely not in that direction. The limitation of privately owned sectors was not oriented that way and the Stalinist bureaucracy was introducing new and powerful obstacles to it. The thesis declares, however, this situation can only be transitional. It must end either in the bureaucracy's withdrawal from its position, under the pressure of imperialism, or in the real destruction of capitalism, which can take place only as a result of the revolutionary mobilization of the masses, and the elimination of the special forms of exploitation, introduced by the bureaucracy in their countries. This seems quite clear. Either the Kremlin must withdraw from the countries of Eastern Europe or it must undertake a real destruction of capitalism. This real destruction of capitalism can take place only as a result of the revolutionary mobilization of the masses. 416. I for one took the real destruction of capitalism to mean an overturn in property relations, the ending of private property relations, the ending of private property in the means of production and the institution of state-owned property. This would lay the foundation of a state in these countries and, with the establishment of common property forms, would open up the road to assimilation within the framework of the degenerated workers' state. The means for achieving this overturn in property relations was categorically specified as the revolutionary mobilization of the masses, and from the way it is put in the theses it would seem clear that this revolutionary mobilization had not yet occurred as of April 1948. In fact, the Stalinist bureaucracy had done everything to stamp out such spontaneous mobilizations as had broken out. The theses, however, did place a question mark over the necessity of a revolutionary mobilization, declaring that a destruction of this sort did take place in the Baltic countries, eastern Poland, Bessarabia, Karelia. It is not made clear precisely what happened in these countries. We are told only that this was possible owing to the relationship of forces inside the labor movement and the degree of control exercised by the Stalinists over the mass movement. The bourgeoisie here was, moreover, extremely enfeebled and found itself caught between the pressure of world imperialism, on the one hand, and of the bureaucracy on the other. One could wonder if the theses do not concede in principle that a revolutionary mobilization of the masses is not required, given the conditions that the Stalinists control the mass movement, the bourgeoisie is enfeebled and world imperialism cannot come to its aid. In any case, the theses emphasized that for the other Eastern European countries the destruction of capitalism is impossible without a revolutionary mobilization of the masses. The slogans elaborated for use in these countries were aimed at mobilizing the masses against the Stalinists and against the capitalist state. Among the demands were expropriation of the big and middle bourgeoisie, expropriation of foreign capital, real planning through the centralization of the industries and banks in trusts and in a state bank, elaboration of a plan for harmonious economic development between city and country, in the interest of the masses, with the active participation of workers and poor peasants' committees. The theses declared that, the fact that capitalism still exists in these countries side by side with exploitation by the Stalinist bureaucracy must fundamentally determine our strategy. The capitalist nature of these countries imposes the necessity of the strictest revolutionary defeatism in wartime. 417. It was emphasized that against the Stalinists and against the native bourgeois elements we are for the independent strategy that finds its essential support in the world forces of the socialist revolution. The fundamental aim of our strategy thus remains the establishment of independent socialist republics of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, etc., within the framework of the Socialist United States of Europe. Since the Socialist United States of Europe cannot be created at one stroke, it would seem that our immediate tactic in carrying out this strategy would be to fight for the establishment of independent socialist republics which would try to extend their revolution as rapidly as possible. It is interesting to note in passing that although the theses point out that the Stalinist bureaucracy has not nationalized the land and that agriculture, which is preponderant in the economy of most of these countries, retains its capitalist structure, no slogan was listed calling for the nationalization of the land. This seems strange in view of the great stress which has since been laid upon this factor in determining the character of the economy as a whole. Was it simply an oversight? Or did the comrades who drew up the theses feel at the time that this was not as crucial an issue as the others on which they did work out slogans? It should also be observed that in calling for real planning the resolution could well be interpreted to mean planning within the capacities of an independent socialist republic. The resolution of the 7th plenum. Now let us come to the resolution adopted for discussion 1 year later by the 7th plenum of the International Executive Committee of the 4th International. Important changes have taken place in Eastern Europe during the year 1948, we are told. The nationalization of industry, of the banking system, of communications and transport, have been practically completed in Bulgaria, in Yugoslavia and in Czechoslovakia. It is on the road to completion in Poland and in Hungary, and it has had a big start in Romania. Wholesale trade is equally on the road to statification in most of these countries. Only retail trade and agriculture remain as yet largely in the hands of private proprietors. Specifying what has happened in the various countries, the resolution declares that in Yugoslavia the liquidation of the bulk of the possessing classes as well as the destruction of the bourgeois state apparatus took place by means 418 of mass action, that is, the guerrilla warfare which in this country took on the character of a genuine civil war. We cannot help agreeing that important changes have taken place in Eastern Europe. One of the comrades who holds that the countries where such events have occurred still come under such a finished social category as capitalism has said that this resolution is only an extension of the document adopted by the World Congress last year. It may be an extension in the sense that it still designates countries where such changes have occurred as capitalist, but most certainly the reality in Eastern Europe is no simple extension of what we had before. It seems obvious to me that a qualitative change in property relations has occurred which should be reflected in the resolution. A number of most important questions are at once raised by these events. Is the breaking of the grip of the bourgeoisie in these countries progressive? Are the nationalizations in Eastern Europe a necessary step on the road to socialism? Does the capacity of Stalinism to engineer such major changes indicate our analysis of the Kremlin bureaucracy to be wrong? These questions have to be answered no matter what label you put on these countries as a result of the overturn in property relations. But even more is in store. Outside of Yugoslavia, where it is admitted a genuine civil war occurred, where was the revolutionary mobilization of the masses without which, according to the theses of only 12 months before, the destruction of capitalism is impossible? The resolution states that the resistance of the dying propertied classes in these countries is up to now being liquidated step by the Stalinists through cold means, without any mobilization of the masses being required. The quotation marks around the cold are intended to indicate, I take it, that the process did not occur in deep freeze and may at times have been somewhat warm. The explanation for these extraordinary happenings is the same as that offered the year before in the case of the Baltic countries, East Poland, and Karelia. The imperialists did not intervene. They practically abandoned their extremely weakened bourgeoisie to the crushing political and military superiority of the Stalinist bureaucracy. Doesn't this raise in principle the question of whether or not the bourgeoisie can be expropriated, broken as a class, property relations overturned and economy nationalized without a revolutionary mobilization of the masses? It seems to me that this question is raised and that hastily placing such a finished social category as capitalism on the resulting economy doesn't help matters. You still have to answer these questions. Moreover, by calling it capitalist you raise additional complications. 419. Can such changes occur in other capitalist states? Does capitalism still have room for such progressive developments? Doesn't the alleged capacity of capitalism to make room for changes like these indicate that our analysis of the capitalist system contains a fundamental flaw? This is not all that is called in question. If these satellite countries which are such evident replicas of the degenerated workers' state are capitalist, isn't the USSR capitalist or state capitalist as some comrades consider it? Where do you draw the line and precisely why? If it's only the revolutionary origin of the Soviet Union with what's left of the resulting reservoir of mass social and political consciousness that makes it a workers' state and not the fundamental property relations, how much longer can that criterion be held to apply? By attempting to stretch such a finished social category as capitalism to cover the qualitative change in property relations that has occurred in the countries listed in the resolution, it appears to me nothing is clarified. We only force ourselves to break away from the orthodox Marxist criteria in determining the character of a state. We force ourselves to introduce innovations in our theory that to me do not seem at all necessary or justified. Yugoslavia and real planning. For instance, take the case of Yugoslavia. Here we have had a revolutionary mobilization of the masses, we have had a genuine civil war, the grip of the bourgeoisie has been broken, they are disappearing, the decisive sectors of the economy have been nationalized. Planning has been instituted. According to the November issue of Fourth International, measures are being taken to accelerate the preparations for the collectivization of agriculture. The regime is moving to the left. Yet according to the new criterion laid down in the resolution of the 7th plenum, Yugoslavia cannot be characterized as a workers' state. Why not, we ask in astonishment. Isn't there evidence enough that a qualitative change has occurred in property relations? Here's the answer given by the resolution: the sum of these factors does not eliminate any of the structural obstacles to real planning, and for this reason leaves Yugoslav economy as yet qualitatively different from the Russian economy. The structural obstacles to real planning flow from the small area of Yugoslavia, its small population, its limited resources and its backwardness. These obstacles cannot be overcome until Yugoslavia can abolish its frontiers either by incorporation in the Soviet Union or in a Balkan-Danube Federation form. 420. Ally independent from the USSR provided that the Balkan-Danube Federation forms a genuine unified framework for economic planning. If this occurs, then the incorporation could be defined as the decisive point in the process of structural assimilation of these countries with the USSR, at which the social nature of these countries becomes qualitatively transformed. This constitutes the decisive criterion laid down by the resolution for determining whether or not Yugoslavia, and of course the other countries, can be considered workers' states. Since this criterion has not been met, we are therefore forced to conclude ipso facto that the buffer countries are capitalist countries on the road towards structural assimilation with the USSR. The resolution continues with the observation that, this definition, necessarily awkward and too concise to embrace the different aspects of the buffer zone, thus signifies essentially that in the course of the process of the structural assimilation of these countries the dialectical leap has not yet been produced. It stresses both the historic origins of the present situation, as well as the social physiognomy which is as yet undecided. But it does not at all imply that the bourgeoisie is in power as the dominant class in these countries. Note that last sentence, but it does not at all imply that the bourgeois.siei.s in power as the dominant class in these countries. I take it that the comrades who drew up this resolution knew what they were doing. They are reporting their considered, joint conclusion as to the fact in the countries under analysis. But if the bourgeoisie is not in power as the dominant class in these countries, what class then is in power? By introducing the new criterion of real planning, the resolution opens the door to the theory that we can have countries where the bourgeoisie has been smashed as the ruling class, a different class is in power, but which are still not workers' states. The resolution continues. This definition implies that the situation in the buffer countries likewise differs from the situation in a normal and classic capitalist society. It serves exclusively to denote the place of these countries in relation both to capitalism and the USSR, since Marxist sociology excludes the existence of economies and states that are neither capitalist nor Soviet, workers or degenerated workers. I shall presently try to show that although Marxist sociology does exclude states and economies that are neither capitalist nor Soviet, it makes provision for states and economies that are both capitalist and Soviet. Right now I want to emphasize that we are dealing with an innovation so far as criteria is concerned, an innovation for which no justification is offered, the innovation of real planning as the decisive test in determining whether we have a workers' state. 421. If we were to accept this innovation, then we automatically exclude all small, backward, poverty-stricken countries from being designated as workers' states, so long as they remain isolated, no matter what overturns might be made in property relations. We could not, for example, call Bolivia a workers' state if the workers and peasants smashed the grip of the feudalistic landlords and the mining oligarchy and set up their own government, for the simple reason that they could not possibly introduce real planning. Bolivia by itself could never institute the real planning called for in the resolution. That would require the combined efforts of a number of South American countries at the very least. Comrade Germain explains this point more fully in his article in the September 4 International. He says that the left opposition drafted the first plan in the USSR against the violent resistance of the bureaucracy and of the Stalinist faction. But it does not follow from this that any national framework whatever lends itself to planning on the mere condition that the proletariat had conquered power. It is obvious that a minimum material base is indispensable even to the preparatory work of socialist planning. To make a start in the building of socialism in Romania, in Luxembourg, or in Paraguay is an even more patent absurdity than to pretend that this construction is being completed in the USSR. This point is essentially correct. For socialist planning you do need a minimum material base. But it seems to me that Comrade Germain should have added for the benefit of revolutionary-minded workers in Romania, Luxembourg, and Paraguay that they can still make a good start toward the goal of socialist planning by conquering power and setting up their own government. That would give them a workers' state, and while this is a long way from socialism, still it is a most essential and decisive step in making a start. Comrade Germain could not do this, however, without running up against the criterion laid down in the resolution that the qualitative point of change between a capitalist state and a workers' state is the institution of real planning, which is possible only on a minimum material basis which neither Romania, Luxembourg, nor Paraguay has available. What about the USSR? This, however, raises a difficult question. Does even the Soviet Union have the minimum material basis for real planning? I don't think it does, and the resolution itself is forced to admit that Soviet planning is itself the bureaucratic deformation of real socialist planning. The resolution does not amplify this point, but lets it go at that. 422. It seems to me we are forced to conclude that to take the criterion of real planning as the decisive test of a workers' state, to make it nothing less than the qualitative point of change in distinguishing such a state from a capitalist state is not valid. Why should it not be applied to the Soviet Union? If planning in the Soviet Union does not meet our subjective standard or what we consider to be the norm of real planning, wouldn't we be obligated to bring into question our characterization of the Soviet Union as a degenerated workers' state? And don't all of us have the right and the duty to ask why this criterion has been introduced at the present time and given such decisive weight? Shouldn't it be explained and justified? It appears to me to be a dangerous criterion that can be particularly damaging politically to our movement in all the small countries. Isn't it better to retain the orthodox criteria? I feel that we should continue to explain as we have innumerable times that real socialist planning is possible only with the combined efforts of a number of countries, including at least one or two of the industrially advanced ones, but meanwhile we have the pressing task of establishing the workers' states required as the minimum material basis for that planning. The crux of the discussion. The crux of the whole discussion thus is, in my opinion, what criteria do we use in distinguishing a workers' state from a capitalist state? This is the nub of the dispute. If we can agree on that, then we should have little difficulty in ironing out the differences. If you can convince me that we should make real planning our decisive criterion, the point of qualitative change, the nodal point where all the quantitative changes pass over, then I would have no choice but to continue characterizing Yugoslavia as capitalist, and if Yugoslavia is still capitalist, it goes without saying that all the rest of the Eastern European countries remain capitalist. If we agree on a different criterion, however, as the decisive one, say the crushing of the bourgeoisie as a class and the nationalization of economy, then we would have to consider at least Yugoslavia as a workers' state and determine the character of each of the others in accordance with the actual facts. I think it has been fairly well established that the criterion of real planning, advanced in the plenum resolution as decisive in determining whether we have a workers' state before us, does not hold up under examination. 423. Now we are faced with the problem of accounting for the origin of this criterion. I see one of two possibilities. Those comrades who insist that all of Eastern Europe, including Yugoslavia, must be characterized as capitalist were hard put to find criteria that would apply to all these countries without any exceptions. This criterion looked good because obviously you don't have real planning and can't have any resemblance to it in these countries without assimilation into the USSR or the establishment of a Balkan-Danube Federation. Consequently, the introduction of this novel criterion enabled the comrades to solve the whole problem of the Eastern European countries at one sweeping stroke. That's one possibility. The other is this: the comrades did not distinguish sharply enough between our general category of workers' state and our general category of socialism. A careful reading of the official documents and of the writings in support of those documents, or constructed in accordance with their basic line on this question, will reveal, I believe, a kind of mingling of the two concepts, so that we get no clear distinction between them. Comrade Germain's discussion of the impossibility of making a start in building socialism in Romania, Luxembourg, or Paraguay is an instance. If this conjecture at the source of the new criterion is correct, we also have a possible explanation for the extreme reluctance of many comrades to pin the label workers' state on any of these countries. The label is too closely associated in their minds with categories properly belonging under the general heading of socialism. They do not make a clear distinction between a workers' state and a land of socialism. The penalty for that, however, is the inability to make a clear distinction between a workers' state and capitalism. However, whatever the source of the new criterion about real planning may be, it appears obvious to me that the comrades who have sponsored it will be forced to drop it as the discussion brings greater clarity into the questions facing us. The category of the workers' state. One of the easiest errors to slip into when considering this question is to make a kind of fetish of the category workers' state. All of us tend to think of it as something glorious that arose to put an end to the blood and filth of capitalism. To this day an aura surrounds the words workers' state because of all associations with Lenin and Trotsky and the great emancipating struggle they led. We therefore find difficulty connecting it with anything base, and even when 424. We insist on its degeneration in the USSR, a brightness still clings to it. We want it to be something noble and great and inspiring. This is one of the sources of the incapacity of many people to make a distinction between the workers' state and the regime resting on it. The state which has won their adherence is seen in the image of Stalin. Others, who have learned to hate Stalin, come away from the workers' state with as little true understanding. The attraction has simply turned into its opposite. To make a scientific appraisal, however, we must learn to cut through the superficial appearance. The state should be regarded as expressing a relation between classes. It is a relation of coercion that takes the form mainly of a civil bureaucracy and armed forces. Through this apparatus one class coerces or oppresses another. The expression of this relation is not limited to a fixed form. The forms of bourgeois states are exceedingly variegated, Lenin said. He at once added, of course, that their essence is the same. In one way or another, all these states are in the last analysis inevitably a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Similarly, Lenin continues, the transition from capitalism to communism will certainly bring a great variety and abundance of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be only one, the dictatorship of the proletariat. State and Revolution, p. 31. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, as we all know, is based on private property in the means of production. To maintain this social relation it oppresses the working class. The dictatorship of the proletariat begins with the elevation of the working class into a ruling class in place of the capitalists. The task of the new power is to end the social relation peculiar to the capitalist class. But this does not occur overnight. Even a model workers' state is still nothing but a hangover of capitalist society. On top of this, a workers' state is forced to maintain for a time, even in the best of circumstances, bourgeois modes of distributing the national income. We have a contradictory reality: a state that is based on destruction of bourgeois property forms and the nationalization of economy, but which still retains vestiges of capitalism. When this state eventually begins to wither away as the productive forces expand and all danger of a capitalist restoration vanishes, then we can first begin to speak of socialism, the lower stage of communism. If we call a workers' state socialist, it is more because of its aims and tendencies than what it is when it first emerges from the womb of capitalism. A workers' state is a transitional state, transitional between capitalism and socialism. 425. A healthy workers' state carries this transition through as rapidly as possible by extending the revolution along the international spiral. But history has forced us to include in our general category a workers' state that is not healthy, one that is retrogressing toward capitalism. This degenerated workers' state, spilling over the frontiers fixed at the close of World War I, has upset capitalist property relations in Eastern Europe and given rise to formations that are pretty much replicas of the USSR. Their fate is intimately bound up with that of the Soviet Union. If the USSR must be included in our general category of a workers' state, I do not think it is incorrect to include Yugoslavia and the other Eastern European countries where the capitalists have been displaced as the ruling class. Social content and political phone. In November 1937, Trotsky wrote a most illuminating article on the character of the USSR. The title is Not a Workers' and Not a Bourgeois State? Political Form and Social Content. This article was Trotsky's response to Burnham and Carter when they first brought out their doubts about the Soviet Union being a workers' state. Written in a pedagogical manner, it picks up the theoretical threads of the pamphlet written 4 years earlier, The Soviet Union and the Fourth International. Trotsky explains the difference between the economic and social content of a workers' state and the variegated political forms that it can assume. Here is one of Trotsky's illuminating instances. The domination of the social democracy in the state and in the Soviets, Germany 1918 to 1919, had nothing in common with the dictatorship of the proletariat inasmuch as it left bourgeois property inviolable. But the regime which guards the expropriated and nationalized property from imperialists is, independent of political forms, the dictatorship of the proletariat. You will note that Trotsky does not include real planning in his criteria. He says the regime which guards the expropriated and nationalized property from imperialists. By way of symmetry he shows why a fascist regime must be considered capitalist. So long as fascism with its barbaric methods defends private property in the means of production, the state remains bourgeois under the fascist rule. I know that none of our comrades will disagree with this. I cite it only to show. 426. That Trotsky's decisive criterion for determining a capitalist state was the fact that its regime defends private property in the means of production. Only the intrusion of a revolutionary or a counter-revolutionary force in property relations can change the class nature of the state, Trotsky emphasizes. Then he continues. But does not history really know of cases of class conflict between the economy and the state? It does. When the Third Estate seized power, society for a period of years still remained feudal. In the first months of Soviet rule the proletariat reigned on the basis of bourgeois economy. In the field of agriculture the dictatorship of the proletariat operated for a number of years on the basis of petty bourgeois economy, to a considerable degree it does so even now. Should a bourgeois counter-revolution succeed in Russia, the new government for a lengthy period would have to base itself upon nationalized economy. But what does such a type of temporary conflict between economy and the state mean? It means a revolution or a counter-revolution. The victory of one class over another signifies that it will reconstruct economy in the interests of the victory. But such a condition of transition appearing during the necessary time in every social revolution, has nothing in common with the theory of a classless state which in the absence of a real boss is being exploited by a clerk, i.e., by the bureaucracy. This paragraph deserves the closest study and thought, in my opinion, for the light it can shed on the events in Eastern Europe. For one thing, it seems to me to place the question of the class relations in agriculture in their properly subordinate place in determining the character of the state. More important, it indicates the contradiction that can exist for a time between the economy and state during a transition period. Finally, it reaffirms the Marxist law that a fundamental change in property relations cannot occur without the intrusion of a revolutionary or counter-revolutionary force. The events in Eastern Europe constitute a test of these propositions. The problem is to work out how they either confirm or invalidate Trotsky's theses. This cannot be done without a thorough understanding of what Trotsky says about the relation between our revolutionary norms and the reality that we must appraise according to scientific criteria. 427. Criteria and norms. It is the substitution of a subjective, normative method for that of an objective, dialectical, Trotsky continued, which renders it difficult for many comrades to form a correct sociological appraisal of the USSR. Not without reason do Burnham and Carter say that the Soviet Union cannot be considered a workers' state in the traditional sense given to this term by Marxism. This simply means that the USSR does not correspond to the norms of a workers' state as set forth in our program. To illustrate his meaning, Trotsky uses the familiar analogy between a workers' state and a trade union. Our norm, embodied in the program we fight for, calls for a trade union to be an organization of class struggle. But reality gives a different kind of trade union, in fact a great variety of them. Some of them are definitely reactionary, but that doesn't mean they are not trade unions. Trotsky then tells us by what criteria we can distinguish both trade unions and workers' states. The class character of the state is determined by its relation to the forms of property in the means of production. The character of such a workers' organization as that of a trade union is determined by its relation to the distribution of national income. Because William Green and co. defend private property in the means of production, they are bourgeois. So long as the AFL bureaucracy is forced to defend the workers' share of the national income, however, they continue to head genuine trade unions. This objective symptom is sufficient in all important cases to permit us to draw a line of demarcation between the most reactionary trade union and an organization of scabs. The function of Stalin, like the function of Green, has a dual character. Stalin serves the bureaucracy and thus the world bourgeoisie, but he cannot defend the bureaucracy other than by defending that social foundation which the bureaucracy exploits in its own interests. To that extent does Stalin defend nationalized property from imperialist attacks and from the too impatient and avaricious layers of this very bureaucracy. However, he carries through this defense with methods that prepare the general destruction of Soviet society. Then comes a most interesting observation. Historical development has accustomed us to the most varied kind of trade unions, militant, reformist, revolutionary, reactionary, liberal, and Catholic. It is otherwise with the workers' government. Such a phenomenon we see for the first time. That accounts for our inclination to approach the 428 USSR exclusively from the point of view of the norms of the revolutionary program. Meanwhile, the workers' state is an objective historical fact which is being subjected to the influence of different historical forces and can, as we see, come into full contradiction with traditional norms. As if anticipating the objection that our norms must be based on reality and consequently are not utopian ideals, Trotsky observes, it is of course necessary not to forget that we expect programmatic norms to be realized only if they are the generalized expression of the progressive tendencies of the historical process itself. How this works out in practice, Trotsky illustrates as follows. The programmatic definition of a union would sound approximately like this: an organization of workers of a profession or of an industry with the objective of 1. Struggling against capital for the amelioration of the conditions of the workers, 2. Participating in the revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, 3. Participating in the organization of economy on a socialist basis. If we compared this normative definition with the actual reality, we should find ourselves constrained to say, there is not a single fact, that is to say, of the generalized expression of the development to the particular manifestation of this same development, such a formal, ultimatistic, non-dialectic counterpoise between program and reality is absolutely lifeless and does not open any road for the intervention of the Revolutionary Party. In the meantime, the actual opportunistic union under the pressure of capitalist disintegration can, and under the conditions of our correct policies within the unions, must approach our programmatic norms and play a progressive historical role. This, of course, presupposes a complete change in leadership. If we extend this line of thought to the complicated problem of Eastern Europe, will it help us reach a solution? I think it will. Certainly it must be admitted in theory that besides the USSR other particular instances of workers' states may deviate from the norm. Trotsky did not live to see the appearance of such new eases, but he showed us how to approach them. Once again, let's see how he utilized the example of the Soviet Union. The pressure of imperialism on the Soviet Union has as its aim the alteration of the very nature of Soviet society. The struggle, today peaceful, tomorrow military, concerns the forms of property. In the capacity of a gear wheel in this struggle, the bureaucracy leans now on the proletariat. 429. Against imperialism, now on imperialism against the proletariat, in order to increase its own authority. How well have we seen this illustrated in Eastern Europe? J.H. At the same time it mercilessly exploits its role as distributor of the meager wants of life in order to safeguard its own well-being and power. By this token the rule of the proletariat assumes an abridged, curbed, distorted character. One can with full justification say that the proletariat, ruling in one backward and isolated country, still remains an oppressed class. The source of oppression is world imperialism, the mechanism of transmission of the oppression, the bureaucracy. If in these words, a ruling and at the same time an oppressed class, there is a contradiction, then it flows not from the mistakes of thought but from the contradiction in the very situation of the USSR. It is precisely because of this that we reject the theory of socialism in one country. The recognition of the USSR as a workers' state, not a type but the mutilation of a type, does not at all signify a theoretical and political amnesty for the Soviet bureaucracy. On the contrary, its reactionary character is fully revealed only in the light of the contradiction between its anti-proletarian politics and the needs of the workers' state. Only by posing the question in this manner does our exposure of the Stalinist clique gain full motive force. In the light of these instructive remarks of Trotsky, are we not justified in asking whether or not in our approach to the class character of the Eastern Europe countries we have not been guilty of trying to force these states to fit our norm of a workers' state rather than making an objective appraisal of the overturn in property relations? Isn't that why we hesitate to call them by their right name, workers' states? Up to now I have not added any adjective to this category, although it is obvious that one is required. I am quite prepared to take any that seems most appropriate: deformed, degenerated, mutilated, any word that will indicate most clearly that we mean a monstrous and not a normal instance of the type. In the case of the Soviet Union, Trotsky was willing to go even further on the adjective so long as the noun, the basic category, was preserved. Here is what he says on page 25 of In Defense of Marxism. Some voices cry out, if we continue to recognize the USSR as a workers' state, we will have to establish a new category, the counter-revolutionary workers' state. This argument attempts to shock our imagination by opposing a good programmatic norm to a miserable, mean, even repugnant reality. But haven't we observed from day to day since 1923 how the 430 Soviet state has played a more and more counter-revolutionary role on the international arena? Have we forgotten the experience of the Chinese Revolution, of the 1926 general strike in England, and finally the very fresh experience of the Spanish Revolution? There are two completely counter-revolutionary workers' internationals. These critics have apparently forgotten this category. The trade unions of France, Great Britain, the United States and other countries support completely the counter-revolutionary politics of their bourgeoisie. This does not prevent us from labeling them trade unions, from supporting their progressive steps and from defending them against the bourgeoisie. Why is it impossible to employ the same method with the counter-revolutionary workers' state? In the last analysis, a workers' state is a trade union which has conquered power. The difference in attitude in these two cases is explainable by the simple fact that the trade unions have a long history and we have become accustomed to consider them as realities and not simply as categories in our program. But, as regards the workers' state, there is being evinced an inability to learn to approach it as a real historical fact which has not subordinated itself to our program. Let us visualize the USSR as a reactionary trade union where the bureaucracy practices racketeering, concludes sell-out agreements with the bosses, strong-arms the membership and rubs out opposition voices wherever they are heard. Else it's stretching the analogy too much to visualize the bureaucracy of this union, after overcoming one terrible threat of being crushed and facing another even more dangerous threat, now trying to strengthen the union's position in their own peculiar fashion by organizing what they consider vital territory. Is it stretching the analogy to consider these bureaucrats so fearful of the introduction of a little democracy and fresh forces, even though they're hungry for the dues, that they are extremely hesitant and fearful about admitting these new locals to full membership and will even use the help of the bosses if necessary to make sure of their bureaucratic grip? Suppose that some of the membership in these new Eastern European locals rebel against the bureaucrats even though they were trained in the same school of bad unionism and are forced to split. Should it be so difficult for us to determine whether they are genuine unions or not? Why can't we approach these new formations in Eastern Europe with the same assurance we would if they had been born in a conflict between a union-smashing employers association and the bureaucracy-ridden Teamsters Union headed by Tobin instead of a conflict between German imperialism and the USSR headed by Stalin? It seems to me we can if we stick to the old criteria. 431. And don't drag in innovations that force us to call them scab outfits and company unions simply because they're small, weak, and lack the resources of the giant parent body that gave them the impulse to organize and is now winding them in bureaucratic chains. At the next stage they can provide the spark for a new mighty surge forward, especially if we can find a means of bringing our program to their attention. Emphasizing the differences. Before turning to what appears to me to be the correct solution of the problem of Eastern Europe, I want to take up some of the arguments that have been advanced against calling these countries workers' states. First, the argument that we should emphasize the differences between Yugoslavia, say, and the USSR rather than the similarities. How this can get us anywhere in determining what kind of state we have before us seems obscure. We can agree to emphasize the differences and still not move ahead an inch. Emphasizing the differences between a vicious bulldog and a litter of Pekingese pups doesn't help us to determine whether the newly born animals are misshapen dogs or simply degenerated wolves on the road to structural assimilation with the hungry bulldog. We must still decide on our criteria of what constitutes a dog. You can list all the similarities and differences between Yugoslavia and the USSR, emphasize one or the other, and still you are faced with the questions: are these quantitative or qualitative differences? How do you tell the USSR from a capitalist state? How do you tell the class character of Yugoslavia? Do the same criteria apply in both cases? What is the qualitative point of change in determining a reversal in the class character of a state? Strangely enough, the comrades who insist on our emphasizing the differences between the USSR and Yugoslavia also insist on our emphasizing the similarities between Yugoslavia and China. They ask, if Yugoslavia is a workers' state, what about China? The truth, however, is concrete. To determine the character of the states in Eastern Europe, each one has to be appraised in its own right. We have to know what has happened to the bourgeoisie, what has happened to property relations. This likewise holds for China, where the greatest upheaval since 1917 is occurring. The problem of China fully deserves individual treatment, and we need not try to merge it at this stage with the problem of Yugoslavia and so dissolve the concrete in the abstract. 432. Dependence on the world market. It is contended that countries like Yugoslavia are far more dependent on the world market than the USSR and consequently cannot be considered workers' states. But this does not determine the class character of these countries. It simply shows that they are weaker and far more easily affected by external pressures than the Soviet Union. This fact offers a positive point of approach in advancing our program. Pertinent to this contention, we should remember that as the USSR advanced, it became more dependent on the world market. This increased the danger to the USSR but did not change its class character. Trotsky pointed to the growing dependence of the USSR on the world market as another argument against the pernicious theory of socialism in one country. See Third International after Lenin, The Dependence of the USSR on World Economy, p. 43. Trotsky could not convince the majority because the self-sufficiency of the USSR loomed too large at the time. In the case of countries with a greater degree of dependence on the world market, this task should be easier. We point to the dependence to show how vital it is to win political allies abroad and to advance the program of revolutionary socialism. This false criterion seems to be derived from our norm calling for an end to dependence on the world market through extending the socialist revolution. It is not, however, one of the classic Trotskyist criteria of a workers' state. Instability. Another criterion advanced is the relative instability of these countries compared to the Soviet Union. Of course they are more unstable. If they are not absorbed by the USSR or do not succeed in winning their independence, their lifespan will be incomparably shorter than that of the USSR unless they conduct truly revolutionary politics on the international arena. That opens up possibilities for the growth of Trotskyism in these lands if we are able to penetrate them with our ideas. But the relative instability of these regimes certainly is not a valid criterion in determining their class character. At best it cannot be anything but an indication that something fundamental such as civil war, revolution, or counter-revolution, an acute class struggle, is occurring, or that the country is weak relative to the big world powers. 433. Such considerations seem to have been thrown into the hopper with no thought of their relevance or specific weight but simply on the hunch that they can't do any harm and might do some good. Sheer quantity might produce a qualitative change in the minds of those who have been thinking about calling a country like Yugoslavia a workers' state. The national boundaries. As the Trotskyist movement has insisted thousands of times, the old national boundaries today are as reactionary as private property in the means of production. Our socialist norm calls for their abolition so that humanity can move forward. But does that mean that Yugoslavia, confined within its narrow national boundaries, cannot be characterized for that reason as a workers' state? This is really a corollary of the argument about real planning and stands or falls with it. Our norm for building the socialist society calls for real planning, and you can't have real planning until you do away with the reactionary national boundaries. That's why we call for the abolition of national boundaries as an essential part of the struggle for socialism. But we are faced with the problem of appraising real formations in which we must find a foothold for our norms. Let's take an example. We call for an independent Soviet Ukraine. Suppose a real movement gets underway and the Ukraine achieves independence under a Soviet regime. The Kremlin, of course, could never survive the political consequences of such an event. However, in theory it might hang on for a time. Would we then refuse to call the Ukraine a workers' state because planning would be hampered by the narrow, stifling national boundaries? Objections of a more fundamental character. These objections are not very solid. However, those reluctant to pin the label workers' state on any of the Eastern European countries have much weightier arguments in their arsenal. These can be placed under three general headings: 1. Class relations in production, 2. Pillage and distribution of the national income, 3. Political consequences to the Trotskyist movement. This is of course only a rough approximation. I make it only in order to underline the fact that arguments coming under these different headings thereby carry different weight. 434. Of decisive importance are those dealing with the class relations in production. Marxists determine the class nature of a state from the relations in production, not from the forms of distribution, even though the two in the historic sense are reciprocally related, or from the immediate political consequences to revolutionary socialism. First of all, it is necessary to underline once again the facts established by the plenum resolution, that the propertied classes in these countries are dying, that the conclusion of the resolution as to the class character of the buffer zone does not at all imply that the bourgeoisie is in power as the dominant class in these countries. The liquidation of the bourgeoisie as the dominant class in these countries is the cornerstone of the position that they must be considered workers' states. If the bourgeoisie still constituted the ruling class, then nationalization by itself would not make these countries workers' states. However, the facts indicate that we must characterize that possibility as an abstraction which does not correspond with the true situation. If the resolution is wrong in this respect, if the comrades familiar with the facts have not given us an accurate picture, and the bourgeoisie actually still remains the dominant class, then it would be necessary to say that the states are capitalist. But the presentation of the facts about Eastern Europe appears to me to be the strongest side of the resolution. Besides the displacement of the bourgeoisie as the ruling class, we have the virtually complete conversion of industry, of the banking system, of communications and transport into state-owned property. These are heavy facts and must be given their due weight in any Marxist analysis, for they concern the decisive sphere of class relations in production. Because it comes in this general sphere, the argument that none of these countries, including Yugoslavia, can be considered workers' states because they are predominantly agricultural and agriculture has not been nationalized, is in my opinion the strongest argument for calling them capitalist. It demands careful consideration. The question of agriculture. That these countries are predominantly agricultural is most certainly true. However, as we know, agriculture develops much more slowly toward advanced capitalist forms than does industry. Even in the United States, agriculture is far more backward than industry and consequently plays a much less decisive role in the social and political life of the country. If the bourgeoisie is overthrown in 435. A country that is predominantly agricultural, and industry becomes state property, the government replaces the capitalist class as the hub around which the agricultural spokes revolve. Thus the nationalization of the land, important and essential as it is, does not have the same weight as the breaking of bourgeois rule and the nationalization of industry. In Eastern Europe, to gauge the relative strength of agriculture as compared with industry, we must also know what proportion of agriculture was represented by big capitalist farmers, what proportion by medium capitalist farmers, and what proportion by peasants producing primarily for immediate family use, and how powerful the feudal vestiges were when the Red Army moved across these lands. Then we must know the result of the peasant attacks on landed property. What proportion of agriculture today still remains in the hands of feudalistic landlords? Of big capitalist farmers? Of small farmers? Of peasants so poverty-stricken they do not produce primarily on a commodity basis? What is the real relationship of class forces today? If, for example, the grip of the landlords has been broken, the land redistributed, and the big farms either divided or taken over by the state, if the government is pushing a program of collectivization, then the failure up to now to nationalize the land is less important than the other criteria in this sphere. Under such conditions, command of industry is decisive, and to cite merely the proportion of agriculture a country has in general, without differentiating its class composition, can be quite misleading in determining the class character of the state. In the case of Poland and Finland, Trotsky forecast that in the civil war accompanying the advance of the Red Army at the opening of World War I, measures would be taken against the big landholders. He turned out to be right. Similar action was taken against the big landholders after the war in Eastern Europe. The caution and delay exercised by the Stalinists in this field in going further could be ascribed to an effort to win the small peasants, or at least neutralize them, to give them guarantees for the time being. Such guarantees can always be taken away, since legal documents are only scraps of paper to the Stalinists. In agriculture, as in so many other fields, it is necessary to go by specific actions and not by the official pronouncements of Stalinist program, important as they are from a different point of view. An additional observation should be made at this point. In our desire to solve the problem of the character of the Eastern Europe countries, we should not overlook our own political problems here at home. One of the problems we have yet to work out in detail is how to win the active sympathy of the farmers. The main line is given in our transitional program, but it is only a beginning. 436. The program for the nationalization of the land and collectivization of agriculture should be so drawn that from its very basis it should exclude the possibility of expropriation of small farmers and their compulsory collectivization. The farmer will remain owner of his plot of land as long as he himself believes it possible or necessary. In order to rehabilitate the program of socialism in the eyes of the farmer, it is necessary to expose mercilessly the Stalinist methods of collectivization, which are dictated not by the interests of the farmers or workers but by the interests of the bureaucracy. This gives us a good hint of how far back we must lean in this question for political reasons. Note in passing how the bourgeois democratic task, nationalization of the land, is combined with the socialist task, collectivization of agriculture. The transitional program continues. The expropriation of the expropriators likewise do not signify forcible confiscation of the property of artisans and shopkeepers. On the contrary, workers' control of banks and trusts, even more the nationalization of these concerns, can create for the urban petty bourgeoisie incomparably more favorable conditions of credit, purchase, and sale than is possible under the unchecked domination of the monopolies. Dependence upon private capital will be replaced by dependence upon the state, which will be the more attentive to the needs of its small co-workers and agents the stronger the toilers themselves will keep control of the state in their hands. The practical participation of the exploited farmers in the control of different fields of economy will allow them to decide for themselves whether or not it would be profitable for them to go over to collective working of the land, at what date and on what scale. Industrial workers should consider themselves duty-bound to show farmers every cooperation in traveling this road, through the trade unions, factory committees, and, most important, through a workers' and farmers' government. One of the biggest crimes of Stalinism has been to forcibly expropriate small farmers and businessmen against their will. We have to rehabilitate the program of socialism in the eyes of the farmer. This attitude toward the petty bourgeoisie is not motivated primarily by political considerations, although it is obvious what weight they have. The tactic is based on much deeper grounds. 437. As Lenin explained, theoretically, nationalization is the ideally pure development of capitalism in agriculture. See selected works of V.L. Lenin, Volume 3, pages 139 to 278 and Volume 12, pages 304-335. Lenin pointed out that nationalization of the land could speed the development of capitalist relations in agriculture. The bourgeoisie, however, never nationalized the land in any of their revolutions against feudalism. They did not do so because, 1. They did not carry out their historic tasks to their logical conclusion, 2. On the appearance of the working class as an independent force in society, they compromised with feudalistic reaction, permitting certain of its forms of exploitation to remain as vestiges. This extra burden on society was entailed by capitalist fear of the proletariat. Because the bourgeoisie is no longer capable of carrying out this democratic task where it is required, the workers' state has fallen heir to the job. But the workers' state undertakes nationalization of the land not to speed the development of capitalist relations in agriculture but to move forward to socialization of agriculture, which is its goal. With the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the conversion of industry into state-owned property, a force of completely different order than the capitalist class becomes master of society. At first sight it might seem all the more necessary for the workers' state, because it is more advanced, to display utter ruthlessness with all these vestiges of the long outmoded past. But we have a qualitatively different relationship from that which existed between capitalism and the feudal remnants that survived under its rule. It is sufficient at first to expropriate the big landlords intimately interlinked with the big capitalists. This leaves the small farmers, shopkeepers, and artisans, the classes, which, no matter how numerically strong they may be, essentially are representative survivals of pre-capitalist forms of production. Transitional program. As the workers' state, particularly in a highly industrialized country like the United States, unfolds its dynamic power, the danger of a rebirth of capitalism from the petty bourgeoisie reaches the vanishing point. Even though the workers' state offers them better opportunities for a good living than capitalism while still permitting them to continue their habitual mode of life, the socialist opportunities opening up on every hand are so much more attractive that most of them of their own free volition will give up the dead past and join in the great work of pioneering the new society. Those incapable of making the change need not be molested. The younger generation, freed from the stifling, fear-ridden atmosphere of capitalism, will grow up with new horizons and completely different concepts of what constitutes the best way to live. 438. These considerations compel us to say that nationalization of the land, with all that it entails, must be viewed in a somewhat different light than nationalization of industries expropriated from the bourgeoisie in determining the class character of the state. Does pillage determine the character of a state? Let us now come to the important but less weighty arguments concerning pillage and the distribution of national income. In view of the pillage inflicted on the Eastern European countries, it is asked, are we not obliged to call them capitalist? If a gangster holds up a worker, takes his pay envelope, his weekend sack of groceries, his shirt, pants, shoes, and streetcar fare and gives him a kick down the street, are we obliged to call the worker a gangster too? We determine what class the worker belongs to by his relation in the factory to the capitalist class and not by the assorted loan sharks, trade union bureaucrats, strong-arm artists, and other parasites who victimize him. As Trotsky said of the Kremlin vermin, to put it plainly, insofar as the bureaucracy robs the people, and this is done in various ways by every bureaucracy, we have to deal not with class exploitation, in the scientific sense of the word, but with social parasitism, although on a very large scale. The Soviet Union and the Fourth International, p. 20. Our opponents rejoin, but what about the recognition of foreign debts and the compensation in some instances to foreign capitalists' whole holdings were nationalized? We will not ask how much the foreign capitalists have realized or expect to realize from the Stalinist recognition of these imperialist financial demands. Actual payment will in all probability depend on the international relationship of forces and how essential it is to the Stalinists and the Tito regime to meet the price demanded by the imperialist bandits for essential goods. Like other international debts owed by European countries, they have been recognized. Yet if they are never paid, it will not violate the European tradition. Even if they are forced to pay this foreign tribute, however, it does not make these countries capitalist. You forget the exploitation imposed on the Eastern European countries by the Kremlin through mixed companies and other means. Doesn't this exploitation oblige us to call them capitalist? Yes, it does if you consider the USSR to be capitalist and the buffer zone to be a colonial area where this capitalist USSR is practicing imperialist exploitation. 439. However, if you still consider the USSR to be a degenerated workers' state, it does not seem quite accurate to me to call this form of pillage capitalist exploitation. The exploitation conducted by the USSR in Eastern Europe is symmetrical to imperialist exploitation, just as the police regime in the USSR is symmetrical to a fascist regime. But the two are not identical. Just as pillage does not necessarily make the victim capitalist, so it does not necessarily make those who practice it capitalist. Comes the inevitable outcry: you want us to settle for these revolting formations as workers' states. You call into question the whole idea of emancipating humanity from the filth and decay of capitalism through the workers' state. The whole point of a workers' state is that the workers create a new type structure in which the most essential item is the participation of the workers themselves in the government. Where does this exist in Eastern Europe? Our sympathy is wholly with the comrades who feel this way about it. We too would have felt much happier if history had seen fit right now to give us another example of a model workers' state, such as the Soviet Union under Lenin and Trotsky, instead of these deformed offspring of the degenerated workers' state. What can we say except that Stalinism continues to befoul the name of communism and everything associated with it? What can we do but continue the onerous task of trying to clean out this Augean stable? To succeed in this, and especially to help the workers and poor farmers in Eastern Europe develop a powerful opposition movement to Stalinism, demands first of all clarity in theory and a precise scientific accounting of what has happened in these lands. If you can't smell violets, don't blame us. We have only a theoretical fork to work with and not a revolutionary river like Hercules. As for the argument itself, let us recall Trotsky's answer to the same argument applied to the USSR. Where and in what books can one find a faultless prescription for a proletarian dictatorship? The dictatorship of a class does not mean by a long shot that its entire mass always participates in the management of the state. This we have seen, first of all, in the case of the propertied classes. The nobility ruled through the monarchy before which the noble stood on his knees. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie took on comparatively developed democratic forms only under the conditions of capitalist upswing when the ruling class had nothing to fear. Trotsky then cites the example of Germany, where the bourgeoisie still ruled, although politically it is placed under complete subjection to Hitler and his bands. Despite Hitler's political dictatorship, the dictatorship of the hour. 440. Bourgeoisie remains inviolate in Germany, because all the conditions of its social hegemony have been preserved and strengthened. By expropriating the bourgeoisie politically, Hitler saved it, even if temporarily, from economic expropriation. Examples like this, used by Trotsky, should be studied. They contain the key to understanding the Stalinist role not only in the USSR but in those areas where it extends its rule and overturns property relations. Anticipating our subsequent arguments, Trotsky continues, our opponents will hasten to refute, although the bourgeoisie, as an exploiting minority, can also preserve its hegemony by means of a fascist dictatorship, the proletariat building a socialist society must manage its government itself, directly drawing ever wider masses of the people into the task of government. In its general form, This argument is undebatable, but in the given case it merely means that the present Soviet dictatorship is a sick dictatorship. The Soviet Union and the Fourth International, pages 6-7. Trotsky on Poland and Finland. Although it cannot be decisive in a scientific analysis, one of the arguments raised against our position that demands most thoughtful evaluation is the contention that it implies revision of the Marxist theory of the state. It is held that we leave the door open to the possibility that the class character of the state can be changed by manipulation from the top, by cold means. This in turn implies, it is contended, a concession to Stalinism and even to social democratic revisionism, to Stalinism because it would then have a historic future, to social democratic revisionism, because its theory of achieving socialism through manipulation of capitalist government posts would then turn out to be correct. In that case, what perspective remains open to the Fourth International? If we are to talk of revision, I think that the comrades who support the plenum resolution should first make sure there are no flaws in their position. A shift has been made on this question, as can be seen from the differences between the theses of the World Congress, which say that the destruction of capitalism is impossible without the revolutionary mobilization of the masses, and the plenum resolution which explains how the bourgeoisie were ousted as the ruling class in the Eastern European countries by cold means. My own impression is that the resolution concedes too much. It brings into question the Marxist theory of the state and less abstract references to 441. The domestic and world relationship of forces can satisfy you as an adequate explanation of the apparent violation of the laws of the class struggle. To find our way out of this trap, it may be helpful to turn again to Trotsky's writings on Poland and Finland and refresh our memories on how he approached the same general problem. First of all, on the importance of the Kremlin's actions in these territories for our appraisal of the USSR, let us for a moment conceive that in accordance with the treaty with Hitler, the Moscow government leaves untouched the rights private property in the occupied areas and limits itself to control after the fascist pattern. Such a concession would have a deep-going principled character ere it might become a starting point for a new appraisal on our part of the nature of the Soviet state. In defense of Marxism, p. 18. This is a most important consideration for us today. If the rights of private property have been left inviolate in the occupied territories, as some comrades think, and the Moscow government really has the perspective of limiting itself to control after the fascist pattern or in the capitalist way, it becomes our duty to begin thinking of a new appraisal of the character of the USSR. In 1939, however, Trotsky foresaw the more probable variant. Instead of limiting itself to control of private property in the occupied areas, said Trotsky, it is more likely that in the territories scheduled to become a part of the USSR, the Moscow government will carry through the expropriation of the large landowners and statification of the means of production. This variant is most probable not because the bureaucracy remains true to the socialist program, but because it is neither desirous nor capable of sharing the power, and the privileges the latter entails, with the old ruling classes in the occupied territories. Isn't this an accurate forecast of the events in Eastern Europe in the post-war period? Trotsky continues. Here an analogy literally offers itself. The first Bonaparte halted the revolution by means of a military dictatorship. However, when the French troops invaded Poland, Napoleon signed a decree, serfdom is abolished. This measure was dictated not by Napoleon's sympathies for the peasants, nor by democratic principles, but rather by the fact that the Bonapartist dictatorship based itself not on feudal, but on bourgeois property relations. Inasmuch as Stalin's Bonapartist dictatorship bases itself not on private but on state property, the invasion of Poland by the Red Army should, in the nature of the case, result in the abolition of private capitalist property, so as thus to bring the regime of the occupied territories into accord with the regime of the USSR. 442. This fruitful analogy could well be developed, it appears to me, for publication in Fourth International. A study of the similarities between the consequences of the advance of Napoleon's armies and those of Stalin's armies would be of absorbing interest for the light it would cast on what is happening today in Eastern Europe. To continue with Trotsky's remarks. This measure, revolutionary in character, the expropriation of the expropriators, is in this case achieved in a military bureaucratic fashion. The appeal to independent activity on the part of the masses in the new territories, and without such an appeal, even if worded with extreme caution it is impossible to constitute a new regime, will on the morrow undoubtedly be suppressed by ruthless police measures in order to assure the preponderance of the bureaucracy over the awakened revolutionary masses. Trotsky followed with the minutest attention the impulse the approach of the Red Army gave to the masses of Poland. He characterized what happened as civil war. It is obvious why he did. Overturns in property relations cannot occur without the revolutionary mobilization of the masses. Consequently, he was keenly interested in how the facts forecast by Marxist law would come out and how far they would deviate, under the influence of Stalinism, from our programmatic norms for a revolutionary mobilization of the masses. Again in Finland, Trotsky watched for similar manifestations. There even such symptoms as brother fighting brother were taken by him as manifestations of civil war. In an article for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, written in January 1940, Trotsky explained, "In order to include Finland in the framework of the USSR, and such is now the obvious aim of the Kremlin, it is necessary to Sovietize her, i.e., carry through an expropriation of the higher layer of landowners and capitalists. To accomplish such a revolution in the relations of property is impossible without a civil war. The Kremlin will do everything in order to attract to its side the Finnish industrial workers and the lower stratum of the farmers. Once the Moscow oligarchy finds itself compelled to play with the fire of war and revolution, it will try at least to warm its hands. It will undoubtedly achieve certain successes in this way." Fourth International, August 1942, p. 254. 443. Observe that Trotsky does not refer to real planning. He calls the expropriation of the higher layer of landowners and capitalists a revolution in the relations of property. Observe too that Trotsky did not expect civil war in its classic form. "Warm its hands," he said of Moscow's playing with the fire of war and revolution. Speaking more specifically of the civil war in his open letter to Burnham, Trotsky said, "Naturally, this is a civil war of a special type. It does not arise spontaneously from the depths of the popular masses. It is not conducted under the leadership of the Finnish Revolutionary Party based on mass support. It is introduced on bayonets from without. It is controlled by the Moscow bureaucracy." In Defense of Marxism, p. 89. In other words, this civil war departs widely from our norms, but nevertheless the fact that a civil war is occurring must be recognized. Trotsky visualized two stages in the Soviet advance. The first one was the stage of the deformed, distorted or, to use Trotsky's phrase, special type civil war. The second stage, he warned, would be the swift political strangulation of the movement by the Moscow bureaucracy when it established its totalitarian rule in the new areas. In a letter, Trotsky wrote, "It is not necessary to repeat that the civil war in Finland, as was the case in Poland, would have a limited, semi-stifled nature, and that it can, in the next stage, go over into a civil war between the Finnish masses and the Moscow bureaucracy. We know this at least as clearly as the opposition, and we openly warn the masses. But we analyze the process as it is, and we don't identify the first stage with the second one." In Defense of Marxism, p. 71. We can add also that Trotsky didn't demand that the civil war meet his norms, which as everyone knows were of the highest, before he would consent to characterize it as civil war, even if of a special type. If you study Trotsky's writings of this period closely, you cannot help being struck at how well his analysis of the Polish and Finnish events anticipated what happened when the Soviet forces moved westward against the German imperialist armies. This follows from the fact that Trotsky's analysis was not simply an analysis after the event, it was a prognosis of what would happen upon the expansion of the degenerated workers' state under Stalinist domination. There was the first stage, far more distinct than in 1939–40, of civil war. What had been attempted in 1939–40 under the contemptuous gaze of Hitler and then interrupted by the most frightful war in history, was now resumed on the heels of the retreating German armies and in face of the colossal defeat of the Nazi regime. This stage was more distinct because the uprisings were more spontaneous, welling from much deeper roots and a wider base. After all, the masses were responding to the advance of a victorious Red Army, a Red Army. 444. Victorious over the Nazi military machine, and not one that had been mauled by the small Finnish forces. That was a tremendous new fact. The Kremlin didn't need to issue appeals to the masses as in the pre-war situation. It was faced with a different problem. How to keep the masses in hand. In many instances, the peasants finished off the big landlords. The workers in many factories formed committees to take over. Stage 2 came fast, the political crackdown. The unbridled character of this crackdown was a measure of the depth of the revolutionary impulse touched off by the advance of the Red Army. That impulse frightened the Kremlin. This was fire that could spread with lightning speed. That was why they utilized sections of the bourgeoisie, particularly their political representatives and functionaries, to bring the political whip down on the face of the masses. The political danger arising from the revolutionary impulse impressed the Kremlin far more than the political, economic, and military danger from the enfeebled bourgeoisie bowing and scraping before the bayonets of the Eastern conqueror. Protected by the guns of the Red Army, the Stalinists took key positions in the civil bureaucracy and the armed forces, paying special attention to the armed forces, which in conditions of civil war, no matter how attenuated, play a more decisive role than the civil bureaucracy which is normally in control. We can see how this works out almost any week in the Latin American countries when those in control of the armed forces topple the civil regime. Having got the political bridle on the masses, the Stalinists then turned against the remnants of the bourgeoisie and their political agents which they had previously used against the proletariat and began the process of shattering their remaining positions. One cannot help recalling how the relatively strong bourgeoisie in Western Europe used the Stalinists at the end of the war to stave off revolution, gain time, strengthen their political positions with the help of American military and economic might, and then tossed the Stalinist officials like squeezed lemons into the garbage pail. In Eastern Europe, with the help of Russian arms and the GPU, the Stalinists were sufficiently strong to reverse this general tactic on the political field, using bourgeois agents to help entrench their own bureaucratic regime and then discarding or absorbing them. This stage was more or less combined with the acceleration and extension of nationalization. The Stalinists even mobilized the workers against the bourgeoisie where they felt sufficiently sure of keeping the action under control. Paul G. Stevens, reporting in the March 1, 1948 militant on the Stalinist use of action committees in Czechoslovakia, says, "The Stalinists, in accordance with the new Cominform line, are apparently trying to use mass action in order to align Czechoslovakia with Moscow as completely as the rest of Eastern Europe." 445. While the Stalinist leaders are basing themselves on mass action, they are proceeding with a caution that reveals their fear of its revolutionary impulse. To be sure, Comrade Stevens apparently does not believe that this constitutes genuine civil war, since he continues, should a civil war actually erupt, the likelihood is that the situation will grow out of hand, no matter what the bureaucratic plans. And this estimate is quite correct if by civil war you mean an action that corresponds with our norms. Looked at objectively, however, wherein did this action differ from the action seen in Poland and Finland when the Kremlin moved, or tried to more, forward? Because of the extreme enfeeblement of the native bourgeoisie, the inability of either German or Allied imperialism to come to their rescue, and the profound desire of the masses to rid themselves at any cost of the strangling yoke of capitalism, it did not take much more civil war to dispose of this lumpen bourgeoisie, as Comrade Stevens once aptly termed them, than you can get out of a good flit gun. Still, it must be characterized as civil war. Now, if we do not draw airtight, metaphysical dividing lines between the various stages of this process in Eastern Europe, but for theoretical purposes consider it as a whole, that is, regard this entire period since the Red Army entered these fringe lands of the USSR in combat with the German armies as one moment, an episode in world history, What is it but a social revolution started by the masses under the influence of the Soviet Union and deformed by the political counter-revolution conducted by the Kremlin? Thus everything is accounted for according to the laws of the class struggle as developed by the founders of Marxism. All we had to do was apply some of Trotsky's teachings and not let our norms of planning and civil war interfere with our appraisal of reality. It appears to me that what has been happening in Eastern Europe offers the most brilliant confirmation of the correctness of Trotsky's analysis and prognosis in 1939-40 and confirms what he taught about the character of the state. What other state in the world could have given the impulse to the events we see today in Eastern Europe in the peculiar form they have taken except the degenerated workers' state? You can trace not only the obvious stamp of the rapacious bureaucracy but even the mark of the mutilated, desecrated October Revolution serving notice that it is still alive and carries burning coals. Our political perspective. Will Stalin now withdraw from these countries? The Kremlin is capable of anything. If it could get a sufficiently favorable deal from Washington it might do. 446. What it could to help liquidate the steps taken so far or at least retire while Western imperialism tried to do what it did in Greece. But will Washington give such a deal or does the Kremlin expect an offer? What guarantees can Washington give that would satisfy the Kremlin sufficiently so that it would dare relinquish its grip on Eastern Europe? Will Washington give up the atom bomb? Its colossal preparations for war? What power politician expects American imperialism to clip its own wings and claws? The perspective of the Kremlin, if it can be judged correctly from the trend visible in Eastern Europe, is to convert these countries into replicas of the republics of the Soviet Union and to either include them officially in the USSR or to absorb them into the economic framework of the Soviet Union while leaving them formally independent. No one can mistake Stalin's political perspective. It is to crush all signs of the slightest resistance or potential resistance to take this course. Our political perspective must be based on the widespread opposition to Stalinism among workers and poor farmers and the possibility of its breaking out into the open as in Yugoslavia. This appears to me the most realistic political course. That means, against a bourgeois restoration we defend whatever progressive measures have been taken, against the Kremlin we fight for a genuinely independent Soviet Poland, Soviet Czechoslovakia, etc., on the road toward a Soviet Balkan-Danubian Federation. Our course should be based on the perspective of independent socialist republics, and if you want the slogan to develop its full potentialities, that means independent of Moscow-directed planning too. Can there be any doubt that Stalin will mobilize every force possible to smash such republics, to nip any movements in that direction in the bud and to mobilize all possible resources of the planned economy at his disposal to accomplish this counter-revolutionary aim? We have the Kremlin's actions in the case of Yugoslavia. The price of assimilation, of planning organically linked with Moscow's, is abject dependence. The greatest effectiveness can be given our propaganda if we can point to the truth, that Stalin will stop at nothing, even the liquidation of a workers' state, to stay in power. The case of Yugoslavia, explained in these terms, would put an exceedingly sharp edge to our political struggle against Stalinism. As Trotsky said of the USSR, only by posing the question in this manner does our exposure of the crimes of the Stalinist clique gain full motive force. I think this makes clear too that our position offers no comfort to Stalinism. In fact, if we base ourselves on the possibility of new opposition movements arising in Eastern Europe, this position should strengthen our case against Stalinism. We show why the Kremlin moved forward as it did, undermining the 447 defenses of the USSR in its reaction to world imperialism and still worse dealing catastrophic setbacks to the revolutionary socialist movement abroad. Our analysis of the events in Eastern Europe merely points out the positive side of a development that was a major blow to the socialist movement. While the borderlands experienced an upset in property relations, Stalin's henchmen in France and Italy were knifing workers' uprisings in the back. All Europe, including Germany, might have been socialist today were it not for the crimes of Stalinism at the close of the war. Measured against such blows to the world revolution, the progressive steps in Eastern Europe recede into insignificance. Can it be repeated in Western Europe? Stalinism cannot repeat in the industrially advanced countries what it did in the backward Eastern European countries. The Western bourgeoisie is too strong. They can get direct help from the arsenals of the United States. They cannot be overthrown without a revolutionary mobilization of the masses that coincides very closely to the norms of the Marxist movement. The events in Eastern Europe do not at all indicate a prolonged lease on life for Stalinism. The whole development constitutes only a brief interlude in history. As Trotsky often said to us, talking about the perspective facing Stalinism in relation to our efforts to save him from assassination, the wolf is most dangerous in his death agony. By this analogy drawn from his hunting experience in Russia, Trotsky meant that precisely when Stalinism faced its debacle, it could give not only the illusion of greatest strength but even deliver some of its most terrible blows. In the rebellion of Yugoslavia, the Kremlin sees the handwriting on the wall. The war merely postponed the denouement as war does with all such processes, only to speed them up later by way of historic compensation. Stalinism will commit new monstrous crimes against the struggle for socialism, but precisely in Eastern Europe, where it has given the appearance of greatest strength, the threads of the monolithic pattern can begin unraveling. Military bureaucratic action, which operates in civil war like a flamethrower against isolated detachments, can work only in those specific areas where the bourgeoisie was enfeebled by the war, cut off from the masses, abandoned by its traditional imperialist protectors, subjected to the constrictor-like squeeze of the occupation troops of the Kremlin, and where the masses themselves had illusions at first about Stalinism and the advanced sectors were under its influence. 448. These concrete conditions do not hold in the West. But what if the Red Army sweeps to the Atlantic, what then? If the Red Army sweeps even to the Adriatic, the curtain may well rise on World War III. It would most certainly signal the opening of World War III if the Kremlin actually lost all contact with reality and undertook the military adventure of plunging forward to the Atlantic. They will hardly be that stupid. The whole course of Stalinism from the beginning has been to try to avoid war, but by means that actually help facilitate the outbreak of war. The bureaucracy has not changed in this respect. Its fear of war has not decreased after the experience of the German invasion, and its basic political attitude toward meeting the threat has not changed. Consequently, a westward march of the Red Army would occur only within the frame of an attack initiated by American imperialism. Aside from the purely military aspect of the question, an overriding political consideration prevents the Kremlin from moving forward. What happened in Yugoslavia is only a mild sample of the reaction that could be expected in Western Germany, France, Italy, Great Britain, or the other highly industrialized Western European countries where great masses of workers are rooted in the old cultural centers. The Kremlin knows this. You can imagine what nightmares the Stalinist bureaucrats suffer over small but highly industrialized Czechoslovakia, not to speak of politically awakened Yugoslavia. Their hesitation in moving forward even in Eastern Europe would be multiplied 1,000-fold in the cosmopolitan centers of the West. What would result from fraternization between the Red Army and the workers of France? Better let well enough alone. I repeat, a concrete analysis of the contradictory events in Eastern Europe cannot offer Stalinism any comfort. It can only help in destroying the illusions that the overturn in property relations in Eastern Europe is bound to foster, no matter what label you put on these countries. Labeling such a country in Eastern Europe as Yugoslavia a workers' state concedes nothing to Stalinism and does not involve a revision of the Marxist theory of the state. On the contrary, it sharpens our attack on Stalinism and is in strict accord with the Marxist theory of the state. Can the film be reversed? It is argued that things can be reversed in these countries and the film wound back to a capitalist restoration without a civil war. This contention seems to me to bring in question the Marxist theory of the state. How can you have a counter-revolution and the restoration of bourgeois property rights without a civil? 449. War. You might contend that it would be a peculiar type of civil war, but still it would be a civil war. The events in Greece, bloody as they were, would be eclipsed by the civil wars that would break out in these countries if a restoration were attempted. The contention that the film can be reversed without a civil war simply follows logically from the thesis that these countries are still capitalist in character. The real situation appears to me quite at variance with this thesis. Connected with this is the problem of defending the relative gains that have been made in these countries. In the Theses of the World Congress, adopted in 1948, a defeatist position is called for in all these lands in the event of war. The plenum resolution of a year later refers to this position and declares that it still holds good. It adds that we could reconsider this defeatist position only in the event that a qualitative change occurs in the character of their economies. The qualitative change can occur only if real planning is introduced. Real planning can be introduced only if these states are incorporated in the USSR or in a Balkan-Danube Federation, provided that the Balkan-Danube Federation forms a genuine unified framework for economic planning. Consequently, it might well come out that we will become defensists of a Romania incorporated in the USSR, but defeatists in an independent Yugoslavia. This seems to me an unnecessarily severe penalty for Yugoslavia's inability to meet our norm on real planning because of its struggle for independence. Certainly this position stands in the way of the most effective intervention in the Tito-Stalin conflict. Why should we be defensists of the USSR and not of Yugoslavia? It seems to me not only highly advisable politically but also correct in theory. The key to the solution. We are faced with an extremely complicated and very difficult problem that requires all our combined efforts for solution. The political side of the problem is to meet the growth in prestige that will accrue to Stalinism through this undeniable overturn in property relations. The theoretical side is to demonstrate how the Marxist laws of the class struggle are once again validated through the developments in Eastern Europe and why they therefore apply in full force, so to speak, or very close to our norms in a country like the United States. The key to the solution of this problem can be found, in my opinion, in Trotsky's handling of the Finnish and Polish events at the opening of the 450 war. He demonstrated how the Marxist law that you cannot have an overturn in property relations without revolution was exemplified in these specific instances. The law did not come even close in its expression to the norm sought by the revolutionary socialist movement. A strong perturbation gave it a pinched, scanty, mutilated, deformed expression. That perturbation came from the Soviet Union, the same source that gave the impulse to the overturn in property relations. Both the source of the perturbation and the source of the impulse can be distinguished. The one was the Stalinist bureaucracy, the other the property relations still remaining from the October Revolution. But the very perturbation, the muffled, strangled form of the law's expression all the more brilliantly demonstrates the operation of that law. This solution of the central problem, hinging on the origin of the Eastern European countries, seems to me to be the correct one. Yugoslavia and the other countries. Some of the comrades who originally considered Yugoslavia to still be a capitalist state are becoming increasingly convinced upon further study and thought that this is an untenable position and that a change will have to be made. They insist, however, that if we are forced to make an exception in the case of Yugoslavia, nevertheless the other Eastern European countries must still be considered as capitalist. To reach this conclusion they utilize the method of emphasizing the differences between these countries and Yugoslavia. This method, I think, is not too fruitful. It didn't work very well in the case of Yugoslavia. There, in the attempt to emphasize the differences with the Soviet Union, the plenum resolution had to bring forward a new criterion, real planning. Even though it was admitted that real planning doesn't exist in the USSR, still a qualitative difference was insisted upon between that planning and the planning you have in Yugoslavia. The criterion that is now advanced as decisive in emphasizing the differences between Yugoslavia and the other Eastern European countries is the occurrence of a real civil war. It might well be argued that what occurred in Yugoslavia departs considerably from what should properly be considered a real civil war. I mention this not to emphasize that difference but merely to show the parallel between the arguments about real planning and real civil war. They are completely symmetrical. What has happened is simply a shift in criteria. Real planning is dropped, which permits us to consider Yugoslavia a deformed or mutilated workers' state, while the criterion of real civil war is advanced, in the absence 451 of which the other countries are automatically barred from being characterized as deformed or mutilated workers' states. This, of course, is an easy solution of the difficult problem facing us. But is it correct? Let us examine again the principal positions in the discussion. 1. I will take advantage of the opportunity to list my own position first, although as will be seen, there is also a certain logic to the order. In my opinion, in a country where the rule of the bourgeoisie as a class has been broken and the principal sectors of the economy nationalized, we must place the state in the general category of workers' state, no matter how widely or monstrously it departs from our norms. This change cannot occur without a civil war, although this civil war may also be a mutilation of the type, differing in important respects from our norms. In Eastern Europe, each country must be considered separately to see whether it in fact meets these criteria. 2. The position of those who consider Yugoslavia a workers' state but will not admit any of the other Eastern European countries to this category. These comrades agree that destruction of the bourgeoisie and the nationalization of the key sectors of the economy can be taken as decisive criteria provided they are accompanied by a real civil war. In other words, they either deny that civil war has occurred in the other countries or insist that it does not come up to our specifications. The weakness in their position is to hold that the bourgeoisie can be driven from power and the decisive sectors of the economy nationalized without civil war. They thereby leave the central problem of Eastern Europe still unsolved. The mistake here, it appears to me, is to insist on measuring our norm of civil war against the miserable reality and to refuse to recognize that reality because it is so mangled and distorted. 3. The position of those who deny that any of the Eastern European countries are workers' states. Their decisive criterion is either real planning or a vague weighing of all the factors and finding that either the decisive one of real planning or the overall bundle does not come up to the standard of Marxist norms. The mistake again is insisting that reality come up to our specifications or suffer the penalty of not being recognized for what it is. 4. The position of those who hold that either in particular or in general not only do the Eastern European countries fail to correspond with our norms but likewise the Soviet Union fails to correspond, and that both the USSR and its satellites must for that reason be denied the label workers' state and called capitalist, although admittedly an entirely new type of capitalism. 452. 5. The position of those who hold that the phenomena in the USSR and Eastern Europe depart so far from the norms for both capitalist and workers' states that we must call them a completely new type like bureaucratic collectivism. At the bottom of each of these positions and modifications of them is lodged a variation in the handling of our norms in relation to reality. Thus we reach the problem of methodology. What is the correct method of relating norms and criteria to concrete events? That question has already been answered. It was answered by Trotsky in the long discussion over the character of the USSR and its first ventures into Eastern Europe. That is one more reason why Trotsky's teachings on these questions are so valuable for our discussion today. I will conclude by emphasizing the importance of approaching this problem as a collective one. It would be a mistake this early in the discussion to take a hard and fast position and refuse to listen with the greatest attention and open-mindedness to every consideration advanced by those seriously trying to help find the correct solution. Our task is to think things through to the end and to try to contribute what we can to the collective effort to solve the difficult problem of Eastern Europe. If we go about it calmly and with the understanding that this is not a faction fight but a loyal, comradely discussion, I am confident we will succeed. December 1949. 5. China, a world power, 1951. Li Fujian, Frank Glass. 453. When Wu Xiaochuan, representative of the Chinese government at Peeping, looked blustering Warren Austin calmly in the eye at a United Nations meeting, and said coldly, "I must tell you, we are not frightened by your threats," his statement was a dramatic emphasis of the fact that a whole epoch in relations between China and Western imperialism had come to a close and that a new epoch had begun. 12. It denoted the fact that the old semi-colonial China, victim of imperialist appetites for more than a century, had gone from the scene, and that in its place had come a mighty, independent China, a new world power. Ever since the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-05, when newly risen Japan delivered a smashing defeat to the Empire of the Tsars, the first time in history that a superior white power had been beaten in war by inferior Orientals, a frightening specter had haunted the chancelleries of the West, the specter of an awakened, powerful and unsubmissive China. In story and cartoon, China was depicted as a slumbering giant who might one day awake to challenge his imperialist tormentors. The Hearst section of the American press harped endlessly on the theme of the Yellow Peril. The slumbering giant rises. Today, the specter has taken on flesh and blood. Grim foreboding has become alarming reality. The giant has arisen and smashed his fist in the face of the greatest imperialist power on earth. Never before had the arrogant, bullying representatives of Wall Street been spoken to in the tone Wu used to Austin. They were accustomed to the obsequious and servile yes, sir of Chiang Kai-shek or the Manchu government when. 12 Li Fujian 1951. 454. Ever they made complaints or demands, the proper mode of address by the slave to the master. Here was something strange and disturbing. We are not frightened by your threats. Wu was not using empty words. 8,000 miles away across the Pacific, Chinese troops in alliance with the Koreans were hurling back an American offensive that was to have ended the Korean War by Christmas. A victorious American advance was suddenly converted into panicky retreat. Involved was the bulk of America's armed forces, using every weapon in the arsenal of war except the atom bomb. The imperialists, used for so long to having their own way with China, were stunned by the blow. It seemed incredible. Clearly, a great change had occurred. To appreciate its scope and depth, it is necessary to recall some of the past, especially since a century of imperialist domination became an essential ingredient of the revolutionary present. A review of the past century. In the Opium War of 1840-42, the British blasted open China's ports with their naval guns and forced surrender on the weak Manchu government at Peking. By the Peace Treaty of Nanking, China was reduced, in reality if not formally, to the status of a colony. In this and subsequent treaties, which the Manchus signed on the dotted line with all the major powers because they had no means to resist, treaty foreigners were exempt from Chinese laws and taxes, extraterritoriality, China's customs were placed under foreign control, repayment of foreign loans and indemnities becoming first charges on the customs revenues, an indemnity of some $10 million was imposed, Hong Kong was ceded to Britain, territorial concessions were carved out of the principal cities and placed under foreign control, and the imperialists secured the right of free navigation in Chinese coastal waters and rivers. The precipitating incident in the War of 1840-42 was the action of the Chinese authorities in Canton in burning a British cargo of opium brought from India. Britain was forcing opium on China against laws enacted by the Manchu government, a cheap means of evading payment in silver, then a scarce and valuable metal, for the teas, silks, and spices which the British bought from China. In the indemnity which Britain imposed at the end of the war, there was included a sum of $3,000,000 for the destroyed opium, the remainder being to cover Britain's war costs. It would be difficult to imagine a greater humiliation visited on a great nation by a foreign invader. But the Chinese were compelled to stomach it. There were no means of resistance. 455. For more than a century thereafter the humiliation was multiplied and intensified. Warships of the Western powers cruised menacingly in Chinese waters. Among them were American vessels, for the US imperialists were not slow in demanding most favored nation treatment in their treaties with China, insisting on all the rights and privileges accorded to others. When the anti-imperialist hatred of the Chinese exploded in some violent incident, as it did quite frequently, often it was some missionary who was the victim of Chinese anger, the warships would bombard towns or villages. There would be a demand for an indemnity and an apology, invariably granted. The Chinese government would be compelled to execute the culprits if it could find them. And new concessions would be wrung from the helpless country. Jim Crow in the big cities. In the great cities where the imperialists went about their business of sucking out China's wealth, foreign soldiers, sailors, and marines were privileged to kick, cuff and curse Chinese citizens with impunity. These military forces had the task of guarding the concessions. If the Chinese could be humiliated further and made to feel inferior and helpless, the task became that much simpler. The methods were many. Notices in office and apartment buildings owned by foreigners forbade Chinese to ride in the elevators. Jim Crow sections were set aside for them in the streetcars. Shanghai's only downtown park once had the sign at its entrance, "Dogs, bicycles and Chinese not admitted." Moreover, the imperialists hung the sign "Inferior" on the superstitious customs of the nation. Flocks of Christian missionaries came from a score of Western lands to impress upon the Chinese the superiority of Western superstitions. Let no one say that the American imperialists were better than the older colonial powers. This writer observed, firsthand, hundreds if not thousands of incidents over a period of years showing the contempt in which Wall Street's representatives held the Chinks. Acts of brutality were as common with them as with all the others. The only discernible difference between the British and the Americans was that while the British, for the most part, matched their words with their attitude and deeds, making no attempt to disguise their contempt for the Chinese, the Americans spoke unctuously about equality and assumed an air of fraternization that was but an ill-concealed condescension. The American Club in Shanghai was the first to admit Chinese members. As a matter of fact, the seemingly more liberal American attitude was merely a weapon in the competition between the powers for China's trade. 456. Anti-imperialist feeling mounts. Chinese hatred of the imperialist freebooters crystallized in the Taiping Rebellion in the mid-19th century. Although directed in the first place against the effete Manchu rulers, the anti-imperialist undertones were unmistakable. The Chinese people were alarmed by the endless concessions to imperialism of the court at Peking. The rebellion lasted 15 years, 1850 to 65, and ended with the crushing of the Taipings by forces organized and led by an American, Frederick Townsend Ward. Anti-imperialist feeling simmered beneath the surface, with only occasional outward flashes, until the beginning of the present century when it crystallized once more in the Boxer Rebellion. The Manchu Empress Dowager, sensing the rising anti-imperialist sentiment of the people, had given notice that China would not consider granting any further concessions to the foreign powers. As a defense against renewed imperialist aggression, she decreed the re-establishment of the old local militia. Militia bands were encouraged to organize. By the summer of 1899, many of these bands had assumed the name of Ihochuan or Fists of Righteous Harmony. The foreigners promptly gave them the name Boxers. At the end of the year, the movement had assumed sizable proportions and the foreign powers demanded that the government dissolve it. But the Manchu regime, fearful of overthrow, dared not accede to the demand. In June of 1900, Marines were put ashore from foreign warships to protect the legation quarter in Peking. The Chinese government ordered the diplomats to leave the city within 24 hours. This was a signal for action by the Boxers, who laid siege to the quarter. The imperialists mustered a force of 2,000 men and marched them from Tientsin. 8 weeks of fighting in which many Chinese were killed ended in the lifting of the siege. The imperialists then proceeded to mete out vicious retribution. The foreign army, in which Americans participated, sacked the ancient Chinese capital and subjected its citizens to cruel humiliations. Outstanding among their acts of savage vandalism was the looting of the beautiful Yunmingyun summer palace of the emperors on the outskirts of the city. After taking all they could, the standard-bearers of Western civilization put the palace to the torch and burned it to the ground. But this was only the initial vengeance. Under the Boxer Protocol, signed by China and the foreign powers on September 7, 1901, China was required to execute the leaders of the Boxer movement, to permit the permanent stationing of foreign troops in Peking and, naturally, to grant additional trade concessions. To cap it all, China was saddled with a huge indemnity of $738 million. These episodes in the relations of China with the imperialists were thoroughly characteristic and illustrate graphically the cruelty, contempt, and arrogance. 457. Of the imperialists towards the Chinese and the searing humiliations to which they subjected this vast nation. But the long night of oppression did not end with the Boxer outbreak and its suppression. The next half-century witnessed much more of the same thing. The aborted revolution of 1911. In 1911, the Manchu dynasty was overthrown by a revolutionary movement with distinct anti-imperialist antecedents and foundations. But because there was no new, strong class to grasp the helm of power, the revolution stopped where it began, with the liquidation of the monarchy. The native bourgeoisie was then only a class in embryo. It consisted of brokers and agents, compradors, of the foreign capitalists and traders. The proletariat was practically non-existent in a land where handicrafts were still almost the sole form of industry. The national power which slipped from the hands of the Manchus fell apart and passed in segments to local satraps who lost no time in making their arrangements with the imperialists. China was as far away as ever from independence, and the formal national unity of the dynastic era disappeared. Moreover, all the acute contradictions of an outmoded social and economic life, exacerbated by foreign domination, remained unsolved. Thus was the stage set for the stormy revolutionary uprisings which swept the country in 1925–27. Before that, however, World War I intervened. After sampling imperialist brutality and oppression for so long, China was now to taste the perfidy of the foreign powers. Placing faith in Woodrow Wilson's talk about freedom and democracy, and the inalienable right of self-determination of all nations, the Chinese government entered the war against the Central Powers on August 4, 1917, hoping at the end of the war to achieve complete independence. Characteristically, the only participation China was permitted in the war was the contribution of thousands of laborers for coolie work behind the lines in Western Europe. The payoff came in the Treaty of Versailles, when, over China's outraged protest, the large Chinese province of Shantung was transferred by the Allies from Germany to Japan. China refused to sign the Peace of Versailles and negotiated an independent treaty with Germany. World War I had one more important consequence for China in the emergence of a modern proletariat. Preoccupation of the Allies with the war in Europe, and the tremendous world demand for goods of all kinds, stimulated a growth of large-scale Chinese industry and therewith brought into being an industrial working class. This was to have a decisive influence on the revolutionary events which shaped up less than a decade later. 458. Second Revolution crushed by Chiang Kai-shek. The first strong winds of the gathering revolutionary storm were felt in 1925 when British warships bombarded the Yangtze River port of Wonchun, killing and maiming numerous peaceful civilians. The action was taken to compel the local warlord, Yang Sen, to release a British vessel carrying a cargo of arms to Yang's rival. In Canton, far to the south, seat of the rising revolutionary movement, a gigantic protest demonstration took place against the bombardment. The British huddled in fear on their island concession of Chemin in the Pearl River, a stone's throw from the city, and mounted machine guns on the bridges leading to it. As the demonstrators approached, they raked them with a murderous fire. The Chemin massacre roused anti-imperialist hatred to fever pitch. The next day, British Hong Kong was paralyzed by a general strike, and the British ladies were faced with the tragedy of having to do their own washing and cooking. The protest movement spread to Shanghai, which was likewise paralyzed by a general strike. But the great revolutionary movement, which rose to magnificent heights in the ensuing months, embracing both workers and peasants, went down to crushing defeat when in April 1927 it was drowned in blood by Chiang Kai-shek, who led the nationalist movement only in order to betray it to China's imperialist enemies. We have recited the salient facts of China's modern history only in order to indicate the weightiness of the past in the events of more recent times. When Wu Xiaochuan hurled the defy in the face of American imperialism, there hovered in the background the memory of a century of wrong, a long trail of bloody repression and galling humiliation. Are we, perhaps, giving undue weight to the subjective factor of righteous outrage? Let us remember that, considered dialectically, not only is there no absolute dividing line between the subjective and objective, but also there always exists an interrelation between them. Marxism rejects the notion of fixed and immutable categories. The subjective anger of a people against its imperialist oppressors becomes one of the objective ingredients of the colonial revolution. 459. A people's anger explodes. Like the revolution of 1911, the great upheaval of 1925-27 left all of China's urgent problems unsolved. Chiang Kai-shek's bloody march to power paved the way for the subsequent Japanese invasion of the country. But it also placed on the calendar of the future, the Third Chinese Revolution. All the explosive material lodged in class and international relationships remained, ready to be touched off when circumstances favored. The explosion came after World War II had run its course. It is not necessary to our purpose, which is to explain the reasons for China's rise to the status of a world power, to trace Chinese events of the post-war years. This has been done fairly recently in these pages. The question we must answer is this: what were the main factors which in the space of a couple of years converted China from a land of nearly 500 million colonial slaves into an independent world power? The Manchus, the warlords, and the Kuomintang regime all bowed down or were forced into submission by the imperialists. Chiang Kai-shek never dared to summon the people to resist imperialism, for a great mass movement would have gone beyond his control and sealed the doom of his regime as the representative of the landlords and capitalists. Chiang preferred a junior partnership with imperialism. But imperialist domination, allied with archaic social relationships within the country, which plunged the masses into ever deeper poverty and misery, lit fires of revolt which flared continuously for 20 years before the great upheaval which followed World War XI. The Communist Party placed itself at the head of the revolting peasantry and built a mighty army which in the end smashed the Kuomintang regime and thereby ended China's subjection by imperialism. During the war, hoping thereby to bolster Chiang and preserve their economic positions in China, the powers voluntarily relinquished their extraterritorial rights and turned back the foreign concessions to China. What remained of imperialist privilege was liquidated automatically with the overthrow of the Kuomintang. Had 1948 been 1848, the foreign powers would have sent their armies and navies to smash the insurrectionary movement. But the termination of the war with Japan saw the whole colonial world, including China, aflame. The victorious powers emerged weakened from the war. Their soldiers wanted no more war, and demanded to be sent home. World capitalism was in crisis. After fruitless efforts to mediate the civil war in China and keep Chiang Kai-shek in power, the powers were obliged to watch helplessly while the armies of Mao Zedong swept the country. 460. Source of Mao's power. The source of Mao's power was and is the great mass of the people of China, above all the peasantry. Stirred into action by abysmal suffering, fired by visions of freedom and a tangible stake in the land of their birth, the land to the peasantry, they pounded their way irresistibly to victory. It was the great flood tide of revolutionary mass ardor and determination, still far from receding, that stood back of the defiant words used by Wu Xiaochuan at the United Nations. In the past, if the masses had any program at all, it was the program of suffering and submission preached by reactionary rulers. Today they have a program of their own. Limited it may be, but in it they can readily discern their own interests. The fact of the mass entry of the Chinese people onto the political arena, with the corresponding class pressures, should be pondered by those who contend that Mao Zedong is just a puppet of Moscow and the Peeping government merely a creature of the Kremlin. Such a view ignores the reciprocal relationship between party and class. It must be recognized that in recent times Mao has manifestly acted more in response to the pressure of his own popular support than in obedience to any Kremlin directives. The potency of mass pressure caused him to execute an about-face on the land question toward the end of the war, leading the movement of agrarian expropriation when the peasants would no longer wait for the land. Moscow's line was to preserve the united front with Chiang Kai-shek at almost any cost and, to that end, not to encourage social conflicts. Again, when the war was over, Moscow's policy was to engineer a coalition government between Chiang and the Chinese Communists on the basis of a few democratic concessions by Chiang. But the intense hatred of Jiang's regime and the flaming agrarian revolt compelled Mao to break off negotiations and declare all-out war against the Kuomintang. These weighty, incontestable facts should give pause to those who declare that Mao is simply a push-button stooge of the Kremlin. China's third revolution roars. The China that now speaks to the world is a revolutionary China. It is this dynamic quality that imparts such tremendous power to China's moves and pronouncements in world politics. In this connection, it is also of interest to note that the present-day leaders of China, despite long years of Stalinist corruption, have not forgotten the elementary principles of socialist interna. 461. Nationalism. At a press conference in New York, Wu Xiaochuan was careful to distinguish between American imperialism and the American people when charging the United States with moving toward the abyss of a new war. When we speak of China as being revolutionary, we are not by any means suggesting a completed revolution, but rather a revolution in progress. Properly defined, the overthrow of the Kuomintang, the winning of national independence, the setting up of the Peeping regime, and the partial shake-up of agrarian relations, represent the completion only of a first stage of the unfolding Third Chinese Revolution. That the revolution has not advanced beyond this stage and been deepened in the sense of a fundamental change of property relations in all spheres, above all in industry, is very largely due to the halfway, semi-reformist program within the confines of which the communist leaders have tried to keep the movement of the masses. Mao's program of a new democracy has appeared as a roadblock in the path of revolutionary advance. It has slowed down the logical course of development by its insistence, among other things, on the inviolability of capitalist private property, thus preventing a fundamental solution of pressing economic and social problems. This program is destined to collide more and more with the needs of life and with the onward urge of the masses. The Communist Party, under popular pressure, will then either swing to the left or prepare the way for its own replacement by a new revolutionary leadership. It was the masses who pushed Mao to the pinnacle. They can push him off, too. Pressures on Mao. In considering the factors which will make for a resumption of the interrupted course of revolutionary development in China, we should not overlook the pressures from outside. There are two main factors. 1. Mao's program calls, among other things, for the protection of foreign business enterprises in China, together with those of the Chinese capitalists. But the economic blockade of China which the US imperialists have imposed in connection with the Korean War may force the Peeping government to seize the numerous and large American industrial enterprises and make them serve the Chinese people instead of the Wall Street money bags. 13.1 Thus Mao would be going considerably beyond his own proclaimed program. Nor would imperialist pressure necessarily mean. 13 Footnote by Li Fujian. Shortly after this article was written, the Chinese government ordered, December 28, immediate seizure of all United States property and all private and com. 462. That the Peeping regime would draw closer, politically, to the Kremlin. Beset by external threats and driven forward by the masses, it could take a swing away from its narrow nationalism and toward genuine socialist internationalism, staking its fate on the sympathy and aid of the world proletariat. 2. The whole colonial world in Eastern Asia is being swept by the flames of revolution: Korea, Indochina, Burma, Malaya, Indonesia, the Philippines. China is the vast powerhouse of this movement. Today the peoples of these lands look to China, much more than to the Soviet Union, as the great leader in their fight for liberation. There can be no doubt that geographical proximity and racial affinity, common burdens and problems, and like aspirations, make for a deep reciprocal sympathy and solidarity. China's masses, feeling far from alone in their fight for a better life, are lifted and inspired by the great movements on their borders. Here is an additional assurance that the present period of marking time in China will be followed by a fresh revolutionary upsurge, one in which the working class may be expected to play the leading role, that will carry the revolution to another and higher stage. Resources for revolutionary victory. China, the powerhouse of the colonial revolution? This is no rhetorical exaggeration. This ancient land with an enviable culture reaching back into the dim ages is the habitat of almost 500 million people. In area it is larger than the United States. The factors of population and area alone are sufficient to place China in the forefront of the colonial revolution. We can add to that immense natural riches and an enormous economic potential. The country's economic and social backwardness is merely the legacy of foreign domination now ended. In the three northeastern provinces of Manchuria, despite considerable looting by Stalin's armies during the 1945-46 occupation, there is a great industrial complex built by the Japanese which draws its raw materials from on the spot. Commercial American bank deposits, in retaliation for similar US action December 16 on Chinese assets in the US. The principal American enterprises in China are, 1. The Shanghai Power Co., largest electric power company in the Far East that burns coal. 2. The Shanghai Telephone Co., subsidiary of AT&T. 3. Numerous Standard Oil and Texas Oil installations throughout the country. 4. Even more numerous missionary properties, hospitals, schools, churches, etc. 5. National City Bank of NY. 6. Extensive properties of the US diplomatic establishment. Total value is variously estimated at between $1 and $200 million, US currency. 463. Deposits. This can serve as a basis for elevating the whole country economically while giving needed assistance to neighboring countries. Socialism in one country? Not at all. The socialist revolution begins on national grounds but can reach completion only on the international arena. Nevertheless, China's industrial resources guarantee that she will not be strangled into submission by imperialist blockade. By the same token, revolutionary China presents itself to its neighbors as a powerful ally and source of strength in the battles they are waging for national liberation and social advance. Their courage is buttressed, their fighting spirit enhanced as they march toward great and resounding victories. 464. 6. The political meaning of the CIO-AFL merger, 1955. Tom Carey. If one thing can be said to be most characteristic of the modern American labor movement, it is that its major leaps ahead have been impelled by dire necessity. 14. It was not until the concluding quarter of the last century that the American working class, driven by the stormy economic development of this country following the Civil War, surged tumultuously forward to overcome its previous limited, local, and isolated character, establishing a federation of unions on a national scale. Scarce 70 years old, the American Federation of Labor was born in 1886, the year of the Haymarket Massacre in Chicago and a high point in the resistance of the capitalist class to the 8-hour day. After the AFL, the product of the most bitter class struggles, became dominant among workers organized along craft lines. Its conservative leadership, concerned primarily with maintaining the position of a layer of relatively privileged workers, lagged behind economic developments and became a barrier to the organization of the millions of workers in the mass production industries. It required the deepest economic crisis in American history, plus the irresistible pressure of the mass of unorganized workers in the giant mills and factories of the 20th century, plus a split in the AFL to pave the way for the appearance of the Congress of Industrial Organizations. Now, after 20 years of division, the leading bodies of the AFL and CIO have reached an agreement, subject to the formality of ratification by their respective conventions, to merge into one national federation. Does the merger, assuming it goes through, foreshadow another gigantic leap forward by the American working class? The answer to that question, as well as the related one of the direction and goal of such an advance, will not be found in the stated aims of the union leaders who agreed to the merger. But it can be found by analyzing the split, why it could not be healed before, and why merger now looms as a certainty. 14 Kenny 1955. 465. A victory for the CW. The contention by some not too bright commentators that the merger agreement constitutes a victory for the CIO does not hold water. The CIO entered the negotiations under unfavorable conditions. It was smaller than its rival, with no prospect of overtaking it, was beset by factional strife and bedeviled by centrifugal tendencies following the no-rating pact with the AFL. It comes into the combined organization as a subordinate industrial department, with the old line, craft union leaders, in some instances the same and in others little different from their counterparts of the 1930s, in a commanding position. Couldn't a comparable merger agreement have been gained years ago under more auspicious circumstances for the industrial union group? Matthew Josephson, in his biography of Sidney Hillman, 15 discloses that in October 1937 a committee representing the AFL and CIO met to discuss reunification. The principal demands of the CIO, he pointed out, were that the Federation declare its support hereafter of industrial unions for workers in certain specified industries, establish a CIO department that was to be autonomous within the AFL, reinstate the CIO unions with full rights, and work out and ratify this program at a joint convention of affiliates of both labor bodies. These demands of 1937 were included in essence in the agreement of 1955. But in 1937, when unity looked promising, the conference was blown up by John L. Lewis, who questioned the authority of the AFL committee to conclude an agreement. The terms of affiliation tentatively agreed upon, asserts Josephson, at a time when the CIO claimed the larger membership, might well have resulted in the industrial union faction becoming the preponderant force. But John L. Lewis was not too much concerned about unity in the year 1937. He was convinced that the CIO would absorb most of the AFL and elbow the remnant into a comber. Lewis spoke of a CIO movement of 20 to 30 million members. And it seemed, in 1937, that nothing could stop the phenomenal growth of the new unionism. At the time of the unity meeting with the AFL in October of that year, the CIO claimed 3,700,000 members to 3,400,000 for the AFL. Since the original group of unions constituting the C10 in 1936 included less than 1 million members, Lewis' optimism appeared more than justified. 15 Footnote by Carey, Sidney Hillman, Statesman of American Labor, 1952. 466. A beneficent split. The split of the C10 from the AFL involved far more than an academic disagreement over the relative merits of industrial versus craft unions. The forms of organization that suited the needs of the American working class in 1886 were hopelessly inadequate 50 years later. The advance of technology had outmoded the craft union in the mass production industries. Since the turn of the century, the industrial workers of the world, 1WW, had preached and organized industrial unions. The socialist and later the communist movement were vigorous advocates of the industrial form of organization. These efforts had great effect on the advanced elements in the mass production industries. But the leaders of the AFL remained unmoved. Neither argument nor experience convinced them. Preliminary skirmishes in the early 30s demonstrated over and over again that only the industrial form of organization combined with militant methods of struggle could successfully topple the hitherto impregnable citadels of the open shop in auto, steel, rubber, etc. But the old mossbacks ruling the AFL remained unmoved. They feared the influx of millions of mass production workers organized along industrial lines and had no heart to lead the kind of battles required to bring the arrogant and powerful lords of industry to terms. The more astute labor leaders, who participated in forming the CIO, repeatedly warned that unless the conservative union leadership took the initiative in promoting the industrial organization of workers in factory, mine, and mill, it would be done under more radical auspices. They were more in tune with the times. The industrial organization of the American mass production worker had been too long delayed. This invested the movement with an explosive character. The stock market crash heralded the depression which plunged the country into the profound social crisis that generated the pressure soon to erupt with volcanic force. The split in the AFL eliminated a formidable obstacle to the successful organization of the industrial unions of the CIO and gave tremendous impetus to union organization in general. In the true sense of the word, it was the most progressive union split in American labor history. In the relatively short period of 20 years, the American labor movement took a great leap forward, adding some 12 million members to its ranks, tremendously increasing its social weight in the nation and creating a potential force of incalculable power. The split in the AFL was an inevitable prerequisite to this advance. Another signal result of the split was the sharp break from AFL political policy which, following the line laid down by Samuel Gompers, had kept the 467 American workers politically atomized and impotent. The deep-going social crisis of the 30s was shaking the capitalist system to its foundation. Such labor leaders as Sidney Hillman of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Dubinsky of the Garment Workers, Zaritsky of the Cap and Millinery Workers, etc., looked upon the reform administration of Franklin D. Roosevelt as the only alternative to social revolution. Break from Gompers' policy. Heading unions composed largely of foreign-born workers with a strong socialist tradition, they were keenly sensitive to the radical mood of the workers. They set out deliberately to contain the turbulent militancy of the CIO within the capitalist two-party system. Hillman, the outstanding labor statesman of the period, had proclaimed the CW as the beginning of the real labor movement. By that he meant that organized labor in this country for the first time on a national scale was to engage not only in economic but in political action. But unlike the labor movement of Europe which functioned through its own political parties, Hillman and his colleagues gave a peculiar American twist to their creation which they named Labor's Nonpartisan League. Hillman's biographer explains that, the name Labor's Nonpartisan League was chosen to indicate, as Hillman explained later, that it was nonpartisan only in that it sought the support of the two wings of labor, but not at all with regard to the re-election of the New Deal president. To bolster the nonpartisan character of the League, George Berry of the AFL Printing Pressmen's Union, was designated chairman. Hillman's new approach to labor politics, his biographer points out, was motivated by the fact that many of the union members, especially in New York and Chicago, had grown up in the tradition of supporting the Socialist Party, and shunning our Tammany halls. What Hillman advocated now was a distinctly opportunistic approach. The new League, unlike Lafayette's Progressive Party of 1924, was to function mainly through one of the two major parties, and particularly the Democratic Party, in order to ensure Roosevelt's re-election. The object of the LNPL was to mobilize the labor vote for Roosevelt. The tremendous prestige of the CW was utilized by its leaders for this purpose. While doing so, the CW leaders disclaimed any support to the Democratic Party as such, thus keeping up the pretense of independent political action. Where necessary to corral the labor vote for Roosevelt, Hillman and his cohorts did not hesitate to go a step further. Matthew Josephson tells about the 468 decision of the CIO leaders to launch the American Labor Party in pivotal New York State as a local affiliate of LNPL. The thought was to channel the regular socialists into the Roosevelt camp. This was done in hasty fashion on July 16, 1936, principally on the initiative of Hillman, David Dubinsky of the Ladies' Garment Workers, and Alex Rose of the Millinery Workers. Joseph P. Ryan, the conservative leader of the International Longshoremen's Association, brought to the American Labor Party the support of the AFL's Central Trades and Labor Council of New York City, which he then headed, while George Meany also helped the new party through the AFL's state body. The new grouping included the right-wing faction of the Socialist Party in New York, but also enjoyed the support of Governor Herbert Lehman, A.A. Burley, and Mayor LaGuardia, all in all a remarkable amalgam of AFL and CIO unionists, as well as Republican fusionists, New Deal Democrats and Socialists. The remarkable amalgam that launched the ALP in New York City to garner the socialist vote for Roosevelt in 1936 was typical of the labor-liberal democratic coalition which, together with the Dixiecrat wing, kept the Democratic Party in power under Roosevelt and Truman until 1952. The CIO leaders, all established bureaucrats of long standing in their own unions, were determined to steer the new union movement into the channel of political class collaboration. None were prepared to carry through the logic of the class struggle from the economic to the political field. Instead of preaching reliance of the workers on their own organized strength, the new labor statesmen advocated increased reliance on the New Deal administration in Washington. They assiduously fostered the myth of Roosevelt as the great friend of labor in general and the CIO in particular. They built him up until he became the most influential leader in the labor movement, and Sidney Hillman became his right-hand man. All paid homage to Roosevelt, including the Stalinist lickspittles who were then in their People's Front period. All, that is, except the political maverick John L. Lewis after he had demanded payment from Roosevelt for labor's support, especially in the bloody Little Steel Strike of 1937, and was rebuffed by Roosevelt's callous plague on both your houses statement. The rift between Lewis and Roosevelt continued to widen thereafter until it led to an open break in 1939 and Lewis endorsed the Republican candidate Wendell Willkie in 1940. 469. Vying for Roosevelt's favor. The defeat suffered by the CIO in the Little Steel Strike was due primarily to the policy of depending on Roosevelt instead of on the militant methods of struggle devised by the workers in the course of their successful battles in auto, rubber, etc. Although a severe setback, it did not halt the forward momentum of the CIO. In the 2 years from its first conference in October 1935 to the Unity Conference of October 1937, it grew from the 900,000 members claimed by the original founding unions to 3,700,000. In the following 2 years only 400,000 members were added. The CRO lost its crusading spirit. The limited aims of its leaders had been largely accomplished. Both federations settled down to intensive competition, relying primarily on NLRB collective bargaining elections for new members, fighting and raiding each other's jurisdictions, and competing for the favor of the New Deal administration. As Leon Trotsky pointed out in his penetrating study, Trade Unions in the Epoch of Imperialist Decay, the struggle among the tops between the old federation and the new is reducible in large measure to the struggle for the sympathy and support of Roosevelt and his cabinet. 16. This contest between the labor leaders for the favor of the administration in Washington continued throughout the Roosevelt and Truman regimes and was even extended into the Eisenhower administration. It was this rivalry and the uncertainty over which would emerge as the dominant group that undoubtedly proved a great obstacle to the earlier unity negotiations. The odds seemed to favor the CIO. It was the more dynamic movement, it had greater attractive power, it had developed a more effective medium for political organization and action, it had a more progressive policy on social questions and greater appeal to minority workers, it appeared to have the inside track with the Roosevelt administration. The AFL buries Gompers. Another barrier to unification between the AFL and CIO, and not the least, was the prevailing difference over political policy. The CIO's decisive break from the Gompers policy of the AFL, which the establishment of LNPL signified, was no passing phase. The CRO leaders were irrevocably committed to the new policy. They were quick to see the advantage of maintaining the political fiction of 16. Footnote by Carey, see 4th International, February 1941. 470. Independence in garnering the labor vote for Roosevelt and the Democratic Party. They were also astute enough to discern the advantage of dealing with the regular Democratic Party machines which their organizational independence gave them. The AFL, on the other hand, persisted in maintaining the old policy. Where the CIO lined up solidly behind Roosevelt and the Democratic Party, the AFL continued to declare its neutrality as between the two capitalist parties. Their policy of no politics in the Union applied, of course, only to the rank and file. The leaders were in politics up to their ears. In national elections, Hutchison of the Carpenters regularly appeared as head of the Republican Labor Committee and Tobin of the Teamsters as head of the Democratic Labor Committee. The LNPL, on the other hand, as Hillman so carefully explained, was nonpartisan only in the sense that it sought to rally both wings of labor in support of Roosevelt and the Democratic Party, and not at all in the sense of being neutral in relation to the two capitalist parties. There could be no compromise on that score. It was not until the year after adoption of the Taft-Hartley Act that the AFL broke decisively with the Gompers policy by setting up their own version of the CIO Political Action Committee, which they dubbed Labour's League for Political Education. It was only in 1952 that the AFL for the first time officially endorsed by convention action a candidate for the presidency. That was the Democrat Adlai Stevenson. Even after that they went through one more experiment in nonpartisan politics by sanctioning the entry of Plumbers chief Martin Durkin into Eisenhower's millionaire cabinet as Secretary of Labor. The experiment turned out badly, as was inevitable. The AFL break with the Republican Party was signalized by Durkin's demonstrative resignation over the dispute on amending the Taft-Hartley Act. The Republican Party took power as the unabashed representative of big business after 20 years of the Labor-Democratic coalition. The Eisenhower administration could not make even those piddling concessions the top AFL bureaucrats asked as the price of their support, or at least neutrality. The experience destroyed any hope the AFL labor statesman might have had of weaning Eisenhower from his dependence on big business. An incidental consequence of the dispute was the disclosure that it was Sinclair Weeks, Secretary of Commerce and former head of two large corporations, who was making labor policy for Eisenhower's Millionaire Club. In an interview published in US News and World Report, April 9, 1954, Weeks summed up the administration's labor policy in a one-sentence reply to the question, "What are you really trying to do with all these, Taft-Hartley, amendments?" Answer by Weeks, "To make the labor union safe for democracy." 471. To make the labor union safe for democracy. That was the slogan under which the labor-hating cabal was pushing its union-smashing right-to-work laws through the legislatures of the various states. The lesson was not lost on the union leaders. In 1954 they went all out for the Democratic Party candidates. Collaboration between AFL and CIO political units was closer than ever before. Despite a few exceptions like the split in the California AFL where the majority supported the Republican candidate for governor, this was an indication that the unity negotiations then in progress had the best chance of completion since the split 20 years ago. The Taft-Hartley Act. There can be little doubt that the most compelling motive driving the two federations toward merger was politics. The tremendous growth of the unions following the split continued throughout the war. With the end of the world conflict, big business decided to test the mettle of the unions. In the strike movement of 1945–46, it became convinced that the organized employers could not stem the growing power of organized labor without the direct aid of the government. They seized the first opportunity after the 1946 elections to mobilize their friends in Washington for adoption of the anti-labor Taft-Hartley Act, which was jammed through Congress by a majority vote of Democrats as well as Republicans. The Taft-Hartley Act effectively halted the expansion of the trade unions. This was admitted by George Meany in an interview in US News and World Report, November 6, 1953. Q. Have your organizing efforts the last few years been as successful as they used to be? A. Oh, no. Q. What has impeded that? A. The Taft-Hartley Act. Q. Could you tell us just how that has happened? A. Well, because any employer who wants to resist organization and is willing to make his plant a battleground for that resistance can very effectively prevent organization of his employees. There's no question about that at all. Any employer who is willing to spend the money and the time and the effort can, under Taft-Hartley, resist organization indefinitely. Meany neglected to add that the same can be said about any employer wishing to rid himself of an established union. The labor leaders have expressed 472. Over and over again the fear that the employers will utilize the union-busting provisions of Taft-Hartley during an economic depression or at any time they consider favorable. Fear of Taft-Hartley was especially noticeable in the union press and at union conventions during the 1954 recession. It undoubtedly contributed greatly to the pressure for merger. Taft-Hartley practically froze union membership. It settled the question that was implicit from the beginning in the split, which would prevail. A labor commentator writing in Fortune magazine, April 1953, observed, "Us labor has lost the greatest dynamic any movement can have, a confidence that it is going to get bigger. Organized labor has probably passed its peak strength. Since 1946 the working population has expanded but union membership has remained stationary." In a report published a few years ago, the union leaders disclosed that an enormous amount of money and energy had been expended in raiding each other, but at the end the gains were balanced by the losses. It was their most effective argument for the AFL-CIO no-raiding pact that proved to be the prelude to the merger agreement. Under Eisenhower the Taft-Hartley Act has become even tougher, not through amendment but through administrative interpretation of its onerous provisions. In addition, under Taft-Hartley the various states responded to the go-ahead sign for adoption of restrictive labor legislation under the misnamed right-to-work laws. These measures have proved to be particularly harsh on the conservative AFL building trades unions. 17 states have already adopted such legislation, the latest being Utah, where a right-to-work law has been pushed through the state legislature and is now before the Republican governor for signature. The several attempts made recently on a state level to repeal such union-wrecking laws have failed. At its recent meeting in Miami, the AFL Executive Council admitted that there is little likelihood of getting these states to repeal their laws. They announced that they would concentrate on the national level to change the provision in the Taft-Hartley Act giving state right-to-work laws precedence over the federal statute. 12 of the 17 states having such laws are in the South. The labor reporter of the New York Times, writing from Miami on February 6, said there was not too much optimism about getting such a change through Congress, as AFL officials recognize that they can count on scant help from the dominant Southern Democratic bloc in getting rid of the right-to-work laws. The leading labor spokesmen agree that the unions are on the defensive, that the anti-labor legislative offensive of the employers has the unions backed up against the wall, that organized labor will have to fight on the political field if 473. It is to survive. We are never going to repeal the Taft-Hartley Act until we put into Congress men and women friendly to the ideals and principles of this great labor movement, George Meany declared in 1951. Similar declarations have been made on innumerable occasions by the top leaders of the AFL and CIO. Small wonder then that the first question reporters put to Meany and Ruther when they announced the merger agreement was, does the merger herald the formation of a national independent labor party sponsored by the United Organization representing over 15 million members? Both labor statesmen hastily and emphatically disclaimed any intention of sponsoring such a political party of labor. Their real political aims. But what then were the aims of the leaders who concluded the merger agreement? The diplomatic statement of aims issued over the signatures of Meany and Ruther is a compendium of meaningless generalities about service to the public, democratic ideals, building a better nation and a better world, etc., etc. What of the Taft-Hartley Act and the right-to-work laws which threaten the very existence of the unions? Both agreed that action on the political field was the only effective remedy. But what kind of political action? Meany answered the question in an article written for Fortune, March 1955, just before the merger agreement. I do not think the membership of the AFL is thinking now in terms of a national political party sponsored by labor. Yet if the action of the two major parties leaves us no alternative in our efforts to safeguard and raise the diving standards of the workers, labor will go as far as it must down that political road. If Meany in this way makes a concession to history, Ruther on the other hand maintained at the CIO convention last December that a party of labor was distinctly un-American. In this he stands to the right of such arch-conservative labor leaders as Dave Beck of the Teamsters, who, in a speech at a National Press Club luncheon, reported in the October 21, 1953, New York Times, declared, "Those who seek to put the chain of the Taft-Hartley Act and other anti-union legislation around labor, will live to see the day when American labor will follow England's anti-progress to political action." Whatever lip service this or that top labor bureaucrat may occasionally pay to the idea of building a labor party in order to frighten the Democrats or to 474. Soothe the feelings of union militants fed up with the capitalist parties, it is plain enough that the real political objective of the Meany-Ruther combination is a triple one. To shape the labor vote into a more cohesive and active bloc, capable of putting the Democratic Party back into the White House in 1956, to win a voice in Democratic machine politics, to gain as a payoff at least some concessions of New Deal coloration. Clearly, insofar as the top bureaucracy wields political control over the rank and file, the labor movement is in for another experience of coalition politics with the Democrats. What fruits can be expected in the event of victory can be gauged pretty well from 1948. The Truman election was proclaimed as the greatest of all labor victories. The CW leaders even split the organization by expelling the so-called communist-controlled unions so as not to embarrass the Truman administration, then deep in its Cold War adventure. Yet they got neither repeal of Taft-Hartley nor amendment of its worst provisions. All they succeeded in doing was to pave the way for the Eisenhower victory in 1952. The political course of Meany and Ruther has even more ominous implications when fitted into the drive of American imperialism toward a Third World War. They have already signified their willingness, even eagerness, to act as traveling representatives of the State Department in meeting criticisms and objections abroad to Wall Street's global moves and aims, especially objections that take the form of working-class revolutions and colonial uprisings. That means, of course, a similar perfidious role at home. The top AFL and CIO bureaucrats hope to make big political gains through the Democratic Party. Their own illusions play a role in this, but more important is their function as labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. This impels them again and again to try to prevent the American working class from taking the road to independent political action. The need to form a cohesive labor bloc, organized for electioneering on a precinct level, in order to wield greater influence in the democratic machine, is, however, not without its political dangers to the AFL-CIO top bureaucrats. The logic of their own course can take them much farther than they expect. In addition, a united labor movement can bring to the rank and file a new realization of the strength of the American labor movement and a new growth of self-confidence. The consequences of this can shake the whole structure of American politics. The narrow, limited aims and objectives of those who support, defend, or engage in apologetics for an outlived social system do not determine the course of history. When objective necessity required more effective forms of organization, the American working class smashed fall barriers and the CIO appeared. 475. Today the American working class has gone about as far as it can within the limits of the policy, leadership, and organizational forms so far developed. Objective necessity has now posed before the American workers the need to organize their own political party. How soon this need will find organized expression on a mass scale cannot be foretold, but one thing is certain: when the American workers lose patience with the timid, conservative, class collaborationist, coalition politics of the Meanys and the Ruthers, as they surely will under the impact of a crisis like the one that gave birth to the AFL 70 years ago or the one that gave us the CIO 20 years ago, the result will be a major political explosion. 15 million organized workers represent a potential power of irresistible magnitude. Armed with the correct program and able leadership, nothing can stop them from fulfilling their historic destiny. 476. 7. Socialism and Democracy, 1957. James P. Cannon. Comrades, I am glad to be here with you today, and to accept your invitation to speak on Socialism and Democracy 17. It is a most timely subject, and in the discussion of socialist regroupment it takes first place. Before we can make real headway in the discussion of other important parts of the program, we have to find agreement on what we mean by socialism and what we mean by democracy, and how they are related to each other, and what we are going to say to the American workers about them. Strange as it may seem, an agreement on these two simple, elementary points, as experience has already demonstrated, will not be arrived at easily. the confusion and demoralization created by Stalinism, and the successful exploitation of this confusion by the ruling capitalists of this country and all their agents and apologists, still hang heavily over all sections of the workers' movement. We have to recognize that, even in the ranks of people who call themselves socialists, we encounter a wide variety of understandings and misunderstandings about the real meaning of those simple terms, socialism and democracy. And in the great ranks of the American working class, the fog of misunderstanding and confusion is even thicker. All this makes the clarification of these questions a problem of burning importance and immediacy. In fact, it is first on the agenda in all circles of the radical movement. The widespread misunderstanding and confusion about socialism and democracy has profound causes. These causes must be frankly stated and examined before they can be removed. And we must undertake to remove them, if we are to try in earnest to get to the root of the problem. Shakespeare's Mark Antony reminded us that evil quite often outlives its authors. That is true in the present case also. Stalin is dead, but the crippling influence of Stalinism on the minds of a whole generation of people who considered themselves socialists or communists lives after Stalin. This is testified to most eloquently by those members and fellow travelers of the Communist Party who have formally disavowed Stalinism since the 20th Congress, while retaining some of its most perverted conceptions and definitions. Socialism, in the old days that I can recall, was often called the society of the free and equal, and democracy was defined as the rule of the people. These simple definitions still ring true to me, as they did when I first heard them many years ago. But in later years we have heard different definitions which are far less attractive. These same people whom I have mentioned, leaders of the Communist Party and fellow travelers who have sworn off Stalin without really changing any of the Stalinist ideas they assimilated, still blandly describe the state of affairs in the Soviet Union, with all its most exaggerated social and economic inequality, ruled over by the barbarous dictatorship of a privileged minority, as a form of socialism. And they still manage to say, with straight faces, that the hideous police regimes in the satellite countries, propped up by Russian military force, are some kind of people's democracies. When such people say it would be a fine idea for all of us to get together in the struggle for socialism and democracy, it seems to me it would be appropriate to ask them, by way of preliminary inquiry, just what do you mean by socialism, and what do you mean by democracy? Do you mean what Marx and Engels and Lenin said? Or do you mean what Stalin did? They are not the same thing as can be easily proved, and it is necessary to choose between one set of definitions and the other. This confusion of terminology has recently been illustrated by an article of Howard Fast, the well-known writer, who was once awarded the Stalin Prize. For a long time Fast supported what he called socialism in the Soviet Union, with his eyes shut. And then Khrushchev's speech at the 20th Congress, and other revelations following that, opened Fast's eyes, and he doesn't like what he sees. That is to his credit. But he still calls it socialism. In an article in Masses and Mainstream he describes what he had found out about this peculiar socialism that had prevailed in the Soviet Union under Stalin and still prevails under Stalin's successors. This is what Howard Fast said. In Russia, we have socialism without democracy. We have socialism without trial by jury, habeas corpus or, protection against the abuse of confession by torture. We have socialism without civil liberty. We have socialism without public avenues of protest. We have socialism without equality for minorities. We have socialism without any right of free artistic creation. In so many words, we have socialism without morality. 478. These are the words of Howard Fast. I agree with everything he says there, except the preface he gives to all his qualifications, that we have socialism without this and that, we have socialism without any of the features that a socialist society was supposed to have in the conceptions of the movement before Stalinism. It is as though Fast has discovered different varieties of socialism. Like mushrooms. You go out and pick the right kind and you can cook a tasty dish. but if you gather up the kind commonly known as toadstools and call them mushrooms, you will poison yourself. Stalinist socialism is about as close to the real thing as a toadstool is to an edible mushroom. Now, of course, the Stalinists and their apologists have not created all the confusion in this country about the meaning of socialism, at least not directly. At every step for 30 years, the Stalinist work of befuddlement and demoralization, of debasing words into their opposite meanings, has been supported by reciprocal action of the same kind by the ruling capitalists and their apologists. They have never failed to take the Stalinists at their word, and to point to the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union, with all of its horrors, and to say, that is socialism. The American way of life is better. It is these people who have given us, as their contribution to sowing confusion in the minds of people, the delightful definition of the capitalist sector of the globe, where the many toil in poverty for the benefit of the few, as the free world. And they describe the United States, where the workers have a right to vote every 4 years, if they don't move around too much, but have no say about the control of the shop and the factory, where all the means of mass information and communication are monopolized by a few. They describe all that as the ideal democracy, for which the workers should gladly fight and die. It is true that Stalinism has been the primary cause of the demoralization of a whole generation of American radical workers. There is no question of that. But the role of Stalinism in prejudicing the great American working class against socialism, and inducing them to accept the counterfeit democracy of American capitalism as the lesser evil, has been mainly indirect. The active role in this miseducation and befuddlement has been played by the American ruling minority, through all their monopolized means of communication and information. They have cynically accepted the Stalinist definition and have obligingly advertised the Soviet Union, with its grinding poverty and glaring inequality, with its ubiquitous police terror, frame UPS, mass murders and slave labor camps, as a socialist order of society. They have utilized the crimes of Stalinism to prejudice the American workers against the very name of socialism. And worst of all, comrades, we have to recognize that this campaign has been widely successful, and that we have to pay for it. We cannot build a strong socialist 479 movement in this country until we overcome this confusion in the minds of the American workers about the real meaning of socialism. This game of confusing and misrepresenting has been facilitated for the capitalists and aided to a considerable extent by the Social Democrats and the labor bureaucracy, who are themselves privileged beneficiaries of the American system, and who give a socialist and labor coloring to the defense of American democracy. In addition to all that, we have to recognize that in this country, more than any other in the world, the tremendous pressures of imperialist prosperity and power and the witch hunt persecution have deeply affected the thinking of many people who call themselves radicals or ex-radicals. These powerful pressures have brought many of them to a reconciliation with capitalist society and to the defense of capitalist democracy, if not as a paradise, at least as a lesser evil and the best that can be hoped for. There is no doubt that this drumfire of bourgeois propaganda, supplemented by the universal revulsion against Stalinism, has profoundly affected the sentiments of the American working class, including the bulk of its most progressive and militant and potentially revolutionary sectors. After all that has happened in the past quarter of a century, the American workers have become more acutely sensitive than ever before to the value and importance of democratic rights. That, in my opinion, is the progressive side of their reaction, which we should fully share. The horrors of fascism, as they were revealed in the 30s, and which were never dreamed of by the socialists in the old days, and the no less monstrous crimes of Stalinism, which became public knowledge later, all this has inspired a fear and hatred of any kind of dictatorship in the minds of the American working class. And to the extent that the Stalinist dictatorship in Russia has been identified with the name of socialism, and that this identification has been taken as a matter of course, the American workers have been prejudiced against socialism. That's the bitter truth, and it must be looked straight in the face. This barrier to the expansion and development of the American socialist movement will not be overcome, and even a regroupment of the woefully limited forces of those who at present consider themselves socialists will yield but little fruit, unless and until we find a way to break down this misunderstanding and prejudice against socialism, and convince at least the more advanced American workers that we socialists are the most aggressive and consistent advocates of democracy in all fields, and that, in fact, we are completely devoted to the idea that socialism cannot be realized otherwise than by democracy. The socialist movement in America will not advance again significantly until it regains the initiative and takes the offensive against capitalism and all its agents in the labor movement precisely on the issue of democracy. What is 480 needed is not a propaganda device or trick, but a formulation of the issue as it really stands, and, indeed, as it has always stood with real socialists ever since the Modem movement was first proclaimed 109 years ago. For this counter-offensive against bourgeois propaganda we do not need to look for new formulations. Our task, as socialists living and fighting in this day and hour, is simply to restate what socialism and democracy meant to the founders of our movement, and to all the authentic disciples who followed them, to bring their formulations up to date and apply them to present conditions in the United States. This restatement of basic aims and principles cannot wait. It is, in fact, the burning necessity of the hour. There is no room for misunderstanding among us as to what such a restatement of our position means and requires. It requires a clean break with all Stalinist and social democratic perversions and distortions of the real meaning of socialism and democracy and their relation to each other, and a return to the original formulations and definitions. Nothing short of this will do. The authentic socialist movement, as it was conceived by its founders and as it has developed over the past century, has been the most democratic movement in all history. No formulation of this question can improve on the classic statement of the Communist Manifesto, with which modern scientific socialism was proclaimed to the world in 1848. The Communist Manifesto said, all previous historical movements were movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. The authors of the Communist Manifesto link socialism and democracy together as end and means. The self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority cannot be anything else but democratic, if we understand by democracy the rule of the people, the majority. The Stalinist claim, that the task of reconstructing society on a socialist basis can be farmed out to a privileged and uncontrolled bureaucracy, while the workers remain without voice or vote in the process, is just as foreign to the thoughts of Marx and Engels, and of all their true disciples, as the reformist idea that socialism can be handed down to the workers by degrees by the capitalists who exploit them. All such fantastic conceptions were answered in advance by the reiterated statement of Marx and Engels that the emancipation of the working class is the task of the workers themselves. That is the language of Marx and Engels, the task of the workers themselves. That was just another way of saying, as they said explicitly many times, that the socialist reorganization of society requires a workers' revolution. Such a revolution is unthinkable without the active PAR. 481. Participation of the majority of the working class, which is itself the big majority of the population. Nothing could be more democratic than that. Moreover, the great teachers did not limit the democratic action of the working class to the overthrow of bourgeois supremacy. They defined democracy as the form of governmental rule in the transition period between capitalism and socialism. It is explicitly stated in the Communist Manifesto, and I wonder how many people have forgotten this in recent years. The first step, said the manifesto, in the revolution by the working class, is to raise the proletariat to the position of ruling class, to win the battle of democracy. That is the way Marx and Engels formulated the first aim of the revolution, to make the workers the ruling class, to establish democracy, which, in their view, is the same thing. From this precise formulation it is clear that Marx and Engels did not consider the limited, formal democracy under capitalism, which screens the exploitation and the rule of the great majority by the few, as real democracy. In order to have real democracy, the workers must become the ruling class. Only the revolution that replaces the class rule of the capitalists by the class rule of the workers can really establish democracy, not in fiction, but in fact. So said Marx and Engels. They never taught that the simple nationalization of the forces of production signified the establishment of socialism. That's not stated by Marx and Engels anywhere. Nationalization only lays the economic foundations for the transition to socialism. Still less could they have sanctioned, even if they had been able to imagine, the monstrous idea that socialism could be realized without freedom and without equality, that nationalized production and planned economy, controlled by a ruthless police dictatorship, complete with prisons, torture chambers, and forced labor camps, could be designated as a socialist society. That unspeakable perversion and contradiction of terms belongs to the Stalinists and their apologists. All the great Marxists defined socialism as a classless society, with abundance, freedom, and equality for all, a society in which there would be no state, not even a democratic workers' state, to say nothing of a state in the monstrous form of a bureaucratic dictatorship of a privileged minority. The Soviet Union today is a transitional order of society, in which the bureaucratic dictatorship of a privileged minority, far from serving as the agency to bridge the transition to socialism, stands as an obstacle to harmonious development in that direction. In the view of Marx and Engels, and of Lenin and Trotsky who came after them, the transition from capitalism to the classless society of socialism could only be carried out by an ever-expanding democracy, involving the masses of the workers more and more in all phases of social life, by direct participation and control. 482. And, in the course of further progressive development in all fields, as Lenin expressed it, even this democracy, this workers' democracy, as a form of class rule, will outlive itself. Lenin said, democracy will gradually change and become a habit, and finally wither away, since democracy itself, properly understood, is a form of state, that is, an instrument of class rule, for which there will be no need and no place in the classless socialist society. Forecasting the socialist future, the Communist Manifesto said, in place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association. Mark that, an association, not a state, an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. Trotsky said the same thing in other words when he spoke of socialism as a pure and limpid social system which is accommodated to the self-government of the toilers, and uninterrupted growth of universal equality, all-sided flowering of human personality, unselfish, honest, and human relations between human beings. The bloody abomination of Stalinism cannot be passed off as a substitute for this picture of the socialist future and the democratic transition period leading up to it, as it was drawn by the great Marxists. And I say we will not put the socialist movement of this country on the right track and restore its rightful appeal to the best sentiments of the working class of this country and above all to the young, until we begin to call socialism by its right name as the great teachers did. Until we make it clear that we stand for an ever-expanding workers' democracy as the only road to socialism. Until we root out every vestige of Stalinist perversion and corruption of the meaning of socialism and democracy, and restate the thoughts and formulations of the authentic Marxist teachers. But the Stalinist definitions of socialism and democracy are not the only perversions that have to be rejected before we can find a sound basis for the regroupment of socialist forces in the United States. The definitions of the social democrats of all hues and gradations are just as false. And in this country they are a still more formidable obstacle because they have deeper roots, and they are tolerantly nourished by the ruling class itself. The liberals, the social democrats and the bureaucratic bosses of the American trade unions are red-hot supporters of democracy. At least, that is what they say. And they strive to herd the workers into the imperialist war camp under the general slogan of democracy versus dictatorship. That is their slippery and consciously deceptive substitute for the real irrepressible conflict of our age, the conflict between capitalism and socialism. They speak of democracy as something that stands by itself above the classes and the class struggle, and not as the form of rule of one class over another. 483. Lenin put his finger on this misrepresentation of reality in his polemic against Trotsky. Lenin said, "A liberal naturally speaks of democracy in general, but a Marxist will never forget to ask, for what class? Everyone knows, for instance, and Trotsky the historian knows it too, that rebellions, or even strong ferment, among the slaves in antiquity at once revealed the fact that the state of antiquity was essentially a dictatorship of the slave owners. Did this dictatorship abolish democracy among, and for, the slave owners? Everybody knows that it did not. Capitalism, under any kind of government, whether bourgeois democracy or fascism or a military police state, under any kind of government, capitalism is a system of minority rule, and the principal beneficiaries of capitalist democracy are the small minority of exploiting capitalists, scarcely less so than the slave owners of ancient times were the actual rulers and the real beneficiaries of the Athenian democracy. To be sure, the workers in the United States have a right to vote periodically for one of two sets of candidates selected for them by the two capitalist parties. And if they can dodge the witch hunters, they can exercise the right of free speech and free press. But this formal right of free speech and free press is outweighed rather heavily by the inconvenient circumstance that the small capitalist minority happens to enjoy a complete monopoly of ownership and control of all the big presses, and of television and radio, and of all other means of communication and information. We who oppose the capitalist regime have a right to nominate our own candidates, if we're not arrested under the Smith Act before we get to the city clerk's office, and if we can comply with the laws that deliberately restrict the rights of minority parties. That is easier said than done in this country of democratic capitalism. In one state after another, no matter how many petitions you circulate, you can't comply with the regulations and you can't get on the ballot. This is the state of affairs in California, Ohio, Illinois, and an increasing number of other states. And if you succeed in complying with all the technicalities, as we did last year in New York, they just simply rule you out anyhow if it is not convenient to have a minority party on the ballot. But outside of all these and other difficulties and restrictions, we have free elections and full democracy. It is true that the Negro people in the United States, 94 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, are still fighting for the right to vote in the South, and for the right to take a vacant seat on a public bus, or to send their children to 484. A tax-supported public school, and things of that kind, which you may call restrictions of democracy in the United States. But even so, with all that, a little democracy is better than none. We socialists have never denied that. And after the experiences of fascism and McCarthyism, and of military and police dictatorships in many parts of the world, and of the horrors of Stalinism, we have all the more reason to value every democratic provision for the protection of human rights and human dignity, to fight for more democracy, not less. Socialists should not argue with the American worker when he says he wants democracy and doesn't want to be ruled by a dictatorship. Rather, we should recognize that his demand for human rights and democratic guarantees, now and in the future, is in itself progressive. The socialist task is not to deny democracy, but to expand it and make it more complete. That is the true socialist tradition. The Marxists, throughout the century-long history of our movement, have always valued and defended bourgeois democratic rights, restricted as they were, and have utilized them for the education and organization of the workers in the struggle to establish full democracy by abolishing the capitalist rule altogether. The right of union organization is a precious right, a democratic right, but it was not given to the workers in the United States. It took the mighty and irresistible labor upheaval of the 30s, culminating in the great sit-down strikes, a semi-revolution of the American workers, to establish in reality the right of union organization in mass production industry. And yet today, I am still speaking under the heading of democracy, 20 years after the sit-down strikes firmly established the Auto Workers Union. The automobile industry is still privately owned and ruled by a dictatorship of financial sharks. The auto workers have neither voice nor vote in the management of the industry which they have created, nor in regulating the speed of the assembly line which consumes their lives. Full control of production in auto and steel and everywhere, according to the specific terms of the union contract, is still the exclusive prerogative of management, that is, of the absentee owners, who contribute nothing to the production of automobiles or steel or anything else. What's democratic about that? The claim that we have an almost perfect democracy in this country doesn't stand up against the fact that the workers have no democratic rights in industry at all, as far as regulating production is concerned, that these rights are exclusively reserved for the parasitic owners, who never see the inside of a factory. In the old days, the agitators of the Socialist Party and the IWW, who were real Democrats, used to give a shorthand definition of socialism as industrial. 485. Democracy. I don't know how many of you have heard that. It was a common expression, industrial democracy, the extension of democracy to industry, the democratic control of industry by the workers themselves, with private ownership eliminated. That socialist demand for real democracy was taken for granted in the time of Debs and Haywood, when the American socialist movement was still young and uncorrupted. You never hear a Democratic labor leader say anything like that today. The defense of democracy by the Social Democrats and the labor bureaucrats always turns out in practice to be a defense of democratic capitalism, or as Beck and MacDonald call it, people's capitalism. And I admit they have a certain stake in it, and a certain justification for defending it, as far as their personal interests are concerned. And always, in time of crisis, these labor leaders, who talk about democracy all the time, as against dictatorship in the socialist countries, as they call them, easily excuse and defend all kinds of violations of even this limited bourgeois democracy. They are far more tolerant of lapses from the formal rules of democracy by the capitalists than by the workers. They demand that the class struggle of the workers against the exploiters be conducted by the formal rules of bourgeois democracy, at all stages of its development, up to and including the stage of social transformation and the defense of the new society against attempts at capitalist restoration. They say it has to be strictly democratic all the way. No emergency measures are tolerated, everything must be strictly and formally democratic according to the rules laid down by the capitalist minority. They bum incense to democracy as an immutable principle, an abstraction standing above the social antagonisms. But when the capitalist class, in its struggle for self-preservation, cuts comers around its own professed democratic principles, the liberals, the social democrats and the labor skates have a way of winking, or looking the other way, or finding excuses for it. For example, they do not protest when the American imperialists wage war according to the rules of war, which are not quite the same thing as the rules of democracy. When the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the most abominable atrocity in all history, the bombing of a defenseless civilian population and the wiping out of whole cities of men, women, and children, the best these liberals, labor fakers, and social democratic defenders of American democracy could offer was the plaintive bleat of Norman Thomas. You know, he was supporting the war, naturally, being a social democrat. But Norman Thomas rose up after Nagasaki and Hiroshima were wiped off the face of the earth and said the bombs should not have been dropped without warning. The others said nothing. 486. These professional Democrats have no objection to the authoritarian rule of the military forces of the capitalist state, which deprives the rank-and-file soldiers of all democratic rights in life and death matters, including the right to elect their own officers. The dictatorial rule of MacArthur in Japan, who acted as a tsar over a whole conquered country, was never questioned by these professional opponents of all other dictators. They are against the dictators in the Kremlin, but the dictator in Japan, that was a horse of another color. All that, you see, concerns war, and nothing, not even the sacred principles of democracy, can be allowed to stand in the way of the victory of the American imperialists in the war and the cinching up of the victory afterward in the occupation. But in the class struggle of the workers against the capitalists to transform society, which is the fiercest war of all, and in the transition period after the victory of the workers, the professional Democrats demand that the formal rules of bourgeois democracy, as defined by the minority of exploiters, be scrupulously observed at every step. No emergency measures are allowed. By these different responses in different situations of a class nature, the professional Democrats simply show that their class bias determines their judgment in each case, and show at the same time that their professed devotion to the rules of formal democracy, at all times and under all conditions, is a fraud. And when it comes to the administration of workers' organizations under their control, the Social Democrats and the reformist labor leaders pay very little respect to their own professed democratic principles. The trade unions in the United States today, as you all know, are administered and controlled by little cliques of richly privileged bureaucrats, who use the union machinery, and the union funds, and a private army of goon squads, and, whenever necessary, the help of the employers and the government, to keep their own party in control of the unions, and to suppress and beat down any attempt of the rank and file to form an opposition party to put up an opposition slate. And yet, without freedom of association and organization, without the right to form groups and parties of different tendencies, there is and can be no real democracy anywhere. In practice, the American labor bureaucrats, who piously demand democracy in the one-party totalitarian domain of Stalinism, come as close as they can to maintaining a total one-party rule in their own domain. Kipling said, "The Colonel's Lady and Judy O'Grady are sisters under the skin." The Stalinist bureaucrats in Russia and the trade union bureaucrats in the United States are not sisters, but they are much more alike than different. They are essentially of the same breed, a privileged caste dominated above all by motives of self-benefit and self-preservation at the expense of the workers and against the workers. 487. The privileged bureaucratic caste everywhere is the most formidable obstacle to democracy and socialism. The struggle of the working class in both sections of the now divided world has become, in the most profound meaning of the term, a struggle against the usurping privileged bureaucracy. In the Soviet Union, it is a struggle to restore the genuine workers' democracy established by the Revolution of 1917. Workers' democracy has become a burning necessity to assure the harmonious transition to socialism. That is the meaning of the political revolution against the bureaucracy now developing throughout the whole Soviet sphere, which every socialist worthy of the name unreservedly supports. There is no sense in talking about regroupment with people who don't agree on that, on defense and support of the Soviet workers against the Soviet bureaucrats. In the United States, the struggle for workers' democracy is preeminently a struggle of the rank and file to gain democratic control of their own organizations. That is the necessary condition to prepare the final struggle to abolish capitalism and establish democracy in the country as a whole. No party in this country has a right to call itself socialist unless it stands foursquare for the rank-and-file workers of the United States against the bureaucrats. In my opinion, effective and principled regroupment of socialist forces requires full agreement on these 2 points. That is the necessary starting point. Capitalism does not survive as a social system by its own strength, but by its influence within the workers' movement, reflected and expressed by the labor aristocracy and the bureaucracy. So the fight for workers' democracy is inseparable from the fight for socialism, and is the condition for its victory. Workers' democracy is the only road to socialism, here in the United States and everywhere else, all the way from Moscow to Los Angeles, and from here to Budapest. Confrontations internal and international. Brian Palmer. The 1940s and 1950s were trying times for Trotskyists in the United States. Jailed by the state, reviled by all and sundry, the liberal mainstream, trade union officialdoms, and orthodox communists in the Stalinist Communist Party, USA, able to win over only a fragment of the American working class, and facing the challenges of the Cold War and McCarthyism, Trotskyists in the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, lived through the immediate post-World War II years on the razor's edge of apparent irrelevancy, all the while committed to the prospects of revolution in the most advanced capitalist nation on earth. The challenges posed by the context of the period 1945 to 55 were unlike any others the revolutionary left had ever faced. On the one hand, there were indications of advances for the international communist movement, including the rupture between the Kremlin and the Communist Party of Yugoslavia in 1948 and the victory of the Chinese Communist Party over the reactionary regime of Chiang Kai-shek in 1949. The former development, accompanied by the creation of workers' councils, the democratization of whole realms of cultural, political, and economic life, and the beginnings of workers' management of socialized enterprise, heralded new possibilities and raised decisively the possibility of a workers' state refusing to subordinate its interests to the Soviet bureaucracy, raising the possibility of a struggle against the deformations long associated with Stalinism. The latter coming to power of Mao Zedong was a world historic event that placed a significant sector of the world's population under the crimson banner of socialism. On the other hand, both of these revolutionary developments had unfolded in ways that Trotskyists understood contained immense contradictions, and neither would offer much, if any, breathing room to the ideas and advocates of the historic left opposition. There were other contradictory challenges as well. The United States was now the capitalist world's undisputed political leader and economic pace-setter, emerging from the ravages of World War II relatively unscathed, hegemonic in the international spheres of production, finance, and ideology. Armed with the destructive might of nuclear weapons, the US now called the shots globally, and was assuming its Cold War role as the preeminent imperialist power, keen to police communism on a world scale, as would be evident in its military intervention in the Korean War, 1950-53. As the American Socialist Workers' Party had learned with the 1941 Smith Act trial, the ruling apparatus of the United States was also not shy in utilizing outright repression to tame revolutionary oppositionists within its borders. The fight of liberal democracy notwithstanding, the political climate of the post-World War II period would be anything but tolerant of homegrown dissidents, as the rise of McCarthyism in the late 1940s and 1950s would indicate. Three developments such as these, international and national, tested the revolutionary mettle of Trotskyists. In the United States, the SWP approached the 1950s with a resolve that accented an optimism of the will in the face of the intellectual pessimism the times often conditioned. Fresh from jail, James Cannon and others in the leadership of the SWP drafted the Theses on the American Revolution. This document exuded an overly optimistic, at times otherworldly, confidence in the revolutionary capacities of the US working class, declaring defiantly that the workers' struggle for power is not a perspective of a distant and hazy future but the realistic program of our epoch. Insistent that the world revolution would follow a course charted in global capitalism's mainstay, the United States, Cannon and his comrades saw the American Revolution, with its 100-fold greater power, as following in the footsteps of Russia's 1917, setting in motion revolutionary forces that will change the face of our planet. The whole Western Hemisphere will quickly be consolidated into the socialist United States of North, Central, and South America. Dedicated to maintaining a party of revolutionary commitment against the political odds that worked to undermine this difficult project, Cannon was resolute in his understanding that the kind of party that could build the possibility of an alternative to capitalist America had to remain steeled in the tradition of Lenin and Trotsky, remaining distinct and separate from the Stalinist counter-revolutionary forces that had exercised such a debilitating defeatist impact on the class struggles of the 1930s and 1940s. The SWP was this party. Its program has been hammered out in ideological battles and successfully developed against every kind of revisionist assault upon it. The fundamental core of a professional leadership has been assembled and trained in the irreconcilable spirit of the combat party of the revolution. These were the ideas that permeated two of Cannon's pamphlet writings of the late 1940s, American Stalinism, Andante Stalinism, 194-7, and The Coming American Revolution, 1947. 4. Diverging perspectives. If such ideas seem, in retrospect, out of touch with the Cold War realities of the United States in the late 1940s and 1950s, Their tone was set by Cannon and his comrades having weathered the storm of state repression, the SWP making substantial gains in the immediate post-war period. Membership rebounded to roughly 1,500 in 1946, reaching the somewhat inflated levels achieved in 1938, at the height of entryist recruitment from the Socialist Party, and rising significantly from the decline to about 650 in 1942, a consequence of wartime retreats and repression. For the first time, the SWP appeared poised to draw significant numbers of African Americans to the banner of dissident communism, with black militants joining the party, writing for the militant, and making cause with white comrades in the civil rights struggles of the late 1940s. As the United States seethed with industrial discontent in 1946, strike levels surpassing those of the epic year of Congress of Industrial Organization-led conflicts in 1937, and the numbers of strikers involved rising almost 30% from that earlier year of momentous mobilizations, the tempo of class struggle seemed to be quickening. Cannon and other SWP leaders, enthused by the presence Trotskyists had established in industrial sectors such as auto, maritime, steel, rubber, and aircraft, could perhaps be excused for thinking the prospects for revolutionary advances more than bright in 1946. There were, of course, rumblings of discontent within the SWP that manifested itself in criticisms of Cannon and shortcomings in the American Trotskyist leadership's approach to the prospects of revolution, not only in the United States, but also in Europe. This had been central to the factional reckoning of the SWP with a small but significant minority associated with Albert Goldman. 491. Felix Marot, and Jean van Heijenoort, addressed earlier in this volume. 6. But in the mid-194s, Cannon and the SWP leadership had the unambiguous support of a leading figure in the Fourth International's French section, Michel Pablo, Michelis N. Raptis, and could rally important proletarian organizers and wide-ranging thinkers among the Trotskyist ranks, such as Bert Cochran, E.R. Frank. 7. Things changed dramatically by the end of the 1940s and by the time of the Third World Congress of the Fourth International, held in 1951, there were signs of differentiation among the forces of world Trotskyism. Central to these tensions that would erupt into major confrontations and political division, manifesting themselves in a fractured Fourth International and a significant factional challenge to the continuity of revolutionary politics pursued by the SWP in the United States, was the political character and potential significance of Stalinism in global developments during a period of relative quietude and retreat on the part of dissident communism in the developed, advanced capitalist nations and new uprisings of national liberation and anti-colonial struggle in the developing, so-called Third World. Pablo's rise up the international ladder of the European Secretariat of the Fourth International was an expression of how war, fascist counter-revolution, and Stalinist calumny and worse decimated the ranks of the left opposition in a European theater where, by 1943-45, Cotter tested in the practice of Trotskyist politics were all but non-existent. Into the vacuum stepped Pablo, an able underground organizer whose practical skills secured him a place of prominence in the fragile European Secretariat, but who had few demonstrable abilities as a public political leader or original programmatic/theoretical contributor to Marxism. He was buttressed by figures like Belgium's Ernest Mondale, Germain, whose loyalties and commitments to Trotskyism were unquestioned, but whose willingness to temporize in the interests of preserving unity at all costs would prove costly in the 1946-53 period and for decades thereafter. 8. The European Trotskyist movement was so starved for leadership in the 1940s that even Pierre Franck, prominent in the discredited group aligned with the mercurial adventurer, Raymond Moliner, a longtime supporter of Trotsky with whom 492. The international leader of the left opposition finally broke in 1935, rose to prominence in the French section of the Fourth International during the post-war period, in spite of having been expelled in 1938. 9. Cannon and the SWP played a specific American role in these developments, largely as abstentionists. As arguably the strongest national section of the Fourth International, the Socialist Workers' Party had a particular responsibility, after the Stalinist assassination of Trotsky in 1940, to guide the global forces of Trotskyism, especially given that, in the Europe of World War II, fascist-occupied countries were inhospitable, to say the least, climates for the left opposition. But the canon leadership of the SWP was beleaguered during this same period, battling state repression that included not only the Smith Act trials, but also the passage of the Voorhis Act, 1940, which constrained the international activity of United States revolutionary organizations. There were ways in which the SWP embraced internationalism, to be sure, and Trotskyists in the United States were, of course, addressing international questions such as the nature of the European revolutionary movement, on all kinds of levels. But on the whole, the SWP leadership of the World War II years, inhibited by its peculiar American circumstances, opted for the kind of isolationism that allowed its leading cadre to survive their particular trials, which were not inconsiderable. With the cessation of hostilities and the tumultuous developments of the post-war period, this isolationism was actually deepened in the buoyant optimism of the American theses and canon's confidence that the economistic struggles of the working class of the United States could be translated, through the SWP, into a coming American Revolution. This conditioned a certain retreat into the somewhat complacent sensibility that the permanent revolution would be realized through building the American Revolution first and foremost. All of this nurtured an inward-looking SWP at the very juncture that a more internationalist orientation was demanded. Forces like Goldman-Morrow were thus not incorrect to question the SWP's analytic overestimation of the prospects for revolutionary breakthroughs, but they then turned a legitimate skepticism in the direction of limiting fundamental Trotskyist positions, something that the majority of the SWP had no taste for amid the seeming advances of 1946. The ease with which Goldman-Morrow were dispatched, however, combined with Cannon's long-standing proclivity to majoritarian intransigence and the inclination to resolve political issues through organizational methods, for which he had been fraternally chastised by Trotsky as early as 1933, meant that the fundamental challenges raised within the SWP during the war crisis were likely to resurface in later years. They did so with a vengeance in the early 1950s, the factional situation confronting the SWP being both national and international. The optimism of the will expressed in the American theses was, in some senses, reproduced in the International Secretariat, with Mondale authoring a 1946 article on the first phase of the European Revolution. 11. This orientation, lacking in a sober assessment of the realities of the political economy of wartime Europe and its exhausted proletariat, invested a great deal in the potential of the post-war moment, but did so, as did similar SWP statements, without conceding any ground in the long-standing Trotskyist understanding that Stalinism would, in any revolutionary upsurge, function as a brake on proletarian insurgency and possible breakthroughs into socialism. It did not take long for this reasoned orientation to atrophy in a one-sided repudiation of what had emerged within Europe as a degenerated workers' state wrestled with an aggressive capitalist imperialist. Opening forays into theorizing the meaning of those buffer states created in the post-war redivision of Europe tended toward a denial that the consequences of Red Army victories could register in ways that were anything but categorically state capitalist. Cochrane, E.R. Frank, produced a lengthy 1947 Fourth International article on the Kremlin in Europe, in which he declared that, without Stalin, without Stalinist treachery in sidetracking the revolutionary mass movement in Western Europe, and Stalinist treachery plus direct counter-revolutionary terror and violence on the part of Red Army troops in Eastern Europe, without that, Western imperialism could never have even hoped to pacify the revolutionary upsurge and prop up the sagging capitalist regimes. Cochrane answered the claim that Stalinism can fulfill a progressive function in the capitalist world / entirely in the negative. The Stalinist counter-revolutionary adventures in Eastern Europe, rather than endowing it with the aura of a progressive mission in history, have made more urgent the necessity of crushing this bloody fiend, and preventing it from doing any more damage than it already has done to the world working class and its struggle for emancipation. 12. This was a long way from Trotsky's dialectical appreciation of Stalinism, in which the approach was necessarily two-sided, inevitably forced to confront imperialist capitalism. The compromised workers state that a Stalinist bureaucratic caste orchestrated in the ultimate interests of counter-revolution. Necessarily posed, at specific times and historic junctures, a challenge to the unbridled expansion and expanding hegemony of a regime of exploitative accumulation. This was precisely the case with the creation of the Soviet Union's satellite states in Eastern Europe, which undoubtedly curbed capitalist global expansion and hegemony at the same time as it blocked the ultimate revolutionary potential of the European working class, a potential that had been encouraged and extended by Red Army victories. 13. This initial Stalinophobia of the Fourth International, with expressions inside the SWP, ironically contained within it the seeds of a conciliation with Stalinism. Because if it could be established that somewhere in the experience of the European Revolution, the tide of Stalinist treachery could be reversed, with a movement opposing the Kremlin's bureaucratic stranglehold on the world revolutionary movement arising out of the Stalinist experience itself, then a large question mark would be imposed on the orthodox Trotskyist understanding of the necessity of functioning in a particular way, summed up by Mondale in a 1947 statement on Stalinism, how to understand it and how to fight it. Liquidation of Stalinism by imperialism would carry with it the danger of the entire workers' movement being buried in the debris. Failure of the proletariat to overcome the burden of Stalinism which weights it down would make its defeat inevitable. The historical task confronting the Fourth International is to take leadership in the overthrow of Stalinism by the working class, and thus to prevent the crushing of the workers' movement by imperialism. Whoever understands the dialectical relationship between these two tasks will understand why, in the daily struggle, we must defend the distinctive character of our party with the most fierce and unrelenting defense. And this character of our party cannot include any trait of adaptation to Stalinism, just as it must be completely free of any trait of vulgar anti-Stalinism. But Mondale appreciated the horns of the dilemma this appropriate orthodoxy found itself impaled on in 1947, No workers who really think that Russia is socialist and that the Stalinists have abolished capitalism in Yugoslavia will leave the Stalinist organizations, he wrote in implicit recognition of what would feature forcefully in the rise of Pabloism in the Fourth International and the related emergence of a factional challenge within the SWP led by Bert Cochran, E.R. Frank. 14. Pablo's reorientation for the Fourth International. Indications of Pablo's reconfiguring of Trotskyism's basic orientation to Stalinism and how this would affect fundamental work in the mass organizations and mobilizations of the working class could undoubtedly be found earlier, but the most clear-cut statement of this new orientation appeared in a document, Where Are We Going?, prepared as part of a discussion preceding the Third Congress of the Fourth International held in 1951. In this statement, a wildly oscillating collection of assertions that drew on little if anything in the vast arsenal of Marxist theory, Pablo postulated that the international relationship of forces, encompassed in this general formulation is the relationship of forces between the two blocs, was not tending toward a prolonged equilibrium but was developing to the increased disadvantage of imperialism. The Communist parties retain the possibility, in certain circumstances, of roughly outlining a revolutionary orientation, that is to say, of finding themselves compelled to engage in a struggle for power. These circumstances have revealed themselves during and following the Second World War to be the extreme dislocation of the regime of the possessing classes and of imperialism, and of the revolutionary upsurge of the masses. People who despair of the fate of humanity because Stalinism still endures and even achieves victories, tailor history to their own personal measures. They really desire that the entire process of the transformation of capitalist society into socialism would be accomplished within the span of their brief lives so that they can be rewarded for their efforts on behalf of the revolution. As for us, we reaffirm what we wrote in the first article devoted to the Yugoslav affair, This transformation will probably take an entire historical period of several centuries and will in the meantime be filled with forms and regimes transitional between capitalism and socialism and necessarily deviating from pure forms and norms. The experience of what has happened around us with the different anti-Stalinist tendencies in the workers' movement, as well as the still more important experience which the Yugoslav CP is now passing through, clearly demonstrates that without a Marxist orientation on these questions, one can imperceptibly glide over objectively into the enemy camp in the present period of extreme polarization of class forces. In one fell swoop, Pablo redrew the interpretive cartography of modem dissident communism. He suggested new languages of analysis, blocks, new understandings of Stalinist possibility with respect to the realization of revolutionary outcomes, new responsibilities on the part of revolutionaries, who must not slip into the camp of reaction, but should, perhaps, align themselves with Stalinist parties, the inevitable leadership of the left in a time of reaction, and a new assessment of the protracted nature of revolutionary undertakings, which will no longer conform to pristine models of previous conceptualization, but instead would likely be new hybrids transitional between capitalism and socialism. Perhaps because so little in this text could be located in established Marxist writings, and prodded by Mondel's elaboration of 10 theses on Stalinism, Pablo soon offered an elaboration, in which he pillaged the textual arsenal of revolutionary classics to buttress his melange of unconventional views, see document 3. There were a few voices raised in opposition to Pablo's pronouncements. This dissonance was nonetheless either muted and depoliticized, as in Mondel's 10 Theses, which insisted that Stalinists could not lead revolutions, and so considered the communist parties of Yugoslavia and China as somehow not Stalinist, a position that allowed Mondel to differentiate himself from Pablo at the same time that he continued to support him. 15 or isolated in the French section of the Fourth International that was soon targeted by Pablo for bureaucratic suppression and disorganization. The leadership of the American Trotskyists temporized, failing to criticize Pablo, ceding the international sphere to him, and adopting a stance of national sectionalism. Cannon, as late as 1952, opted out of the opportunity to defend the French section of the Fourth International from Pablo's heavy-handed bureaucratic interventions and overt faction-mongering and, like Mondel, seemed preoccupied with the negative consequences of premature splits. He defended the 1951 Third Congress documents of incipient Pabloism, even as it was becoming increasingly clear of their revisionist substance, and he was adamant that, for the French section at least, if not the American one, the correct course was a Pabloid one, to effectuate the imperatively dictated entry into the Stalinist workers' movement and eventually into a section of the Stalinist party itself. What was sauce for the American goose, an independent proletarian party, was not to be for the French gander. What passed for an SWP engagement with the international perspectives associated with Pablo and the Third Congress, drafted by the political committee of the SWP and sent with its representative to the Fourth International Gathering, George Clark, never made it into discussions, Clark apparently burning the statement. 16 But the fundamental political point was that there was very little of a challenging critical nature evident in the SWP statement. Crystallizing opposition in the SWP. As these events were unfolding, Bert Cochran and George Clark produced discussion notes and a Fourth International article, see Documents 2 and 4, addressing Stalinism, the Americanization of the SWP, definitions of workers' states, the duration of the transition from capitalism to socialism, and the international situation. Cochran's document could hardly be characterized as unadulterated Pabloism, but it did have a similar tone, insisting, we cannot afford to live in the past, or in a make-believe world of our own creation. For Cochran, the Stalin-Trotsky fight had receded into history, a position that sat uneasily with many Trotskyists in the SWP, most emphatically Cannon. To be sure, Cochran continued to characterize Stalinism as essentially counter-revolutionary, but he designated Yugoslavia a workers' state, apparently unaware of the contradiction at the core of these two positions. All of This converged with Pablo's suggestion of the need to rethink the nature of Stalinism. Clark was more unashamedly Pabloid than Cochrane in his enthusiasms for the new international orientation to Stalinism, gushing that the Fourth International had now refined its ideas, and added a note of realism required by changed world conditions. What it recognizes is that events have changed the relationship between the Soviet bureaucrats and world imperialism, and between Stalinism and the masses it leads and influences. Yugoslavia and China were cited as examples of great mass movements that swept over the Kremlin bureaucracy, communist parties leading these revolutions, Stalinist in all outward appearances, led successful revolutions against old regimes. This article, in retrospect, tends to reinforce the claim of Cannon and others, apparently not denied by Clark, that Clark was the closest associate and most authoritative spokesman for Pablo in the United States. 17 Early in 1953 debates in the New York Local revealed a serious divergence in the approach to SWP work, with the Cochrane-Clark forces, led by Mike Bartel, Milt Zaslow, opting for what those associated with the Cannon wing of the party labeled liquidationism. Bartel's annual report to the Local accented the limitations of the period, stressed that much mass work necessarily had to be of a propagandistic nature, cautioned against becoming isolated, and focused on breaking down barriers between Trotskyists and Stalinist rank-and-filers, who were said to be rife with Trotskyist conciliationism. Rejoinders from D. Stevens and Harry Ring, and a subsequent document by Farrell Dobbs, stressed, in contrast, the need to build and sustain a revolutionary party with an independent proletarian orientation, and questioned how open Stalinism was to Trotskyist ideas and the class struggle militants who had been espousing them for years. At this point, however, there was little in the SWP to indicate any association of the Cochrane-Clark forces with Pabloism, or indeed, that a forceful critique of Pabloism even existed within American Trotskyism. Stevens and Ring, for instance, invoked the Fourth International leader in their critical engagement with Bartel. The Dobbs invocation of the necessity of preserving an independent party was a direct response to what, by 1953, was a crystallizing Cochranite faction that stood distanced from the SWP traditions, convinced that the ossified leadership was entombed in conservatism, sectarianism, and Stalinophobia. Rather than recruiting working-class activists to the politics of the SWP, the Cochranites favored entering and working with other parties and movements, such as the Communists or the remnants of Henry Wallace's stillborn Progressive Party, or aligning with left-wing publications such as the Weekly National Guardian or Paul Sweezy's and Leo Huberman's Radical Magazine, Monthly Review. The parting of the strategic ways separated into two divergent streams. The Cochrane-Clark forces were dedicated to propaganda and readjusting expectations away from the exaggerated hopes of the American theses and the coming American Revolution, aligning with rather than assailing the Stalinists who seemed to constitute the largest surviving force of the American left in a time of outright reaction if not fascistic triumph. Those who rallied to the established leadership of the SWP, however, insisted on the more orthodox Trotskyist prescription to build a party of the working class, independent and insistent on exposing the ill winds that blew off the wreckage of Stalinism, liberalism, and labor fakirs. With the death of Stalin, and Pablo's proclamation of a new international course, the Cochrane-Clark forces, always somewhat heterogeneous, consolidated. On the eve of the May 1953 SWP plenum, 10 signatories offered a full-blown factional statement on the crisis that they now saw engulfing American Trotskyism, and the ways out of the Stalinophobe sectarianism they attributed to those advocating an independent proletarian party. See Roots of the Party Crisis and Cochrane's American Tasks, reproduced here. The Cochrane-Clark faction proposed that to avoid a split and secure unity in the SWP it would be necessary to recognize the Third World Congress documents as a basic reorientation of world Trotskyism, recognizing and combating the danger of Stalinophobia through a positive and effective intervention into the deep crisis now prevailing in the Stalinist movement, making the principal tactical direction of party work propagandist in character, and instituting a true collaborative leadership in which political differences could be overcome through harmonious working relationships. In the crystallization of this SWP faction, the elevation of the Pabloid Third Congress documents to preeminence in reorienting world Trotskyism was evidence of the converging of international and national concerns. Indeed, a cult of Pablo was suggested in Genera Dollinger's Where I Stand, where Pablo's contributions to the new orientation was described in a language of adulation, the most profound and without a doubt the greatest of all since the death of our leader and founder. Cannon versus Pablo. Cannon had no difficulty in laying bare the machinations at the core of the Cochrane-Clarke proposals. His letter to Farrell Dobbs on the 6 points of 500. Cochranism was a distilled expose of the disingenuousness of the roots of the party crisis. That said, in struggling to address the relationship of the Cochrane-Clarke faction to Pabloism and the dubious programmatic direction of the Fourth International since the 1951 Third Congress, Cannon seemed unable to come to grips with the political degeneration of the International Secretariat, and the ways this was infusing the factional struggle within the SWP. Instead he tended to collapse the growing crisis into organizational issues of bureaucratic interference, and proceeded within the SWP to challenge Cochrane-Clarke as much through organizational alignments as political criticism directed at the substantive revisionism of Pablo's programmatic pyrotechnics. In the raucous May plenum of the SWP's National Committee, where Cannon delivered a report that was constantly interrupted by heckling, he declared that the New York caucus minority of Cochrane-Clarke was constantly instructed that the faction fight boiled down to a confrontation between Pabloism and Cannonism. Cannon responded by defending Pablo, noting that he had historically suppressed differences with the Fourth International leader, but that no one could possibly claim that he did not accept the political positions Pablo was elaborating, adding that he had, since the Third Congress, given great contributions. 18 Exhausted by decades of faction fights reaching back to the Communist Party of the 1920s, Cannon simply could not quite bring himself to tackle the Cochrane-Clarke minority on the ground of their growing collaboration with the international leadership of the Fourth International. And when this became increasingly evident to Cannon, his critique of Pablo and Cochrane-Clarke was not a decisive repudiation of the politics of Pabloism but, rather, of its interference in national sections. Cannon's internationalism and the SWP came dangerously close to denying the validity of an international leadership in the Trotskyist movement, and conceded far too much to Pablo. "We appreciate the great work the leaders in Paris have done," he said, "especially their important contributions to the analysis of the post-war world." The best Cannon could muster was a rhetoric of national opposition to international infallibility. "We regard the International Secretariat, a group of comrades we esteem, we regard them as collaborators, but not as masters and not as popes. We are going to speak out against the revelation of the minority that all you have to do is quote a sentence from Pablo and that settles everything. Pablo is not our pope. He is just a collaborator. He is welcome to give us advice." This kind of thinking was premised on Cannon's insistence that in the SWP there was no consideration of themselves as an American branch office of an international business firm that receives orders from the boss. And this could spiral downward in national chauvinism. "We are operating in that section of the world which is a concentration of all the power of capitalism, the United States. The revolutions taking place in other parts of the world, in China, Korea, and other areas of the colonial world, these revolutions cannot be definitive. They can only be provisional, so long as capitalism rules the United States." This was not Cannon at his finest. Cannon did, however, prevail in the Cochrane-Clarke confrontation. He was nothing if not adept, as he had been in the earliest days of the American Communist movement, in piecing together disparate strands of the SWP socio-political demographic weave, successfully coalescing the New York apparatus led by Farrell Dobbs, Joseph Hanson, and Tom Carey, a conservative contingent vehemently opposed to the liquidationist sensibilities of Cochrane-Clarke, and a younger, more venturesome West Coast grouping coalescing around Murray and Myra Tanner Weiss. In the end, his strongest arguments against the Cochranites did indeed prove to be organizational, rather than his much weaker political repudiation of Pabloism. For the Cochrane-Clarke faction, ostensibly dedicated to unity, agreed to a truce brokered and developed after the May 1953 plenum. But within months the peace was in tatters. Cochrane-Clark wasted no time in cutting their own throats in a political immolation of abysmal and disloyal acts that included refusal to live up to the financial obligations of SWP membership and boycotting of specific and symbolically important events, like a 25th anniversary celebration. This led to predictable discipline, culminating in the suspensions of 5 Cochrane-Clark leaders, and the ultimate exodus by choice of the faction. A moderate in Cannon's camp, George Brightman, engaged in a sad correspondence with Ernest Mondell, whose response to the Cochrane fight within the SWP revealed how deeply the Fourth International leadership of the time had been overtaken by bureaucratism and how sorry the descent into Pabloism had become. The reckoning with Pablo unfolded at this time as well, with Cannon pressed by an old comrade and ally, Sam Gordon, then the SWP representative in England, working with Gary Healy's Entryist group in the Labour Party. Gordon first raised with Cannon the serious reservations that had to be directed at the Pabloit drift of the 1951 Third Congress. Gordon challenged Cannon to revise 502. His view that the documents of this Congress were acceptable as they were written. On the contrary, wrote Gordon, the slant given in the Third Congress documents is too one-sided, too pat and formal in its logic, in reality too superficial to serve as the correct estimate of the objective situation and in outlining perspectives with regard to Stalinism, although the document did introduce important modifications that were valuable. In this sense it lends itself to misinterpretation in the direction of revising our basic theory of Stalinism and makes for faulty analysis of new events which can disorient our movement. Political battle and organizational split. Against Cannon's fixation on uncovering how the Fourth International leadership colluded with George Clark in the conspiracy against the SWP leadership from the beginning, Gordon insisted that Cannon had put the organizational cart before the political horse. If you conceive of the whole thing as a plot hatched by evil people for unclear motives, then I must say you are putting it on rather thick. There is no doubt about what you refer to as communism in organizational procedure, the long-standing unrealistic concept of supercentralization and all the foibles that have gone with it. But I think we have always asked ourselves in similar circumstances, what are the politics behind the organizational procedures? It is necessary to do so in this case as well. I became convinced that the line in Paris was not only not straightening itself, but on the contrary. It was shaping up more and more according to Clark's conception of it. I thought it necessary to begin a re-examination of what was written and to speak up critically. It was becoming self-evident that you could not go on very long talking about two different lines and upholding one and the same text as basis. 19. From these and other prods came a more thoroughgoing assessment of Pabloism. Following the Cochrane-Clark split, which saw approximately 18 to 20% of the SWP membership leave the organized ranks of American Trotskyism, the militant published a November 16, 1953 open letter to Trotskyists throughout the world. It broke from Pablo and his revisionism, although much of the document railed against the organizational machinations of Pablo and the evils of communism. It outlined the SWP struggle against the American Pabloites, dubbing Clark the high priest of the Pablo cult, and seeing in Cochranism an unprincipled combination of New York-based advocates of Stalinist entryism, conservatized unionists, centered in the Detroit auto industry, enamored of cultivating ties with the trade union tops, and others worn down by the struggle, seeking refuge from rigors of revolutionary politics. 20. The capstone of this late 1953 Socialist Workers' Party realignment was a decisive statement against Pabloist revisionism. In 1954 an international committee was formed to further the fight against Pablo and the revisionism of the Fourth International. It brought together the majority of the French section, the SWP, and the Healy Group in Britain, and claimed the allegiance of other small sections in China and Switzerland. But this international committee was never an entirely effective alternative to the European-based Secretariat, which continued to convene world congresses. The rift in the Fourth International had now nonetheless widened to a chasm, and the SWP, reduced to boycotting the Fourth World Congress and decrying the illegitimacy of Pablo usurping the leadership of global Trotskyism, was confronted with an increasingly hostile climate in the United States, where the reactionary tum to McCarthyism convinced some fascism was around the corner. 21. The unresolved issues in the SWP's engagement with Pabloid revisionism included the vitally important nature of anti-colonial struggles, which erupted throughout the global South in the post-war era. These national liberation movements, with which Pablo identified closely, and which were part of his understanding of the progressive contribution that might be made by Stalinism and the protracted nature of the transition from capitalism to socialism, raised fundamental questions about strategy and tactics in the armed uprisings that would beset the developing world in the 1950s and afterwards. Especially important was the Pabloid rejection of Trotsky's understanding of permanent revolution and the necessity of a working-class leadership of insurgencies, evident in the lack of critical analysis of the official Fourth International with respect to Mao's orientation in the Chinese Revolution. Given the tendency towards national sectionalism evident in the SWP leadership in the early 1950s, it is not surprising that this large question, which would come home to haunt a reconstituted Fourth International in the 1960s, when the legacies of the Cuban Revolution, and the meaning of guerrilla struggle from Indochina to Latin America, precipitated a fresh round of debate within the world Trotskyist movement, was largely written off the agenda of mid-century American Trotskyism. But in Los Angeles a small grouping of Trotskyists led by Dennis Verne and Sam Ryan, insisted on inserting discussion of the colonial question, through an analysis of the failures of the Bolivian Revolution, into the struggle against Pabloid revisionism. 22. As the Cochrane-Clark faction exited the Socialist Workers' Party in November 1953, it issued a venomous denunciation of Cannon and his supporters, the Old Guard and the Weiss Youth. This dictatorial machine was guilty of many crimes. In its high-handed bureaucratic outrages, dogmatism, and sectarianism, the Cannon caucus rivaled the Stalinist movement. Its ultimate intent was to dynamite the International, furnishing a rallying center for all the conservative, retrogressive, sectarian tendencies, and give by indirection, intrigue, and subterfuge de facto leadership to the Cannon caucus, and convert the other parties into satellites. This constituted as infamous and irresponsible an intrigue as has ever been launched in the history of world Trotskyism. Ostensibly loyal to Pablo, the Cochrane-Clark forces declared that the future lay with the mainstream of world Trotskyism, and asserted unequivocally that the validation of Trotsky's program and struggle would only be confirmed in revolutionists fusing themselves with other left-wing forces as they arise in the course of the coming radicalization and class battles. Confident that the Cannonites represent the dead past. We represent the future. The Cochranites embarked on propagandistic activities centered in their journal, American Socialist. 23. In spite of considerable literary talent, however, the Cochrane forces were unable to sustain their project. Contrary to their declaration, in November 1953, that their allegiance was to Trotskyism and the Fourth International, and in spite of Pablo wanting to invest in them the authority of being the official American section of the Fourth International, the grouping that eventually put out American Socialist distanced itself from Trotskyism and, as the Cannon-led majority of the SWP predicted, followed an eminently liquidationist course. In 1960, with the collapse of American Socialist, Murray Weiss provided a still cogent post-mortem to this failed propaganda experiment. 24. Trotskyism is associated, in the parlance of the broad progressive left, with hair-splitting factionalism and destructive schism. Many have no taste for this kind of rough-and-tumble arguing through of positions and adherence to what are considered foundational principles. But without this rigorous interrogation of the programmatic essence of the revolutionary left, and the commitment to defend first principles, the prospects for changing the capitalist world we live in seem dim indeed. Dissident communists of the Trotskyist kind value revolutionary ideas and the actions that are guided by them. The confrontations that racked the Socialist Workers' Party in 1953, both national and international, revealed clearly that no side had a monopoly on truth and principled behavior, and with a different orientation another outcome might have been possible. But it is nonetheless likely, given the oppositional ground that was being staked out, that nothing could have kept the Cochrane-Clark forces, whatever their potential contributions, within the world movement of revolutionary Trotskyism. What seemed, for a time, a national factional confrontation over the orientation of the movement of left oppositionists within the United States, was in actuality a significant component of a necessary struggle within world Trotskyism, its leadership decimated by World War II and unable to sustain the programmatic vision and coherence of the revolutionary tradition. What was lost in 1953 was considerable, to be sure, but it pales in comparison to what could have been squandered if the jettisoning of first principles had not been refused. One of the slogans of the Cochrane-Clark forces was "Junk the old Trotskyism." Trotsky himself provided a response to this ill-advised suggestion. "Those who cannot defend old positions," he wrote, "will never conquer new ones." 25. Where are we going? Excerpts, 1951. Michel Pablo. Some comrades have written that, on the eve of the last war, our theory, that is to say, the way in which our collective thinking, the thinking of our movement, grasped the reality of that time, appeared solid, without cracks and fissures. Now, say these comrades, everything seems out of joint. 26. The truth naturally is far from what these comrades, shedding bitter tears, and we want to believe that the tears are genuine, imagine about the alleged broken harmony in our theory. So far as we are concerned, we have never conceded primacy to theory, no matter what the theory, over life, since such an affirmation would be fundamentally contrary to the genuine, non-mystical, non-schematic, undogmatic outlook which is Marxism. We find an entirely different explanation for this phenomenon. It is true that on the eve of the last war our theory appeared more global, more uniform, more harmonious, for it reflected a far less complicated and less dynamic content than is the case today. On the eve of the last war the world seemed to be in relative equilibrium and repose, so far as either the capitalist regime or Stalinism were concerned. Can we, even remotely, say the same for the present period? The transformations undergone by the capitalist regime during and after the last war, its perspectives, as well as the changes undergone by Stalinism, its role, its perspectives, have been better understood by our movement. This came about not all at once but step by step, aided by events, and with unavoidable gaps and delays. The condition of capitalism. What is the fundamental difference between the present and the pre-war condition of capitalism? This difference manifests itself mainly in the many-sided breakdown of the equilibrium of the capitalist regime and in the fact that this breakdown tends to get worse. Capitalism as a regime is characterized, as Trotsky has said, by an equilibrium which is simultaneously dynamic and complex, economic, social, international. That is to say, this equilibrium constantly tends towards breakdowns followed by a re-establishment of equilibrium. Capitalist equilibrium resulted from a certain interrelationship of its economic functioning, the class relations within each country, and its international relations. Since none of these main factors remain static but each is constantly evolving, a corresponding movement takes place from equilibrium towards breakdown, under the influence of an economic crisis, for example, a revolution or a war, to be followed later by a new re-establishment of equilibrium. Up to the eve of the last war, capitalism evolved according to this general outline, the objective foundations for a new equilibrium still proving to be fairly weighty. But this is not true now. The disequilibrium of the capitalist system which was engendered during and following the last war is proving to be basic, chronic, and tending to grow worse. The breakup of the colonial sector of imperialism as a result of the colonial revolutions in Asia, especially of the Chinese Revolution, the breakdown of the economic unity of capitalist Europe arising from the formation of the Soviet buffer zone, the apoplectic expansion of American capitalism in the midst of a narrowing and impoverished capitalist market, and the disruptive economic and political role which American imperialism is compelled to play in this capitalist world, and finally the political and economic power which the USSR itself represents. All these new factors act together in the direction of maintaining and aggravating the breakdown of capitalist equilibrium on all levels, those of economic relations, of class relations, of international relations. It is necessary on the other hand to consider not only what these losses mean in terms of the past condition of capitalism but also how they relate to its future possibilities, to its perspectives. From this point of view, for instance, the loss of the Chinese market is a historic defeat for Yankee imperialism so far as its possibilities for expansion are concerned. The same considerations in their economic significance apply to capitalist Europe, particularly through the loss of those countries which now constitute the Soviet buffer zone. 508. All these structural modifications, to which must be added the new relationships between capitalist powers resulting from the crushing preponderance of Yankee imperialism over all the other capitalist countries, add up to this, that the capitalist regime, having lost its equilibrium, now has no possibility of recovering it without restoring a world market embracing the lost territories, and without a more equally redistribution of forces within the imperialist camp. Such a perspective is not theoretically excluded in the event of a victorious war waged by imperialism, which would also bring with it a marked weakening of American imperialism while in an equal measure not draining the other powers such as England, France, Germany, Japan. Actually, however, we are very far today from such a perspective. Given the fact that all its attempts to restore a certain measure of equilibrium have failed, and that on the contrary it is constantly losing ground, nothing else is now left for capitalism except to take the road toward ever greater military, economic and political preparations for a new war. This is the initial important point of departure and the initial fundamental perspective in the evolution of the international situation. To understand that capitalism is now rapidly heading toward war, for it has no other short or long-term way out, and that this process cannot be stopped short of the unavoidable destruction of the regime, is equivalent to defining a fundamental line in the evolution of the international situation. Neither the defeatist or neutralist tendencies which are prevailing among certain circles of the European bourgeoisie, nor the isolationist tendencies of certain sections of the American bourgeoisie, will be able in the long run to determine the fundamental line of the central core of the international monopolist bourgeoisie and of the American monopolists in particular. Even by itself, the latter, if it succeeds in maintaining its control over the American masses, would rather risk war than surrender without a fight to the revolution. Consequently, discussion among revolutionary Marxists cannot take place over the question of whether war is inevitable or not, so long as the capitalist regime remains standing, but is limited to questions of how soon, the conditions for the outbreak of war, as well as over the nature and consequences of such a war. Against those who have already for a number of years put forward the positions of the immediacy of the Third World War, the leadership of the International has presented its argument, by and large confirmed by the events, demonstrating the unpreparedness of imperialism for all-out war, and the fear, on the other hand, of the Soviet bureaucracy to engage in an all-out war which would place its own equilibrium in peril. 509. It is nevertheless true that, within this correct general perspective of the international leadership, as it was more concretely set down at the time of the 8th plenum of the ME, there were two weak points which have been dearly revealed in the light of the Korean War and its international consequences. The first point, which was implicit in this perspective, was the overestimation of the effective forces of imperialism and the corresponding underestimation of the opposing forces. It is with the Korean War that our movement for the first time realized the important factor that the relationship of forces on the international chessboard is now evolving to the disadvantage of imperialism, that the internal dislocation and disequilibrium of the capitalist regime are greater than either we had thought or than the Soviet bureaucracy and the Stalinist leaderships themselves had supposed, that the weight of the colonial revolution in Asia presses more heavily than we had realized on the destinies of capitalism, that the true relationship of forces between imperialism and the forces opposed to it are to be measured not simply on the level of reciprocal material and technical resources, but also on the level of social relations and class relations, and that these relations are developing internationally to the disadvantage of imperialism, that the revolutionary spirit of the masses directed against imperialism acts as an additional force, supplementing the material and technical forces raised against imperialism. The second weak point in our perspective, which moreover flowed from this erroneous estimate of the actual trend of development in the international relationship of forces, was to have allowed imperialism the possibility to unleash a general war only after many years. Political report of the 8th plenum of the IEC. This postponement flowed from the estimate that a reciprocal neutralization prevailed between the imperialist bloc and the bloc led by the USSR, and that this neutralization would last many years, rendering war impossible in the meantime. Actually, the Korean War has demonstrated that the international relationship of forces, encompassed in this general formulation, is the relationship of forces between the two blocs, was not tending toward a prolonged equilibrium but was developing to the increased disadvantage of imperialism. On the other hand, in accord with this rectification, it would be wrong to set down as a necessary condition for imperialism to unleash a major war that its preparation should be completed so that it may also conduct and have good chances of winning the unleashed war. It may happen that imperialism, unsuccessful in stabilizing its present positions and finding itself compelled to retreat from certain positions which it considers fundamental, will plunge into war, despite all the risks and in spite of its diminishing rather than growing chances of success. 510. Such an attitude is above all applicable to American imperialism, which constitutes the hardcore of capitalist forces today. It is possible that American capitalism, if it maintains its control over the American masses and feels relatively strong by virtue of the progress of its intensive rearmament, may in 2 or 3 years, for example, prefer war with all its risks to a new retreat on the Korean model. This possibility, which flows precisely from the dimensions of the setback of imperialism now taking place in the world, and consequently of its crisis, even though that does not manifest itself immediately in all its acuteness, is no longer excluded, particularly for American imperialism. Itis the advance of forces opposing imperialism which brings nearer the possibility of a final and desperate resort to war by imperialism, unless we can expect the disappearance without a struggle of the capitalist regime as a whole, including the still extremely powerful fortress which Yankee imperialism constitutes. For this reason, in the theses on the international perspectives and the orientation of the Fourth International Movement, while we emphasize the reasons which cause imperialism to hesitate in unleashing war and to continue to temporize, we do not exclude the possibility of a general war, even during the period in which the relationship of forces remains, as at present, fundamentally unfavorable to imperialism. The next question which poses itself is, what can be the nature of a war launched under such conditions? Such a war would take on, from the very beginning, the character of an international civil war, especially in Europe and in Asia. These continents would rapidly pass over under the control of the Soviet bureaucracy, of the communist parties, or of the revolutionary masses. War under these conditions, with the existing relationship of forces on the international arena, would essentially be revolution. Thus the advance of anti-capitalist revolution in the world at one and the same time postpones and brings nearer the danger of general war. Conversely, war this time means the revolution. These two conceptions of revolution and of war, far from being in opposition or being differentiated as two significantly different stages of development, are approaching each other more closely and becoming so interlinked as to be almost indistinguishable under certain circumstances and at certain times. In their stead, it is the conception of revolution war, of war revolution which is emerging and upon which the perspectives and orientation of revolutionary Marxists in our epoch should rest. Such language will perhaps shock the lovers of pacifist dreams and declamation, or those who already bemoan the apocalyptic end of the world which 511. They foresee following upon an atomic war or a worldwide expansion of Stalinism. But these sensitive souls can find no place among the militants and least of all the revolutionary Marxist cadres of this most terrible epoch where the sharpness of the class struggle is carried to the extreme. It is objective reality which turns this dialectic of revolution war to the forefront, which implacably destroys pacifist dreams, and which permits no respite in the gigantic simultaneous deployment of the forces of revolution and of war and in their struggle to the death. The task of revolutionists fully cognizant of this period and of its possibilities consists above all in solidly basing themselves on the growing objective chances in favor of the revolution, rectifying these, by the most appropriate means of propaganda, for all the laboring masses drawn toward the revolution. But let us more closely examine the character of this latter process. The evolution of Stalinism. Up to now the crisis of the capitalist regime appears to have directly benefited Stalinism. This constitutes the principal reason for the prevalent lack of understanding, even in our own ranks, of the profoundly revolutionary character of the overturns we are witnessing. For revolutionary Marxists who do not want to fall prey to confusion or to petty bourgeois reactions, resulting in part from this confusion, it is absolutely necessary to return to fundamental criteria, to the fundamental basis of our theory, in order to be able to grasp the direction of the evolution which we are witnessing, and to set their course on the basis of excluding all empiricism, all impressionism, all narrow-mindedness, every conjunctural, transitory, secondary aspect of the situation. The deepest, most revolutionary, most decisive overturns of capitalism and of its imperialist stage, Marxist-Leninist theory teaches us, are engendered despite and against all subjective obstacles, despite and against the treacherous line of the traditional social democratic and Stalinist leaderships, by the contradictions inherent in the present social regime, by the inevitable sharpening of these contradictions in direct proportion with capitalist development. Such is the case today. The capitalist regime, having attained its highest stage, is breaking up, decaying, and thus allowing a series of phenomena to appear which fall into the general framework of an epoch of transition between capitalism and socialism, an epoch which has already begun and is quite advanced. 512. This epoch of transition is disorienting the scholasticists of Marxism, the partisans of pure forms, of norms, because it follows a far more complicated, more tortuous and longer course than that which the classics of Marxism had sketched out before the experience of the Russian Revolution. But in further grasping reality as well as the spirit of our theory, as against what is essentially the letter of certain writings, we see that this epoch of transition exists for profound reasons of its own. Even discounting the role played in the present historical process by the profound bureaucratic degeneration of the USSR and the Stalinist leaderships, it is necessary to single out an objective cause which is exercising its influence upon the epoch of transition, the gradual, partial development of the revolution, isolating it for a certain period and localizing it in countries which, moreover, are not among the most developed economically and culturally. This pattern of development of the revolution, which is the real pattern and has its reasons for existence, implies a more complicated, more tortuous, longer passage from capitalism to socialism, lending transitional forms to society and to proletarian power. To this fundamental objective cause is added the influence which has been exercised up to now on the course of history by the Soviet bureaucracy and the Stalinist leaderships. Our fundamental difference with certain neo-apologists for Stalinism, of the Gilles Martinet stripe in France, does not involve the fact that there are objective causes at work imposing transitional forms of the society and of the power succeeding capitalism, which are quite far from the norms outlined by the classics of Marxism prior to the Russian Revolution. Our difference is over the fact that these neo-Stalinists present Stalinist policy as the expression of a consistent, realistic Marxism which, consciously and in full awareness of the goal, is marching towards socialism while taking realistically into account the requirements of the situation. And the only reproach they have to make against Stalinism is that Stalinism conceals these realities from the masses and strives, for example, to embellish the situation in the USSR by declaring that it has already succeeded in passing from socialism to communism. These people who pose as sincere pretend to forget that, if things are this way, it is because Stalinism is not the expression of the policy of a realistic proletarian leadership but that of the Soviet bureaucracy, that is to say, of a vast privileged social layer in the USSR which has usurped political power from the proletariat and has theoretically formulated its position of exorbitant privileges, fiercely guarded from the Soviet masses by a monstrous oppressive apparatus, into socialism. On the eve of passing over to communism. 513. This layer can have neither a socialist consciousness or policy but on the contrary sees its mortal enemy in world revolution and genuine proletarian power. By virtue of the role of the Soviet bureaucracy in the present historical process and in the international working class movement in particular, the liquidation of the capitalist system in almost half of Europe, and of imperialism in Asia, a liquidation which has been facilitated and made possible primarily because of the internal dislocation of the regime, and of the revolutionary upsurge of the masses, owing to a favorable situation, the recent war, has taken on transitional forms which are even more deformed than objective necessity dictated. On the other hand, the role played by the Stalinist leadership, impedes just as in the USSR, the free socialist development of these forms and places all the realized conquests in constant danger. It is nevertheless necessary, for a correct orientation of revolutionary Marxists, not only to bear in mind that the objective process is in the final analysis the sole determining factor, overriding all obstacles of a subjective order, but also that Stalinism itself is on the one side a phenomenon of contradictions, and on the other a self-contradictory phenomenon. Only Trotskyist analysis, as it was fundamentally laid down by Leon Trotsky himself, enables us to understand the specific dialectic of Stalinism, its contradictory character and the contradictions inherent in its nature. At issue here is not an abuse of the term dialectic in order to impress others or to further obscure an inadequate outlook, nor for that matter in order to contrive a false way out of a difficult situation. To understand Stalinism is impossible for vulgar, mechanical, or merely formalistic thinking. We constantly see the bankruptcy of this kind of thinking in the analyses, conclusions, perspectives of all those in the capitalist camp or in the working class movement who strive to explain Stalinism and to define it in this way. The repercussions of such superficial thinking have made themselves felt in our own ranks. Before such phenomena as the formation and evolution of the Soviet buffer zone in Europe, the Yugoslav experience, the present colonial revolutions, the regime of Mao Zedong, confusion and perplexity have made their way right inside of our own movement. Are we witnessing an expansion and a worldwide domination by Stalinism? Can the latter really overthrow the capitalist regime in some places? Can the communist parties lead a revolution and bring it to victory? Comrades pose these questions and speculate on the validity and future of our analysis of Stalinism with a certain anxiety. But these comrades would be far less troubled and perplexed if they had genuinely and not mechanically assimilated the Trotskyist analysis of Stalin. 514. Ism, and if, in order to understand present phenomena, they started out from the following principle and the following consideration, in order, as Marxists, to give correct answers to all these questions, it is necessary here, as in all other important social and political phenomena, to grasp the world dialectical process, to grasp its contradictions as they inexorably develop under the new objective conditions. The bogey of the worldwide domination of Stalinism is proper to people who are incapable of perceiving, for lack of a correct theoretical understanding of Stalinism, that the contradictions inherent in its nature, far from being ameliorated or eliminated in direct proportion to its expansion, are in reality being reproduced on an ever greater scale and will provoke its destruction. This will take place in two ways: by the counterblows of the anti-capitalist victories in the world and even in the USSR stimulating resistance of the masses to the bureaucracy, by elimination in the long run of the objective causes for the bureaucracy, for all bureaucracy, in direct proportion as the capitalist regime suffers setbacks and an ever-increasing and economically more important sector escapes from capitalism and organizes itself on the basis of a statized and planned economy, thereby stimulating the growth of the productive forces. In the prodigious rise of American imperialism which followed the First World War, most people have seen only one aspect of the process, the expansion and trend towards world domination by Wall Street. The other aspect, which we are witnessing precisely at present, consists in this, that this expansion simultaneously includes within the foundations of American imperialism's structure the powder magazines of the whole world, provoking the greatest military, economic and revolutionary convulsions, beside which all those of the past fade into the background. This was clearly grasped at the time by Leon Trotsky. This is an example of dialectical analysis of a phenomenon which, despite its outward appearance of power, its fleeting historical successes, rests fundamentally on irreconcilable contradictions. Stalinism is such a phenomenon. Since the Second World Congress, our movement has succeeded in better seeing, better grasping and better understanding the contradictory process of Stalinist expansion in a definite sphere, that of the relationship between the communist parties where they have attained power and the Soviet bureaucracy. Fundamental ideas, several of which moreover are to be found at least implicit in our pre-war theoretical arsenal, have been reaffirmed, clarified, developed in the documents of the International and the writings of leading comrades. 515. On the Soviet buffer zone, the Yugoslav affair, the Chinese Revolution, the crisis of Stalinism. We have insisted, and rightly so, on the specific dialectic of the relations existing between the Soviet bureaucracy, the communist parties and the mass movements, emphasizing the following principal ideas: the Yugoslav affair as well as the march and the victory of the Chinese Revolution, also the other unfolding colonial revolutions, Korea, Vietnam, Burma, Malaya, the Philippines, have demonstrated that the communist parties retain the possibility, in certain circumstances, of roughly outlining a revolutionary orientation, that is to say, of finding themselves compelled to engage in a struggle for power. These circumstances have revealed themselves during and following the Second World War to be the extreme dislocation of the regime of the possessing classes and of imperialism, and of the revolutionary upsurge of the masses. Under these exceptional conditions, the mass movement, which found only the communist parties available as a channel, compelled these parties to go further than their leaderships and above all the Kremlin would have wished, and literally pushed them into power. By virtue of the weak resistance and at times the virtual non-existence of the class enemy, internally demoralized and displaced, the communist parties have been able to win despite their opportunism, Yugoslavia, China. In other cases, power was turned over to them by entry of the Red Army, European buffer zone, but it was not monopolized and consolidated until after the break between the Soviet bureaucracy and imperialism, and the beginning of the Cold War. Thus the rise of communist parties to power is not the consequence of a capacity of Stalinism to struggle for the revolution, does not alter the internationally counter-revolutionary role of Stalinism, but it is the product of an exceptional combination of circumstances which has imposed the seizure of power either upon the Soviet bureaucracy, in the case of the European buffer zone, or upon certain communist parties, Yugoslavia, China. In the case of the Soviet European buffer zone, the overthrow of the economic and political power of capitalism and the installation of the communist parties in the government was above all the outcome of the military bureaucratic activity of the Soviet bureaucracy, the mass movement having played a secondary role, Czechoslovakia, or practically none. In the case of Yugoslavia and of China, the assumption of power was occasioned principally by the internal displacement of the class enemy and of the exceptional upsurge of the revolutionary movement of the masses. The most important lesson we have drawn from the Yugoslav affair, from the new China of Mao Zedong, and other Asian revolutions in progress is this: not to 516. Confuse every victory over capitalism and imperialism achieved by the revolutionary movement of the masses, although it may be led by communist parties, with a pure and simple victory of the Soviet bureaucracy. To the attempts of the bourgeoisie and of the imperialists to mobilize the masses for their war against the USSR, the people's democracies, China and other Asian revolutions in progress, and to crush the communist parties and the revolutionary movements in their respective countries, large sections will react by revolt, open struggle, armed struggle, a new resistance, but which would this time take on a far dearer class character. It is possible that, thanks to these reactions of the masses, and to the convulsions and the exasperation which such a war would quickly create, different communist parties would find themselves obliged to undertake a struggle, under pressure from the masses and their own rank and file, which would go beyond the objectives fixed by the Soviet bureaucracy. Such a war, far from curbing the struggle which would actually unfold to the detriment of imperialism, would intensify it and bring imperialism to its death throes. Such a war would upset all the equilibriums, thawing all forces into the struggle, speeding up the process already initiated of the convulsive transformation of our society, which would be abetted only with the triumph of socialism internationally. The fate of Stalinism would be sealed precisely within this period of gigantic overturns. People who despair of the fate of humanity because Stalinism still endures and even achieves victories, tailor history to their own personal measure. They really desire that the entire process of the transformation of capitalist society into socialism would be accomplished within the span of their brief lives so that they can be rewarded for their efforts on behalf of the revolution. As for us, we reaffirm, this transformation will probably take an entire historical period of several centuries and will in the meantime be filled with forms and regimes transitional between capitalism and socialism and necessarily deviating from pure forms and norms. We are aware that this statement has shocked certain comrades and served others as a springboard to attack our revisionism. But we do not disarm. A century has already elapsed since the Communist Manifesto and more than half a century since imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. The course of history has shown itself to be more complicated, more tortuous and drawn out than the predictions of men who had the legitimate aim of shortening the intervals separating them from their ideals. The best Marxists have not avoided being mistaken, not to be sure on the general line of development, but on its time spans and concrete forms. What is today, in all countries, the possible strategic aim, is the revolution, the taking of power, the 517. Abolition of capitalism. But the taking of power in one country does not settle the entire question. The conditions for a free development towards socialism are still more complicated, and more difficult. The example of the Soviet Union, the people's democracies, Yugoslavia, and China prove that. However, it would be no less false to minimize the historical importance of the progress accomplished along the road of overturning capitalism and the victory of the revolution in the world. Those who wish to reply to the anxiety and perplexity of certain people in the face of what is called the victories of Stalinism by minimizing the objectively revolutionary significance of these facts are compelled to sink into an anti-Stalinist sectarianism at all costs, which scarcely conceals, under its aggressive appearance, its lack of confidence in the basic revolutionary process of our epoch, which is the most positive pledge of the ultimate destruction of Stalinism and which will be realized all the more rapidly as the overturn of capitalism and of imperialism progresses and wins an ever more important section of the world. The orientation and the future of our movement. That is why we place such emphasis on the need to reaffirm and to define more precisely our programmatic position toward the USSR, the Soviet bureaucracy, the Communist parties and the colonial revolutions in progress. The experience of what has happened around us with the different anti-Stalinist tendencies in the workers' movement, as well as the still more important experience which the Yugoslav CPI is now passing through, clearly demonstrates that without a Marxist orientation on these questions, one can imperceptibly glide over objectively into the enemy camp in the present period of the extreme polarization of class forces. Our movement is naturally not neutral between the so-called two blocks, that of imperialism and that led by the USSR. First of all, because neutralism always works objectively in favor of one of the antagonistic forces. There is no such thing as pure neutralism. Next, because, in the relations and above all the conflicts of the bloc led by the USSR with imperialism, we give critical support to the first while we unreservedly contend against the second. Our support to the colonial revolutions now going on, despite their Stalinist or Stalinized leadership, in their struggle against imperialism is even unconditional. Our movement is independent of Moscow's policy, of the policy of the Soviet bureaucracy, in the sense that it is not at all bound by this policy. Our movement does not identify it with the interests of the international proletariat and 518. the colonial masses, but on the contrary combats this policy in all its pernicious and hostile aspects toward the world revolution. Without having thought through all these questions, without having clarified and further defined them in our minds, it would be impossible for us in the days ahead to link ourselves with the mass revolutionary movement as well as with the proletarian vanguard, which in Asia and in Europe follow Stalinist or Stalinized leaderships. It would also be impossible for us, in countries where the strong influence of the Stalinist leadership over the masses does not exist, but where on the contrary a powerful reactionary pressure from the bourgeoisie and its reformist agencies is exercised, as in the United States, England, Canada, Australia, Belgium, etc., to resist this pressure and adhere to a dear and firm class line. Without that it would above all be impossible for us, in the event of a general war, to correctly and effectively orient ourselves to assure the triumph of the revolutionary forces over capitalism and, in the course of this struggle, over the Soviet bureaucracy itself. In all those cases where sectarian and mechanistic anti-Stalinism, which identified the leadership with the mass movement or which has not grasped the contradictory character of Stalinism, including the actions of the Soviet bureaucracy, has taken hold in our organization, it has led our movement to virtual disaster and to complete political and theoretical disorientation. Such was the case in certain of the movements during the war and since its end in Europe. Such was particularly the case in certain tendencies of our movement in China and partially in Indochina. Ought we to repeat such errors? Can we live side by side with a developing revolution which, arms in hand, combats imperialism and simultaneously deals weighty and sometimes mortal blows at the native possessing classes, as is the case in the current Asian revolutions, and be content with our former attitude toward the communist parties leading these revolutions, when these parties, applying the rigid policy of the Kremlin, collaborated with imperialism and the class enemy? Can we see the preparation and possibility of an all-out war and neglect getting closer from now on to the ranks of the communist parties which in many important countries in Europe and in Asia are still the polarizing force for the proletarian and colonial masses, the readiest for struggle against the war of the imperialists and the most valuable in the struggle for the revolution? How otherwise would we be capable of carrying on our struggle against the war preparations of imperialism which implies the struggle to disarm and conquer the bourgeoisie through the revolutionary masses? How could we hope to effect our link-up with the revolutionary forces which will emerge from this struggle and will inevitably launch the assault upon Cap. 519. Italism and imperialism and orient them in the course of this very struggle against the Soviet bureaucracy as well? Unexpected as that may seem at first glance, the new conditions in which the communist parties in those Asian countries which are currently going through a revolution find themselves, dictate to us, as a general attitude toward them, by and large that of a left opposition which gives them critical support. That applies, for example, to China. Following the victory of Mao Zedong, our movement in China, instead of ignoring or minimizing this victory and continuing to attack the Chinese CP on the absolutely correct basis of the treacherous policy of this party, when it submitted to the political leadership of the bourgeoisie and collaborated with Chiang Kai-shek, should have addressed itself, in my opinion, to the Chinese masses in the following terms: the Chinese Communist Party, propelled and lifted up by the revolutionary movement of the masses, benefiting from the advanced internal disintegration of the native possessing class and the weakness of imperialism, and being compelled in the course of events and under pressure from the masses, to partially change the line which subordinated it to the political leadership of the bourgeoisie in the accomplishment of the revolution in China, has come to power. That constitutes an important victory and opens possibilities for a forward march of the revolution and for its final triumph through the establishment of a genuine democratic power of the Chinese workers and poor peasants. For to assure the proletarian character of the power remains the key problem of the revolution. We Trotskyists, who have always championed the theory that the Chinese revolution can conquer only under the political leadership of the proletariat and its revolutionary vanguard, will defend the conquests achieved as well as each forward step made in the direction of the creation of a democratic power of the Chinese workers and poor peasants. We give critical support to the Chinese CP and to the government of Mao Zedong, and we demand our legal existence as the communist tendency of the workers' movement. Such a declaration and such an attitude by and large would have chances of being understood by a certain number of conscious elements in the revolutionary vanguard of China, by every class-conscious worker, and would place the leadership of the Chinese CP before this dilemma: either accept our legal existence or impose illegality upon us, which would demonstrate its bureaucratic and Stalinist character. In Europe, where the communist parties manipulate the proletarian masses to assure the success of the foreign policy of the Soviet bureaucracy and its special aims in each country, and does not at all struggle for the revolution and the taking of power, such a policy toward these parties is naturally excluded. On the contrary, to get closer to their ranks, to link ourselves with them in all 520 possible united front actions against the war preparations of the imperialists, and to emphasize the revolutionary possibilities of this period that the Stalinist leadership deliberately hides, is an essential duty of all our organizations operating in countries where the majority of the working class follows the communist parties. Much closer to the ranks of these parties, such is our slogan in all these countries, which results from the analysis of the situation and from its perspectives. In those countries where Stalinism is practically non-existent or exercises weak influence over the masses, our movement will strive to become the principal leadership of the proletariat in the years ahead, in the United States, England, Germany, Canada, in all of Latin America, in Australia, Indonesia, perhaps in India. The main immediate future of our movement resides far more in these places than in countries where the Stalinist influence still reigns. Certain of these countries play a key role in the international situation, and because of the conditions of their economic development remain favored countries for socialist construction: the United States, England, and Germany. The future of Stalinism is barred in these countries. The development of our movement in the United States in particular would influence the entire course of the international workers' movement and would accelerate the crisis and decomposition of Stalinism. Other variants are naturally possible, like that which appeared at a certain moment with the progressive development of the Yugoslav Revolution before the latest tomb of its leaders. It is difficult to foresee the precise form through which the reinforcement of the conscious revolutionary tendency will pass, and the forms which the inevitable decomposition and elimination of Stalinism will take. It is also difficult to describe all the tactical moves which our movement will employ the better to link itself with the masses and to move ahead. Since the close of the war, and especially since the Second World Congress of our International, the progress of our movement has been undeniable. These gains express themselves in the decisive break effected by most of our organizations with the illusion of revolutionary activity outside the real mass movement and its peculiarities in each country, in the real, conscious quest, felt by the cadres and the militants, for avenues of access to the movement of the masses in each country, or to the essential currents of that movement, in the patient, methodical and long-range work undertaken within these tendencies in order to call forth a revolutionary differentiation within their ranks, in accord with the matured possibilities of their own experience and the objective conditions, in the advanced proletarianization of our organizations and of their leaderships, which is the surest pledge of the application and the prosecution of such a policy toward the working class and with that class. 521. This progress has been made possible thanks to the solidity of our theoretical orientation, to the indestructible solidity of Trotskyism, and thanks to the revolutionary character of the period. It is the reinforcement of this latter in the years ahead, it is the growing revolutionary perspectives that more and more dominate the historical scene which nourish our revolutionary optimism and our absolute confidence in the destiny of Trotskyism, the conscious expression of the communist movement in our epoch. Agreement has been hammered out again on what Stalinism actually and precisely is, and how to fight it. But we are not yet agreed on a satisfactory definition. The international thesis states that the communist parties are not exactly reformist parties. Some leading comrades of our party, however, insist that Stalinism is a national reformist bureaucracy and an agency of imperialism in the world labor movement. The 1948 theses declared that the Stalinist parties have become neo-reformist parties, with this as the reasoning behind the definition: Just as the old reformist parties endeavor to reconcile the existence of the labor bureaucracy with that of the national bourgeoisie, so the Stalinist parties attempt to reconcile the existence of the Soviet bureaucracy with that of the world bourgeoisie. The explanation is faulty, and the analogy tends to muddle the problem rather than clarify it. It is incorrect to say that the traditional labor bureaucracy is reformist because it wants to reconcile its own existence with that of the bourgeoisie. We call the traditional labor bureaucracy reformi.st because it advocates a program of reforming capitalism, of achieving socialism or the welfare state, by means of gradual reforms. Because it tries to reconcile the labor movement to capitalism, that makes the old labor bureaucracy an agency of capitalism inside the labor movement, or as De Leon aptly called the labor skates, labor lieutenants of the capitalist class. The Kremlin, in contrast, operates with no fixed or generalized ideology in the capitalist world, even to the extent of social democracy. It is completely opportunistic and demagogic. Its Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism covers any and all evils. It is an advocate not only of reformism, but in its time has beat the drums for right-wing capitalism, authoritarianism, jingoism, united fronts and coalitions with fascists and monarchists, pacifism, anti-imperialism, ultra-leftism, adventurism, putschism, anything and everything which might give the Kremlin some paltry advantage in its diplomatic maneuvers. A correct definition cannot be constructed by fastening on one feature of Stalinism, and ignoring other equally vital traits. Does the analogy hold, at least, so far as denominating Stalinism as an agency of imperialism? This formula is not accurate either. The justification for considering the reformist bureaucracy as an agency of capitalism and imperialism inside the labor movement lies in the fact that the traditional bureaucracy is enduringly tied to its capitalist masters, and that loyalty to the existing system forms the very warp and woof of its activities. The old-line bureaucrats, it is true, are often thrust into episodic conflicts with groups of capitalists, or sometimes even with the whole capitalist class. But these remain episodes which never affect their fundamental course and role. The reformist bureaucracy has never undertaken a mortal conflict with capitalism. It only assumes the leadership of big class struggles under compulsion, and then only to behead them, or abruptly halt them in return for some secondary concessions. The Stalinist bureaucrats are not the same. Since they are tied to the Kremlin oligarchy, and not to their national capitalists, they do not have the reformists' inhibitions with regard to capitalism or imperialism. In two exceptional cases, Stalinist bureaucracies led successful revolutions. At present, they have assumed the leadership of the anti-imperialist struggle in Korea, Indochina, Malaya. Critics may reply, this can change overnight. Stalin will sell out, or try to sell out all these struggles in a minute, if he can get a deal, or half a deal with Washington. Absolutely right. That is why Stalinism is the counter-revolutionary force that it is. But these conflicts with capitalism, this leadership of mass struggles against imperialism, are not episodic to the Kremlin's fundamental tie to imperialism. They are the wild gyrations stemming from the Kremlin's attempt to balance itself by maneuvering between world revolution and world imperialism. Yes, the Kremlin would like a new modus vivendi with imperialism. But that is only one side of its concrete activities. The other side involves the fact that it is not a complete master of the mass struggles it provokes, or heads. By its adventurous lurchings, by its desperate maneuvers and attempts to blackmail imperialism, it not only disorients and betrays workers' struggles, but also smashes in capitalism here and there, as it did in Eastern Europe, and helps incite great revolutionary storms elsewhere, which then have a meaning and a momentum of their own. Try as one might, therefore, it is difficult to see how clarity is served, or how anything is added to the wisdom of the ages, by calling the Indochinese 524. Or North Korean Stalinists, agents of imperialism, or by explaining that the Third World War will be fought, in great part, between imperialism on the one side, and the agents of imperialism on the other. Stalinism is so unlike the old labor bureaucracy, it is such a new, complex, contradictory phenomenon, it is not difficult to see why the old definitions do not fit too satisfactorily. That is why it would appear that a summary descriptive definition would be the best. I would simply define Stalinism as the world agency of the counter-revolutionary, nationalist-minded Kremlin oligarchy. This label does not pretend to supply an exhaustive analysis of Stalinism, but at least it is accurate as far as it goes. Further explanations can be made in the analysis, and do not have to be all contained in the definitions itself. The criterion for a workers' state. There are still some differences, or nuances, on what is the correct criterion to determine the class nature of a state. It is instructive to pursue this question once again in the light of the recent problems, as the discussion illumines aspects of our traditional Russian position, as well as of general Marxian theory. To begin with, what is a workers' state from the standpoint of the Marxist program? I would define a workers' state as one in which a revolution has taken place, sociologically speaking. In other words, where real power, that means political and economic power, has shifted from the capitalists to the workers and their allies. Under conditions of civilization, naturally, this shift of power is recorded by new class laws, decrees, government institutions, armed forces, and ownership of property, in a word, by new class or property relations. In the USSR, as Trotsky taught us over and over again, the workers lost their political power, indeed, their political rights, but the socio-economic foundations of the workers' state remained. And this matter of property is so fundamental, that given these foundations, the USSR is still a workers' state, although, of course, a badly diseased one. In the satellite states, the workers never lost political power because they never won it. The destruction of capitalist property and the introduction of new property forms was carried through in this case by bureaucratic means. But sociologically, and only sociologically, power has shifted from one class to another. That is why these states are workers' states, although, again as in the case of the USSR, they are caricatures of a healthy workers' state. With this as our key, we call Yugoslavia a workers' state, we call the 5 East European countries workers' states, though dependencies of the Kremlin, but, in the case of China, a transitional definition like workers and farmers govern. 525. Meant is more in order, even though we may conclude in a year or two that new property relations have by then been established, and that China therefore fits into the same sociological category as the others. One can insist, of course, that the programmatic norm contemplated a workers' state issuing out of a proletarian revolution, and while, at long last, prepared to recognize the reality of the destruction of capitalism in East Europe, one can still refuse, by God, to honor these monstrosities with the same designation as the USSR, which at least had its origin in a glorious revolution. Others then, with equal justice, can, and as a matter of fact, do insist that before they will recognize any workers' states, they have to issue not only from proletarian revolutions, but only those that fully live up to the programmatic norm, and not those in sharp divergence from it. All this boils down to the fact that the old Marxist terminology did not foresee and provide for the many degenerated, repulsive forms that workers' struggles, and even successes have assumed. Centrist parties, proletarian revolution, and the transitional period. Far from the elimination of the old order proceeding in a rigid, fixed, unchanging manner all over the world, we have already witnessed the destruction of capitalism by bureaucratic military means in a number of countries in Eastern Europe, in the course of a bastardized revolution in Yugoslavia, and in the process of destruction through a different variation of an equally bastardized revolution in China. While it is incorrect to view any one of these as disclosing the pattern of the road to power in the rest of the world, as the circumstances in all three cases were quite exceptional, it is probable just the same, that history will reveal to us several more unique forms before the final conflict. It is clear, however, on the face of it, that the possibilities for overturns in other countries by military bureaucratic means are severely limited, that they can be envisaged in a few countries only, if at all, in the course of Red Army occupation in the next World War. On the other hand, the Yugoslav and Chinese revolutions, despite their unique characteristics, do pose very pointedly the question whether opportunist centrist parties cannot lead revolutions to victory, in other words, whether our traditional stand on this question is not due for some considerable modification. Trotskyism, in the wake of its Marxist predecessors, always gave decisive weight to the necessity of the subjective factor in realizing revolutionary victory. Trotskyism held that while the masses might, in exceptional circumstances, take power through the sheer momentum and sweep of the onslaught. 526. Without a revolutionary leadership, they could not hold power, much less consolidate it, unless headed by a Bolshevik-type off-leadership. The indispensability of a conscious leadership has indeed been underlined again by the post-war experiences, both in the successes and failures. But history has proven itself a little more flexible, a little less intransigent than our theory. Where the disintegration of the old ruling classes was proceeding apace, as in Yugoslavia and China, it was able to utilize, in the absence of Marxist parties, opportunist, less than Marxist working class parties to direct the revolutionary offensive, to secure the victory, and then to carry through some of the historical tasks of the revolution. What is therefore required is to broaden out and impart greater historical perspective and breadth to our old formula of the necessity of a conscious Marxist leadership to guarantee and consolidate the revolutionary victory, not to narrow it down to the developments inside one single country, but to see it from a world viewpoint, and from the perspective of the world revolution. The tasks of the world revolution, properly understood, consist not only of the destruction of capitalism and imperialism, but the extirpation of the Stalinist tyranny in its domains, as well, to remove the dead hand of this avaricious, reactionary oligarchy and thereby enable the working classes everywhere to proceed freely and efficiently with the solution of the transition tasks of this epoch. As for the time interval of the transition period, and the various forms it may assume, and the various struggles it may produce, it is difficult to see that clearly into the future. The definitive destruction of capitalism, however, does not appear, so far as we can tell, to be a matter of centuries. A historical analogy suggests itself here between the Motam movement and the destruction of feudalism. If we date the start of this overturn from the British Revolution of 1640, and its essential completion with the unification of Germany and Italy in 1870, we would conclude that the historic process stretched over 2 centuries, and that after the British overturn, over 135 years elapsed before the next major revolutionary developments took place in America and France. If we, in a parallel column, date the beginning of capitalism's destruction from 1917, the deed, and not 1848, the program, we can conclude that already, in the course of some 3 decades, despite terrible defeats, the revolutionary masses succeeded in wiping out capitalism in a portion of the globe comprising roughly a third of the total population. If we add to this fact our general knowledge that all social processes are enormously speeded up today in comparison to a century or 2 ago, that this is an age of revolution, with one rapidly following on the heels of the other, that capitalism already is a wounded beast staggering from crisis to crisis, and that the world hovers again. 527. On the brink of another world war, if we add up all this, then the evidence seems strong that capitalism as a world system must measure its existence in decades rather than centuries. Be that as it may, our own historic vindication will come to the measure that we succeed in becoming leaders of masses in action, that we fuse the Marxist ideology with the mass movement. That is why this discussion necessarily turns from analysis of the world reality and the general perspectives to a discussion of tactics, to how we can increase our influence and grow strong. In tune with this general development of the discussion, we will conclude these notes with a consideration of some tactical problems of the Socialist Workers' Party. The Americanization of the SWP. Several months ago our committee decided to drop the designation of Trotskyist from our general literature and to discontinue running the pictures of Lenin and Trotsky in every issue of the paper. This decision, long overdue, is to be heartily applauded as part of the process of the Americanization of our party or the elimination of all externals which are unnecessary roadblocks in our path. What is now required is that the practical adjustment in our propaganda be generalized into a conscious and planned orientation. Our movement has not, so far, made the impact on American political life of the revolutionary currents that preceded us. We haven't left the mark on the American working class that the IWW or the DEB socialists did. We are still looked upon, more than some realize, as a group of hero worshippers, personal adherents of Leon Trotsky, as a sect of eccentrics. Even many sophisticated labor militants friendly to us, and they are all getting pretty sophisticated nowadays, view Trotskyism not just as a political program that is too extreme, or with which they cannot go along, but as something of an oddity, something that is foreign, far away, alien to America and its problems. Our movement has not been unaware of this unfortunate impression conveyed by us, and we have made a number of valiant efforts to Americanize the party, to adjust our tone and manners to the American scene, and make it part of the stream of the native labor movement. The policy of proletarianization, executed in campaign fashion in 1940, certainly can be considered, in a broad political sense, as an attempt to Americanize our movement. We tried to turn our backs on the petty bourgeois literati, and place our members in such an intimate relationship to the working class, that our primary attention would, of necessity, be riveted on the solution of the actual problems of workers in the shops, of having the thinking, the feeling, the preoccupation, the very compass. 528. Mission of the party so intimately reflect the workers' aspirations and sufferings, moods and struggles, that we would become the vanguard in practice that we proclaimed ourselves to be in theory. Our efforts along this line were mirrored for 10 years in energetic activities in strike struggles and union affairs, in the changed character of our press, and epitomized, as it were, in the work around the Minneapolis case, and even more so, in the 1948 election campaign. Here, we made the most integrated and heroic effort to present ourselves to the American people in understandable terms, to relate our movement to a known revolutionary tradition, and to relate our ideas to the daily problems of the masses. There is no question that our party has transformed itself in many respects in the 10-year period, that our party understands, reflects, and participates in the American labor movement far better than was the case in the past. But we are still a long way from being a party of mass action. And we are still a long way from erasing our heritage of an isolated propaganda sect. This is due, in the main, not to faulty techniques, or mistaken tactics, but to formidable social obstructions which it was not in the cards for us to overcome in the past. We emerged as an organization in America out of a split in Russia that the American workers, and even their most advanced elements, knew little about and cared less. We had to build a cadre in a fight for an international program in isolation from the labor movement and its life-giving struggles. We had to pit our tiny membership in the industrial unions against the far-flung Stalinist battle formations, as well as against the strongest reformist bureaucracy of the whole capitalist world, with the working class in the grip of Rooseveltianism. We had to brave the full fury of a demonic witch hunt before we could sufficiently entrench ourselves in the American labor movement. Yes, this party had to be built the hard way. But it is not sufficient to explain our defects, shortcomings, and failures of the past and present. We have to look to the future, and make sure that we leave no stone unturned to prepare ourselves for the next round of struggle, to make sure that it doesn't pass us by the way the CIO did. Especially so, since we are not going to build a party in this country without plenty of competition, not only from the present labor bureaucracy, and even the Stalinists, but also, very likely, from new pseudo-revolutionary or pseudo-socialist formations. There will be no victories won by default in the USA. Although the proletarian advance is inevitable, our organization will have successes only as it measures up to the requirements of the times. That is why we cannot afford any sectarianism. We cannot afford to live in the past, or in a make-believe world of our own creation. We cannot afford any quixotism. While our program is based, and will continue to be based upon the international experiences of the work. 529. In class, and while Trotsky was, in the immediate and most direct sense, the teacher and the leader of our movement, it does not at all follow from these two propositions that we will have much success in rallying workers to our banner by trying to straighten them out on the rights and wrongs of the Stalin-Trotsky fight, which has now receded into history, or that it is our revolutionary duty to try and do so. Paying homage to the memory of a great man is not our main task as a political party. We will vindicate Trotsky's struggle, and our own, by becoming a force, and in no other way. And we will become a force only when we succeed in implanting ourselves into the consciousness of the working class of this country as an authentic and indigenous band of American revolutionary militants. This orientation demands a re-examination of every department of our party activity, and its improvement and strengthening from this point of view. Our theoretical magazine, however, occupies a special place in relation to our work, and has a special function to perform. As I conceive it, the theoretical magazine has the high duty of keeping the thinking of our cadre shared and clear, and of breaking new ground in Marxist thought and development by following and analyzing all the new problems, trends, and experiences of our epoch, especially as they relate to America. Any tendency to make the magazine more acceptable, or to increase its sales here and there, by converting it into what would essentially be an elaborated version of the militant appears to me as incorrect. It would simply result in an unnecessary duplication of effort. The more we popularize our weekly press and literature, the more skilled we become in talking in understandable terms and in resting on an American tradition, the more will we need a theoretical organ which will preserve and continue the Marxist tradition, and which will serve as a true guide to the movement on all questions, from the heights of theory to the tactical problems of the day. As Marxism grows more influential and accepted, the magazine will get a broader hearing. But it can only justify its existence, and it should form an essential and honored part of our structure, by more authoritatively fulfilling its role of defender of the science of socialism against all its traducers, and by applying the science to theoretically solve the social problems of our lifetime. 530. 3. On the duration and the nature of the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, 1951. Michel Pablo. What I wrote, in the article Where Are We Going? On the subject of the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, its probable duration and its nature, has called forth a series of comments and divergent reactions in our movement, that compels me to undertake a further explanation of this question, which has a considerable interest, it seems to me, not only from the theoretical but also from the practical viewpoint. 28. I actually wrote and emphasized that this transitional period would probably take a few centuries. Comrades who find this probable duration excessive may not have paid enough attention to this precise point, that what is involved is the whole interval in which the transition from capitalism to socialism will be consummated. The taking of power is not yet socialism in the economic and social meaning of this term in the Marxist vocabulary. I use the term socialism in its classical sense as first defined by Marx himself, in reference to the regime where the productive forces will have acquired a degree of development permitting the effective progressive abolition of the classes, of the state, of the distinction between physical and intellectual labor, and between the city and the countryside. The consummated socialist society is the direct vestibule to the communist society, in which the formula of from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, will actually be applied, and which will put an end to the various birthmarks of the old society, as Marx wrote, which the society emerging from capitalism after the taking of power by the proletariat still bears in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually. This period of transformation of capitalism into socialism, this latter term being understood in its economic and social content, and not simply its polit. 28 Pablo 1951b. 531. Equal significance, taking of power by the proletariat, is from all evidence an entire historical period extending over a few centuries. The Marxist classics have conceived of this matter, it seems to me, in this general sense, independently of the nuances we may distinguish between the various exponents. In his letter to Braca on the Gotha program dated May 5, 1875, Marx speaks of the period of the revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into communist society, to which period there also corresponds a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. One indication of the probable duration of this period, in Marx's estimation, is contained in the key passage of the criticism of the Gotha program where Marx gives an economic and social analysis of the future society. Let us review the essential points of this passage, which will also serve as well for a better comprehension of the specific character of this period of transition. Marx insists on the fact that the society issuing from capitalism after the taking of power could not be immediately a communist society such as it has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. On the economic and social level, this society is still regulated by bourgeois right, which even though being a constant improvement in respect to a thorough 909 bourgeois right, is nevertheless still stigmatized by bourgeois limitations. The right of the producers is proportional to the labor they supply. The equality consists in the fact that measurement is made with an equal standard, labor. Nevertheless, the needs of individuals not being equal, with an equal output, and hence an equal share in the social consumption fund, one will in fact receive more than another, one will be richer than another, and so on. But these defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged after prolonged birth pangs from capitalist society. Our emphasis. According to Marx, all this will disappear when the socialist phase of the post-capitalist society will be completed and the higher communist phase will begin, that is to say, when the enslaving subordination of individuals under division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor, from a mere means of life, has itself become the prime necessity of life, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-round development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly. Our emphasis. 532. In my opinion, it becomes clear, from these passages, that Marx, even while considering, as he says in his above-mentioned letter to Braca, that the program of the party does not now deal with this, the period of transition, or with the future state in communist society, envisaged an entire historical period between capitalist society and its transformation into a consummated socialist society, in the economic and social sense, we repeat, of the term. Let us now come to Lenin. He found himself both compelled and disposed by the conditions of his time to speak much more concretely on this transitional period and its character, especially after the taking of power in Russia. Trotskyists know the puerile manner in which Stalin and his school have tried to buttress their theory of socialism in a single country with Lenin's name by means of quotations falsified not only in their spirit but even in their letter. The essence of their perversion consists in giving to the term socialism that Lenin actually employed in a number of his articles with the meaning of the possible taking of political power in a single country, the meaning of completing the economic and social content of socialism, a completion in a possible socialist society which can be built in a single country. In reality, both in the spirit and the letter of innumerable writings on this question, Lenin does not envisage the possibility of achieving a socialist society except on a world scale. And in what time intervals? Here are some typical quotations. It is hardly to be expected that our next generation, which will be more highly developed, will effect a complete transition to socialism. Report of April 29, 1918, to the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviet Government. On December 3, 1919, Lenin declared to the Congress of Communes and Artels, "We know that we cannot establish a socialist order at the present time. It will he well if our children, perhaps our grandchildren, will establish it. Our emphasis, Works, Volume 16, p. 398. This estimate by Lenin acquires its full importance when it is added that Lenin is not here envisaging the duration of the achievement of socialism in backward and isolated Russia alone, but socialism on a much more extensive scale through the victory of the revolution he expected and on which he counted in Europe, and especially in Germany. But naturally, up to now it has been Trotsky who was obliged and who could express himself most concretely on the probable duration and the nature of the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. To combat the confusion and falsifications to which the Stalinist school had subjected such fundamental conceptions of Marxism as what ought to be understood politically, economically, and socially by the term socialism, Trotsky 533 was above all forced to emphasize the material conditions which characterized a truly socialist regime. Socialist society can be built, Trotsky considered, only on the most advanced productive forces, on the application of electricity and chemistry to the processes of production including agriculture, on combining, generalizing, and bringing to maximum development the highest elements of modern technology. Socialism must not only take over from capitalism the most highly developed productive forces but must immediately carry them onward, raise them to a higher level and give them a state of development such as has been unknown under capitalism. Third International after Lenin, p. 52, our emphasis. Trotsky believed that the genuine socialist development dependent on a high development of the productive forces, advanced well beyond the levels obtained by the most advanced capitalist countries, would begin alter the victory of the proletariat, at least in several advanced countries. Trotsky thereby spoke of the epoch of genuine socialist conception which would be inaugurated only at that stage. Third International after Lenin, p. 54. However, it is later in the revolution betrayed that Trotsky was able to best express his views on all these questions, the aim of the analysis set forth in this book being to grasp the real development of the revolution in our epoch by proceeding from the concrete experience of the USSR. What are the fundamental conclusions of this book on these points? A. The taking of power, which is on the order of the day for all countries in our epoch and which is therefore possible in each country separately, does not immediately establish a socialist regime, in the economic and social meaning of this term, but a transitional regime between capitalism and socialism or preparatory to socialism. This regime will apply socialist methods for the solution of pre-socialist tasks. B. The epoch of genuine socialist development will begin with the victory of the revolution on an international scale, that is to say, encompassing at least a number of advanced countries, on the foundation of a level of productive forces at least equal from the start to that to which the most advanced capitalism has attained. C. Contrary to what Marx thought, and even Lenin who based himself wholly upon the Marxist theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat, 29 it is impossible to abolish bureaucratic deformations immediately after the taking of power and before having reached a certain level of productive forces much higher than the level of the most advanced capitalism, and these cannot be combated by purely political measures, election and recall at any time of all plenipotentiaries, abolition of material privileges, active control by the masses. A socialist state even in America, on the basis of the most advanced capitalism, could not immediately provide everyone with as much as he needs, and would therefore be compelled to spur everyone to produce as much as possible. The revolution betrayed, p. 53. D. Bureaucratic tendencies and deformations are not confined to the development of the backward and isolated USSR alone. The tendencies of bureaucratism, which strangles the workers' movement in capitalist countries, would everywhere show themselves even after the proletarian revolution. Revolution betrayed, p. 55, our emphasis. But it is perfectly obvious that the poorer the society which issues from a revolution, the sterner and more naked would be the expression of this law, the more crude would be the forms of bureaucratism and the more dangerous would it become for socialist development. Page 55, our emphasis. E. A development of the productive forces is the absolutely necessary practical premise of communism, because without it want is generalized, and with want the struggle for necessities begins again, and that means that all the old crap must revive. Marx, quoted by Trotsky in The Revolution Betrayed, p. 56. It therefore conforms to Trotsky's spirit, if not to the very letter of his writings, that the transformation of capitalism into socialism will actually take an entire historical epoch filled with bureaucratically deformed transitional regimes, and that these inevitable bureaucratic deformations, which have basically economic causes, will disappear only to the degree that the revolution conquers in the advanced countries and the level of the productive forces reaches and surpasses that of the most advanced capitalism. From this there naturally follows the prime importance of the revolution in the advanced countries and of the international victory of the revolution in order to speed socialist reconstruction and attain as rapidly as possible the full economic and social content of socialism. I believe that what I wrote in my 2 articles on the probable duration and the characteristics of the transitional period completely conforms with these real views of Trotsky on these questions. So far as the duration of the transitional period is concerned, I added in Where Are We Going? The remark that it should not be forgotten that we are 535. Already in the 2nd century since the publication of the Communist Manifesto, which put the socialist revolution on the order of the day, and more than 50 years since the beginning of imperialism, the last stage of capitalism. Can one seriously believe that all the rest, that is to say, the actual transformation of capitalism into socialism, is no more than a matter of a few decades? Even in the event that in the near future the revolution succeeds in the United States, this indispensable and by far the most important sector of the capitalist system, in which is concentrated the highest degree of development of productive forces capitalism has known, the consummation of a world socialist society would remain a work of long duration. 30. On the other hand, in the much more probable event at the present moment that the victory of the world proletarian revolution would yet have to undergo the experience of a third war, with all the destructions caused by it, including this time the USA itself, it would naturally have to cope with still more extended delays and supplementary difficulties. These views have nothing pessimistic in them. What in our opinion would really be illogical, childlike, and mechanical is a conception according to which the most profound transformation of society, emerging from its 1,000-year barbarism, in all its economic, moral, and intellectual relations, could be miraculously effected along a straight and direct line of development. And what is the practical importance of insisting so much on the probable duration and the character of the transitional period? It appears considerable to us. It is first of all a question of arming the communist cadres of our movement with a historical perspective and with clear notions of the aims to be attained, so that they can master whatever is conjunctural and avoid any activist impatience or impressionism. It is also a question of rendering them capable of grasping the development of the revolution in our epoch in its real and concrete manifestation, unhampered by any formalistic thinking. The developments which have taken place during and after the last war, the formation of the European buffer zone, the Yugoslav and Chinese revolutions, the other colonial revolutions now going on in Asia, have called forth divergent reactions in the revolutionary vanguard. A number of elements have interpreted these events as the expression of a progressive historical role of Stalinism and have been led to conciliation with it, to idealize it, or to pure and simple capitulation before it, especially in countries where the pressure of Stalinism remains exceedingly great. Other elements undergoing a contrary class pressure, which becomes much greater to the extent that we approach the crucial testing moment, refuse to draw any distinction between the social character of the regimes and movements and their temporary Stalinist or Stalinized leaderships, and reject the one along with the others. These elements have an ideal conception of the real and concrete revolutionary process in our epoch, and admit it only in its pure forms, the norms described by Marx and Lenin. 31. They consider the bureaucratic deformation of the proletarian power which has marked the Russian Revolution, and, because of its degeneration, a considerable part of the revolutionary process in our time, as the pure and simple negation of all class content, different from capitalism, and which has been attained only through the struggle against this latter and the destruction of its foundations, that is to say, the relations of production and of property corresponding to it. Situated between these two tendencies, we are obliged to reaffirm and to defend the fundamental criteria of Marxist theory and the key ideas given by the Trotskyist analysis of the USSR and of Stalinism. We have patiently explained under what exceptional specific conditions the Soviet bureaucracy has been led to the economic and political expropriation of the bourgeoisie in the countries of the European buffer zone, and under what exceptional conditions the Yugoslav CP and the Chinese CP were propelled to power by the powerful movement of the masses. In this light we have analyzed and demonstrated most particularly the Yugoslav experience and the crisis of Stalinism in the other countries of the buffer zone, the elements of crisis and of differentiation which exist in the expansion of Stalinism. We have especially emphasized this fundamental idea of our theoretical arsenal, that the bureaucratic deformation of the proletarian power and particularly the monstrous form it has taken with the Soviet bureaucracy in the USSR will be eliminated only with the triumph of the revolution on an international scale embracing the advanced countries. But whoever speaks of revolution speaks above all of the abolition of capitalism, the abolition of its productive and property relations and the establishment of new relations. Here is the decisive factor. The Stalinist form of the bureaucratic deformation of proletarian power has taken shape only in the case of a backward and half-barbarous country which remained for a long time isolated from new important advances of the world revolution. The political expropriation of the proletariat and the formation of an omnipotent and uncontrollable bureaucratic caste like that existing in the USSR is excluded in the event of an international triumph of the revolution embracing the advanced countries, and especially in the event of a victory in the United States. We have never written or wanted to suggest that the political expropriation of the proletariat after the taking of power on an international scale could be envisaged as possible, and even less that it can stretch over centuries. Such an affirmation would be theoretically equivalent to admitting the theory of bureaucratic collectivism, that is to say, the possibility of an historical regime intermediate between capitalism and socialism. On the contrary, we have written this word for word: the proletarian power will inevitably become swiftly bureaucratized and would risk culminating in a complete expropriation of the proletariat if the revolution remains isolated in a country encircled by imperialism. Now emphasized. On the class nature of Yugoslavia, Internal Bulletin of the IS, October 1949. The modifications of the norm of proletarian power, we wrote further on, would diminish only to the degree that the basis of proletarian power would pass beyond the framework of a single country and would embrace an ever more important sector of world economy. Now emphasized. Even for the USSR we have not admitted that the development of the bureaucracy favored by powerful economic causes would necessarily and fatally transform the Bolshevik Party and through it, the whole Communist International into organs of the bureaucracy, on the class nature of Yugoslavia. We locate the downfall of Stalinism in the unfolding of the struggle already engaged between imperialism and the revolution in all its forms, the USSR, the people's democracies, Yugoslavia, China, the colonial revolutions now in progress and the international revolutionary movement. This struggle will not last for centuries but a much briefer period. It will lead, as we have many times repeated in all our writings, through the abolition of capitalism and imperialism, also to the downfall of the Bonapartist power of Stalin and of Stalinism. That is the foundation of our optimism and our revolutionary perspectives. 538. For a Milestone in Internationalism, Excerpts, 1951. George F. Clark. Past Wars and the Threatening War 3-2. What is new and different in the world today? The character of the approaching war is new. The position of the classes, the circumstances in which the war takes shape and threatens to break out are different from those which surrounded past wars. The major wars of the past were conflicts between imperialist powers for the redivision of the markets and raw materials of the earth. Not so today. The last two wars have led to the ruin or to the exhaustion and decline of all the important imperialist powers but one, the United States. The emergence of the American capitalist colossus, with its unrivaled productive plant, its extensive domestic market, its huge supply of capital, has driven the others' powers from the field of effective competition. 1/3 of the area of the world, extending from the Elbe to the China Seas and including more than 800 million people, has completely slipped out of the capitalist market. It must be reconquered before capital can safely and profitably be invested in that area again. Irresistible economic forces drive American imperialism to this task. The very existence of this huge non-capitalist world unsettles existing markets, spurs the colonial and semi-colonial peoples to take advantage of the palpable weakness of their oppressors, thus creating new military burdens and further instability in the West. Survival of capitalism at stake. The conflict of two mutually exclusive social systems taking the form of world war means in effect that the class struggle, which has existed from the inception of capitalism as a struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, has extended in the decline of capitalism into a struggle between states which represent the interests of the hostile and existing classes. Civilization stands at a turning point, smiley face, the people are being called upon to make a fatal, irretrievable, cataclysmic decision. Here is the supreme test of revolutionary leadership, which the Fourth International alone of all tendencies in the working class movement has met. It has not submitted to forces far greater than itself, it has not wavered under pressure, it has not deluded itself or others with false hopes. Prepared by its whole past, which embodies the best of the traditions of revolutionary Marxism, it was able to skillfully diagnose the existing reality, to speak clearly of the march of events, to confidently prepare its strategy for the turbulent tomorrow. War and Revolution. The fact that imperialism aims to destroy the nationalized property relations in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, to destroy the revolutionary regime in China, to smash the working class and colonial movements, will tend toward the creation of a natural coalition against a common enemy, counter-revolution. The merit of the prognosis of the Fourth International is that it frees men from the paralysis of fright and makes them fit for action. The fear of Stalinism. It is not surprising that Schachtman, the leaders of the POUM, the Titoites and other centrists should react to this ideological rearmament with cries and accusations that the Fourth International has capitulated to Stalinism. Part of their venom undoubtedly comes from bad conscience. Most of them at one or another time in their past had promised to defend the Soviet Union against imperialism in case of war. But the threatening war finds most of them either in the other camp or on their way into it, identifying the Stalinist bureaucracy with the Soviet Union as their justification for joining with imperialism. The Fourth International has remained faithful to Trotsky's analysis and attitude toward the Soviet bureaucracy and Stalinism while unchanged in fundamentals. It has refined its ideas on this question and added a note of realism required by changed world conditions. What it recognizes is that events have changed the relationship between the Soviet bureaucrats and world imperialism, and between Stalinism and the masses it leads and influences. 540. Stalinism was a product of the reaction that followed the ebbing of the revolutionary wave and the defeats of the workers' movement in the 20s in Europe. It kept its domination by maneuvering between rival imperialist powers and by manipulating the workers' movement to the ends of these maneuvers. Isolated revolutionary developments such as in China, Spain, France, unable to withstand the opposition of their own bourgeoisie in combination with the counter-revolutionary treachery of the Stalinist bureaucracy, went down to defeat. The defeats consolidated the Kremlin's position by freeing it from the pressure of revolutionary asses and by lend plausibility to its defeatist attitude to workers' revolutions. The altered situation. All of this is altered today. Imperialism is no longer divided and heading towards a clash in its own ranks but united under American hegemony is preparing for war with the Soviet Union. The bargaining power of the Kremlin is thus considerably restricted. Although willing as ever to bargain away the interests of the revolutionary workers and colonial movements, it is clear that imperialism requires more far-reaching concessions as the price of any real agreement. Nor is it such a simple matter to sell out these movements as, for example, the new China. Under such conditions it becomes more and more profitable for the Kremlin to attempt to exploit these movements for its own ends, endeavoring all the while to limit their objectives, than to betray them directly. The revolutionary ferment today tends to remain in an active state rather than being dammed up and demoralized as in the past. Far more important, however, is that the forces of mass unrest let loose upon the world since the last war are becoming too vast, too uncontrollable for manipulation by the Kremlin or any other bureaucracy. What has happened in Yugoslavia during the war, and even more significantly in China, is an illustration of this phenomenon and foreshadows the shape of events to come. In both cases, the Kremlin attempted to prevail upon the leaderships of these revolutions to come to terms with their reactionary opponents, the Yugoslav royalist government in exile and Chiang Kai-shek. Meanwhile, as the record proves, the Kremlin made agreements with these reactionary rulers behind the backs of and against Tito at one time and against Mao at another. Stalin's object was to honor his agreements with imperialism and to achieve peace with it at the expense of the revolutionary masses. But what had been possible in China and Spain before the war was no longer possible in Yugoslavia during the war and in China after it. The Great 541 mass movement was too powerful. It swept over the Kremlin's head. This is a new development of the greatest political significance and was recognized as such by this Congress of the Fourth International, not only because of the light it throws on the past and present, but because it can be a dominant tendency in the event of an imperialist war against the non-capitalist world. Crisis of Stalinism. Viewing Stalinism as a byproduct of working class defeats and of reaction, we had envisaged its crisis in a period of the upsurge of revolutionary developments. This is precisely what has occurred. Only, as so often happens, the reality, while basically conforming to the idea, had its own unique and particular expression. The crisis of Stalinism developed within and through the communist parties in countries where they had great movements, and not in organic breaks with them. Parties like those in Yugoslavia and China, still Stalinist in all outward appearances, led successful revolutions against the old regime. But by that very fact these parties had ceased to be Stalinist, that is to say mere agencies of the Kremlin, pressure instruments for achieving favorable diplomatic relations between the Soviet Union and the capitalist governments. In seizing power they had acted in direct opposition to the main purpose of Stalinism. This was to be confirmed in life itself when it later became clear that Stalin's Politburo had opposed and sabotaged their struggle for power. It was furthermore demonstrated when signs of friction and even open hostility appeared between the new revolutionary power and the Kremlin. To contest this analysis because it appears contradictory is to ignore the reality which is itself contradictory. The road to socialism is not like a superhighway. Those who are unprepared to take its unexpected turns, its unexplored paths, and its detours must inevitably lose their way. In fact, the political woods are full of those wretched wanderers who wail about the omnipotence of bureaucracy at the very moment that proletarians and colonial people are smashing the great empires of the capitalist world and thus creating the conditions for the downfall of Stalinism. Far from capitulating to Stalinism, the Fourth International, by its analysis and the tactical course it has charted, prepares the penetration of the conscious vanguard into the mass movement as it is and as it will be. That is the greatest danger for Stalinism and assures the ultimate victory of the ideas of Trotskyism, which is already indicated by events. 542. The Fourth International came into existence in an epoch of defeats. How different today! Who dares speak of socialism in one country today when the world decision between capitalism and socialism is clearly in the making? Look at Yugoslavia. Less than 2 years after the break with the Cominform, the leaders of the regime, who were trained in Stalinist methods and who practiced them themselves, found themselves denouncing the entire bureaucratic system in the Soviet Union and advocating ideas and plans for workers' democracy which in many ways parallel those of Leon Trotsky. Look at China. There the victory of the revolution is officially laid to the fact that the Chinese CP broke with the fatal policy of the 20s of subordinating the mass movement to the Kuomintang. The responsibility for the defeat of that time is shunted off onto scapegoats who had merely applied the line at Stalin's Komintern. But the fact that the victory of 1949 is attributed exclusively to Mao Zedong and never to Stalin clearly implicates the latter in the defeat of 1925 to 1927 and indicates that far more is being said in private than appears in the press. It is the ideas and program of Trotskyism, not in detail, not in all their aspects, but in fundamentals which have triumphed wherever the masses have triumphed over imperialism. The anonymity which still surrounds them can only be transitory. 5. The New York Local, Report and Tasks, 1953. Mike Bartell, Milton Zaslow. 543. The past year was a period of sound activity and substantial achievement for the New York Local. 33. Our successes must not be measured in ideal terms, but from the point of view of what is possible in an atmosphere of reaction in the citadel of world counter-revolution preparing for war. Our gains are determined in large measure by this objective situation, and our tasks have been set accordingly. We kept up a well-measured pace of propaganda activities. Our campaigns, electoral and otherwise, were placed within the framework of these propaganda activities. We sought to break down the barriers between ourselves and the Stalinist ranks and peripheral circles erected by the Stalinist bureaucrats. And in this, we have been moderately successful. A steady stream of new people have been attracted to all our public functions. The internal education of the party has been lively and steadily improving. Our finances have been stabilized and New York has more than maintained its position as the outstanding contributor to the functioning of the national organization. By a realistic view of our tasks, by exploiting opportunities where they existed, by counteracting the process of stagnation which comes with isolation, by keeping the party's ideology fresh and alive, by enlarging our circle of friends and sympathizers, by penetrating into new circles, we did all that was possible and did it well. There were no doubt mistakes and shortcomings, but the general orientation was correct and rewarding. 544. 1. Orientation. The year 1947 brought an abrupt change in the conditions under which our party operated. The grievances of the workers, the Negro people, veterans, tenants, etc., which had accumulated during World War II, burst forth at its conclusion in an offensive of considerable scope and power. Our party intervened energetically in these struggles, and turned its attention directly toward new layers of worker militants who were emerging out of the mass. We were rewarded by rapid growth in every respect. By 1948, this situation had turned into its opposite. Although on a world scale great revolutionary upheavals were in the making, in America the labor movement was in sharp decline all along the line. Conservative moods were becoming dominant among the workers. The witch hunt had begun. The mass movement rolled back, leaving us isolated. With minor ups and downs, this trend has continued for 6 years. In the past year, we have seen a deepening of reaction, culminating in the victory of the Republican Party for the first time in 20 years. Furthermore, while all the conditions of social crisis are maturing beneath the surface, the readings of all social barometers indicate that the unfavorable climate will continue for a time and will probably get worse in the period immediately ahead. It is naturally impossible for a revolutionary party to prosper in such circumstances. On the contrary, for a small tendency such as ours, a lengthy period of isolation presents very serious problems. The danger is a double one. The obvious and apparent danger lies in the contraction of our forces through losses, a quantitative decline. But we also face another problem, the danger of succumbing to the conditions of isolation by sinking into the habits, moods, and methods of an ingrown sect. In 1948 we began to adjust our activities to conform to the changed conditions. The changes in our general approach here in New York can be summed up as follows. We shifted the axis of our activities from mass action and broad agitation to concentrated propaganda and education. We turned our attention from the general mass of politically uninitiated workers to a narrower but more selective audience of left-wing groups, politically minded workers and intellectuals, and student youth, from expansion of our organization and activities to retrenchment and more modest tasks. This course has demonstrated its validity and we have no need for any major change now. We need only to pursue it more consistently and carry out the indicated tasks more energetically. With this approach in mind, we proceed to an examination of the more important phases of our work. 545. 2. Trade union work. Since the mass movement is quiescent, relatively, and dominated by an unchallenged imperialist-minded bureaucracy, our opportunities for work in the union movement have become extremely limited, and since our activities are to be directed primarily toward more politically conscious circles, the question naturally arises, what about the proletarian, or trade union, orientation? The answer we give to this question, not only verbally but in action, is of the greatest importance, both for our future possibilities and for the health of our movement today. First, while we are perforce limited in the main to propaganda activities because of the social stability that obtains for the present, we must never lose sight of the very real perspective of great class struggles that will inevitably erupt. We must not so adapt ourselves to the exigencies of the moment, as to be completely unprepared for the stormy movements which will arise in the factories and flow through the channels of the trade unions. We will succeed in influencing the movement, and in putting flesh on the skeleton of the party only to the extent that we are rooted in the factories. This fact alone dictates the placing of every possible comrade in some factory or union. But there is the additional urgent need to retain and extend our links with the working class as it is, in all of its conservatism and apathy, so that we do not become isolated from the workers physically as well as politically. Such links act as an antidote, at least in part, to the dangers of sectarian decay. They help to prevent unrealistic wish-fulfillment thinking today, and to assure that we will not be caught unawares and lag behind when the workers begin to move on the morrow. Furthermore, it is of course not true that nothing whatever can be done even today in the shops and unions. The class struggle, as we know, is never completely dormant. Indeed, a surprising number of our members have participated in strikes and stoppages in the past several years, in most cases in the capacity of secondary leaders. A half a dozen of our comrades are union stewards. We have found that opportunities to speak at union meetings for a labor party and on other issues are not entirely absent either. Finally, there is important political work that can and should always be carried on in factories, or for that matter, anywhere, and that is persistent contact work among one's fellow workers. Even if recruiting is extremely difficult, it is surely possible to win friends and sympathizers, who can be turned into recruits when things loosen up. This problem of proletarianization is a peculiarly New York problem, and it always has been with us. We do not suggest that the character of the New York 546 local can be transformed overnight by a big campaign for proletarianization. But we must come back to this question at every convention and persist the year round in our efforts to strengthen our contacts with the mass organizations of the workers. We have made a little progress in the past year. A number of comrades who persisted in their efforts have succeeded in entering some key spots. We now have groups that are fairly well established in 4 unions and some beginnings in others. There are still some, however, who choose jobs which are most convenient, even though they are useless from the point of view of helping the party penetrate the mass movement, and of maintaining and extending its ties with the class. Young comrades especially, should adjust their lives so as to live as proletarian revolutionists and prepare themselves to become workers' leaders in the struggles that lie ahead. 111 Propaganda. This phase of our work, which refers to the dissemination of Marxist ideas, especially the Marxist analysis of our changing world and the socialist perspective, has occupied our main attention for the past year, and correctly so. Propaganda includes public lectures and classes as well as the circulation of our press. It also includes contact work, which is personalized propaganda carried on by the rank-and-file member, who supplement the work of the lecturer and writer and attempts to complete the task of recruitment. Further, our propaganda work is not only concerned with influencing new people. Taken together with internal discussion, it also means the continuous clarification and refining of our own ideas, and keeping abreast of the great events which are occurring with unprecedented speed in all parts of the world. This work is indispensable if we are to keep our concepts in tune with the ever-changing reality and prevent sluggishness and routinism in our thinking. Above all, it is the best shield against the tremendous pressures bearing down upon us. Our program of public meetings, lectures, and classes in the past year was by far the richest in many years, both in quantity and quality. In 1 year we held 15 public meetings and lectures on domestic and international events, 6 lectures on the world crisis, summarizing the views of the World Congress, 2 lectures on philosophy, a 6-week lecture course on the American Revolution, a weekly discussion class for new members and contacts that ran most of the year, and a study course in capital. Furthermore, all of those undertakings with very few exceptions were distinctly successful. The lectures consistently attracted sizable audiences both from the party ranks and from left-wing circles. The 547 success of this propaganda activity was made possible by the great achievements of the Third World Congress, which armed us with a consistent world outlook and with clear answers to all the big questions of our time. The weekly forum fulfills a number of important needs for us. It fulfills a major educational need for the party itself. It serves to counteract disintegrating tendencies by providing a strong and attractive political center which draws to it some less active members, and a number of sympathizers, and by keeping constantly before the movement the forward march of the masses on a world scale, and the great revolutionary perspectives for America. Finally, it has attracted a considerable number of new people, primarily young people from the Stalinist peripheral movements, several of whom have drawn very close to our ideas. To maintain a weekly forum over an extended period of time is an ambitious undertaking for a small organization under present conditions. But if we recognize its importance, and are ready to put in the effort required to sustain it, there is a good chance that it will succeed, and that these efforts will be well rewarded. The 4 classes on various aspects of Marxist theory and analysis which will open in January under the auspices of the Marxist Labor School will round out our educational program. The circulation of our press, and not only the militant but also the heavier literature such as the FI and the New Pablo pamphlet, is the primary vehicle for our propaganda, for with it we can reach far more people than we can attract to our meetings, and penetrate ever wider circles with our ideas. Our literature activities should be consistent with our overall tasks, and general orientation. We should direct a concentrated fire at the more politically conscious currents in the population, certain unions and schools and other selected points rather than indiscriminate broadsides at the population in general. We should not indulge in door-to-door sub-campaigns aimed only at obtaining the maximum number of subs. The results obtained under present conditions of widespread conservatism and fear are not commensurate with the enormous amount of energy required, and such efforts could only divert us from the activities that we are, and should be, engaged in. 1 sub sold to a real contact made through our propaganda efforts is a step toward winning an adherent, and is worth far more than a sub gotten at random door-to-door that generally leads nowhere. On the other hand, limited door-to-door work which is aimed at culling out contacts through consistent visiting, as is being done in several projects, has proven to be worthwhile. Our guiding line should be that subbing is an important part of contact work, and not an end in itself. Within this approach we should get every subscription we possibly can. 548. The inevitable decline in our sub-list must be compensated for by stepping up the sales of single copies at political meetings, forums, unions, and schools. This work has lagged in the last few months, but our own experience shows that a stable circulation can be built up in this way. We should also try to place the militant on more newsstands, since this outlet has provided a steady sale of 100 copies a week for a number of years. We should not engage in mass street sales as a general practice. However, when a hot issue arouses great interest we should conduct a special demonstration sale, and intervene at least agitation ally in the given struggle. The Harry Moore murder was a case in point. We were able to sell 1,000 militants by 2 mobilizations on the streets of Harlem and 200 more at various protest meetings. In addition, tens of thousands saw our dramatic display of placards and heard our slogans. 4. Contacting and recruitment. In the past several months we carried on more systematic and extensive contact work than ever before. Some 40 comrades visited more than 100 contacts, including almost all of those who had responded to the radio broadcasts. For the first time we are becoming familiar with the people on our mailing list, who were by and large merely names to us before. Many worthless names were weeded out. We found that most of the radio contacts were not prospects. In many cases they completely misunderstood what and who we were. But a half a dozen subs were gotten from this work, and a few prospective recruits. In the matter of recruiting, we have hit up against a new and peculiar phenomenon. In spite of expanded and improved activities, in spite of the fact that we have attracted more new people than in recent years, recruiting has dropped to a new low. We have won over a number of young people to our viewpoint in the past period, people who accept our ideas, come quite regularly to our functions, read our press, contribute to some degree to our work, and in some cases even bring their friends to our forums, but can't or won't take the final step of joining. We will have to give some serious thought to this problem. First, we should recognize that this represents a gain for our movement. We have won new adherents and supporters, even if they do not take out memberships immediately. Second, we should try to gradually work them into our activities, and get financial contributions, until membership appears to be an easy and natural step formalizing the real relation. 549. The election campaign. We conceived of the 1952 election campaign as a special vehicle for propaganda activity. We decided not to dissipate our energies in wide, thinly spread agitation on streetcomers or door-to-door canvassing, not to be diverted by the election campaign from our propaganda tasks. We decided, on the contrary, to take advantage of the heightened political activity and interest generated by the elections, to intensify our propaganda work. We decided to limit our outdoor work to a few meetings in connection with the tours of the candidates. We planned, as the central activity, a series of weekly lectures on the major issues in the campaign to be highlighted by a rally for Comrade Dobbs and a banquet for Comrade Weiss. In addition, we planned a class on the resolutions of the Third World Congress for new members and contacts. We conceived of a broad division of labor between the candidates and the party membership. The candidates were to exploit every possible opportunity to reach the public at large by radio and television, while the membership followed through by systematic visiting of those who had responded to the broadcasts, as well as other contacts, and by coverage of all candidates' forums with literature and leaflets announcing our forum. Some were assigned to enter the Compass clubs in the attempt to bring our campaign into these clubs. We hoped that by this method, when the campaign was over, instead of tallying the results by the thousands spoken to on streetcomers, we would be able to total up a few subscribers, contacts, and potential recruits. On the whole, our plan worked out splendidly. The forums and class both surpassed our expectation, maintaining a high level of attendance throughout and generating a great deal of enthusiasm. The Dobbs rally and Weiss banquet were highly successful. We drew a small but steady stream of new people to our meetings, and we came out of the campaign with a new periphery. Another virtue of this kind of campaign is that instead of going through a whirl of feverish activity followed by a general collapse of activity and morale, we are able to continue without seriously breaking our stride. The 1953 municipal elections promise to be interesting. It is impossible to foretell the lineups now, but Rudolph Halley will probably run for mayor on the Liberal Party line. He has a fair chance of getting elected, especially with new and more sensational scandals breaking over Tammany's head. Under these circumstances, it is possible that other sections of the labor movement will shift to Halley. That does not, however, exclude the possibility that the anti-Tammany Democrats and Fusion Republicans will enter into a coalition with the Liberal Party. On the other side, the ALP, already beset by a lesser civil crisis, and shaken up by its decline, will probably face an even more serious internal conflict over 550. Halley. The CP, which yearned for a broad anti-Tammany coalition in 1951, is likely to press more vigorously for it in 1952. Meanwhile, others are pushing in the opposite direction, i.e., for the conversion of the PP into a socialist party. All of this will provide opportunities for our intervention, but it is too early to decide on our precise tactics now. We should plan a discussion of our election policy for 1953 later on when the picture becomes clearer. V1 Opponents' work. We recognized as early as 1948 the importance of penetrating the Stalinist PP Progressive Party movement and related organizations, and of proposing united front actions on specific issues. Although this tactical approach is not an easy one to carry out, we scored some very important successes, especially in our intervention in the Stalinist defense movement and the YPA Young Progressives of America. It is true that this movement has suffered a sharp decline since 1948, but it remains the only current of conscious opposition to the war and reaction, apart from ourselves, and its very decline has now brought it to a crisis of perspective. Leo Huberman, one of the editors of the Monthly Review, is now publicly opining that the PP should have gone out of business in 1948, that there is no future for a party with a liberal bourgeois program, that the movement should adopt a straight socialist program, and advocate a labor party based on the trade unions. Corliss Lamont, the PP candidate for senator from New York in the recent elections, has also spoken in favor of this view. The UE has declared for a new party based on the unions, instead of the PP. A discussion article has appeared in the CP organ Political Affairs advancing a similar line. On the other hand, the Stalinists take issue with the proposal to convert the PP into a socialist party, since this would appear as a direct rival to the CP. We have already intervened to a limited extent in this discussion. Both the Compass, a left liberal daily newspaper, and the Monthly Review published contributions by prominent SWP spokesmen in their literary discussions. In addition, we entered the discussion in the Brownsville, West Side, and New School Compass clubs, and in the Monthly Review forum. In all cases we were given a friendly hearing. In the one case where a Stalinist attempted to have our spokesman silenced, the chairman ruled against the Stalinist and the audience applauded the decision. The atmosphere in and around the Stalinist movement is less hostile than ever before. Indeed, their movement could be said to be rife with Trotskyist. 551. Conciliationism. Unity sentiments are widespread even among some leaders and spokesmen of the PP movement. Our victory over the Stalinists in the civil liberties struggle is virtually complete. The Daily Worker editorial on the Kutcher case was the formal announcement of the change in line. Leading Stalinist spokesmen are declaring both publicly and privately that they were wrong both in the case of the 18 and the Kutcher case, and proclaim the need for unity in the struggle. Trotskyism has become legitimized among many Stalinist members and sympathizers who recognize us as a legitimate, although ultra-leftist, tendency in the radical movement. We should take the fullest advantage of this exceptional opportunity to penetrate deeply into this movement. We have made contact to one degree or another with quite a number of Stalinist peripheral organizations in the past year: Compass Clubs, YPA, Youth Peace Council, ALP, Monthly Review, Citizens Emergency Defense Committee, Civil Rights Congress Youth, Lyle Labor Youth League. In addition, our Opponents' Work Committee has some good leads in the Zionist youth movement. With few exceptions, however, this work has been sporadic and inconsistent. Our members have not yet penetrated these organizations, become integrated, developed personal acquaintances, and made party contacts. In the main, the experiences have been of a hit-and-run variety. There were many technical difficulties. Most of these organizations were foreign territory, entirely unknown to us. Time was needed for exploration and selection. The summer months and the needs of our election campaign limited the work. But we have become more familiar with the Stalinoid world than ever before, and we have penetrated this movement more widely than ever before, even if not yet deeply. A few comrades who recognized the importance of this work and persisted, have succeeded in establishing themselves and finding a political milieu in which to operate. One comrade has done this so well that he is invited to present the SWP program on controversial issues and to give educational talks in his neighborhood Compass Club. He has also joined the ALP Club to widen his contacts with this movement. The Compass Clubs have decided to continue their existence in spite of the death of the Compass. These clubs are the most satisfactory places for work since they meet regularly, and their sole activity is political discussion. The ALP is the most difficult to work in since it is primarily an electoral machine, although it does carry on other activities. Nevertheless, it is the most important of these organizations by far, since it is the heart of the movement and its active core are the politically conscious cadres. Furthermore, the future of the ALP will, after all, be debated and decided by the ALP, not by the Compass Clubs or the Monthly Review. We should send a number of comrades into the 552 ALP who are prepared to participate in its activities and remain in for a considerable period of time. We must take note that one of the difficulties we have faced in this work is reluctance or at best inertia among the members, a tendency to limit their political activities to 116 University Place rather than to enter a strange milieu. Yet, this is one of the most important means we have of avoiding complete political isolation. We noted previously the importance of having a maximum number of our members in the factories to maintain contact with the working class and gain a footing for future advances. We should add that it is also of the utmost importance that our members find a field for political activity today outside of our own party, to maintain contact with the rest of the left-wing political world and to propagate our ideas to people who are equipped to understand them and are willing to listen. 7. Civil liberties. This was not one of our major fields of activities this past year, since we had no major national defense campaign. The New York branch of the Kutcher Committee raised the quota of several $100s assigned to it, and our fraction at NYU organized an excellent United Front meeting in defense of all victims of the Smith Act. With the Kutcher case now entering its second round, we can expect stepped-up activities on this front in the coming year. 7. Finances. Our Active Workers Conference of approximately a year ago resolved to straighten out and improve the very sad condition of our finances. A number of reforms were introduced at that time which altered the entire situation, with the result that this has been one of the brightest sides of our work, and it is by no means the least important. After examining every possible means for cutting expenses and increasing income, we revamped all quotas and worked out a realistic budget which provided for a $200 monthly sustaining fund quota to the NO. We have maintained a very business-like attitude toward finances all throughout the local ever since, and have adhered very closely to the budget. Our biggest cut was in salaries for our full-time staff. However, we also made substantial gains in income. First, by more careful scrutiny of individual pledges. 553. And greater regularity of payments on both dues and sustaining fund pledges. Second, we did not neglect the financial side of our expanded propaganda activities. Net income from public meetings, lectures, and classes for 1952 will show a big increase over the past several years. Our weekly forum has been averaging a profit of $1 a month. Third, by carefully planning social and other fundraising activities for the year and placing a competent comrade in charge of the new fundraising departments. Our greatest success here was our bazaar in May, which netted $400 profit, and we hope to do even better with our Christmas bazaar. As a result, we have been able to pay all bills on the first of every month and build up a surplus. Consequently, we are now able to respond to the appeal of the national office by contributing a substantial lump sum and increasing our monthly contribution to the National Sustaining Fund by $50. In addition, we went $200 over our very substantial quota of $4,500 in the last fund drive. This report will not consider those fields of work which are the province of particular branches, such as youth work and East Harlem tenants work. Each branch should discuss its special problems and perspectives in the course of the pre-convention discussion and report to the convention. 9. Summary and conclusion. The activities described above add up to a considerable volume of achievements. If we add to all that has been reported that last March we accepted the major responsibility for the Pennsylvania ballot campaign, and completed this very difficult chore in 2 weeks, that at the end of July we went on to put the party on the ballot in our own state in the record time of 3 weeks, itself no small task, that in between we conducted a modest sub-campaign which netted 121 subs, a bazaar, and organized the arrangements for the national convention, that our NYU fraction organized the biggest event of the semester, a public debate in which the editor of the FI defended Marxism before 300 students, that we organized a tenants' league in East Harlem which won protection for thousands of tenants against arbitrary relocation and possible eviction, and established a toehold for the party in the area, and that we provided most of the manpower for the construction crew and staff of the camp. When we add it all up, we can say that while there is always room for improvement, on the whole it was a year packed with fruitful activities. The record shows that in 1952 we carried out more numerous and successful activities than in recent years, and this has been both a cause and an effect of a 554 morale that was consistently high all through the year, without crises or slumps. We must attribute this to the fact that we did the things we should have been doing. The prescription for the coming year should be more of the same. We should penetrate more deeply into the unions and into the left-wing political groups. We should center the activities of the local around propaganda work, regular lectures and classes, the sale of our press at selected spots, and systematic contact work. We must continue the struggle for civil liberties. We should carry on other activities to be sure, but only such activities which can either be fit into this framework, or that will not seriously interfere with our main tasks. While no plan we might devise could bring us big gains in the coming year, we believe that the approach and tasks set forth in this report will best prepare us for the historic role to which we aspire. 6 Perspectives for the Period Ahead, Excerpts, 1953. D. Stevens, David Weiss, and Harry Ring. Part I. 555. Our local pre-convention discussion takes place at a time when the tasks and perspectives for the period immediately ahead are not indicated in an obvious way by an openly manifested movement of the workers. 34. In a period of great upsurge, strike struggles and mass radicalization, our course can be almost automatically set by the events. Even at such times, problems abound and consciousness, analysis, and a correct line are crucial. Such consciousness is all the more required today when the surface manifestations of the situation reveals mainly conservatism, reaction, class peace, and apathy. This is not the total reality. Beneath these surface manifestations lies a molecular process of the growth and development of profound transformations of ideology, and the maturing of a new readiness for great militant actions by the workers, the Negro masses and the youth. To understand this process and to draw the correct conclusions is no simple matter under present conditions. It is to be expected, therefore, that comrades will have various viewpoints on the question of tasks and perspectives, thus providing a profitable exchange of views and the basis for a correct and realistic line of work for the local. This discussion takes place against the background of great revolutionary upheavals throughout the world, with the US standing as the last stronghold of world counter-revolution. We enter the discussion armed with the brilliant analysis of this period arrived at by our co-thinkers at the Third World Congress, the subsequent plenums of the May, and the decisions and resolutions of our 15th National Convention. All of this should be our starting point in this discussion. The work of our co-thinkers relating to our tasks in this country is summed up by M. Pablo in the section of his report to the 10th plenum of the May, entitled, Essentially Independent Work. There he states that for a whole category of very important countries where the obstacle of a strong reformist or Stalinist movement does not exist, the immediate central task of the Trotskyists is to act from now on as the revolutionary leadership of the masses. The US is placed in this category with one reservation: our work for the formation of a labor party. This concept, to act from now on as the revolutionary leadership of the masses, is not a passing agitational phrase. It is not meant for the future. Pablo calls it the immediate central task and reiterates this view 5 times on one page alone of the published report. International Information Bulletin, June 1952, p. 8. This idea may be questioned by some comrades in view of our present size and influence. We must understand the present situation as one of the development of the revolution everywhere. In America, it is not yet manifested. Here it is being temporarily delayed. But all the social conditions are driving towards an inevitable revolutionary eruption. Viewed in this light, the need to conduct ourselves today as the revolutionary leadership becomes apparent. Pablo answers any skepticism on this score as follows: the small nuclei of revolutionary Marxists can and must play the role assigned them by history, that of the revolutionary leadership. These nuclei can discharge this task and by so doing develop in a relatively short time into powerful currents, provided they are from now on prepared ideologically and politically, that is to say, if they have from now on a clear and profound understanding of the explosive revolutionary character of the period, and if they elaborate a concrete policy and concrete tactic adapted to the particular conditions of their country. He sums up, these nuclei can discharge this task, if they act from now on not as a general propaganda group but as the nucleus of the revolutionary leadership, conscious of the needs and aspirations of the masses of their country and have a concrete political answer to their problems. This historic task is not for tomorrow. It is for today, from now on. It is immediate and central. This should be our point of departure for estimating our work and elaborating our tasks. In our opinion, this approach is absent from Comrade Bartel's The New York Local Report and Tasks. Essentially, this document proceeds not from the need to act today as the revolutionary leadership but rather to act as a propaganda group. It sees little if any active role for our party in the mass movement and among the workers today, and turns its major attention to propaganda directed towards the groups in and around the Stalinist movement as the main axis of our work in 557. This period. In this sense it fails to proceed from the analysis of the Third World Congress and from the political resolution of our 15th National Convention. This national political resolution states unambiguously, the work of our party has been and continues to be fundamentally directed toward influencing, winning, and recruiting leftward moving militants among the organized workers, especially in the CIO who owe no allegiance to any radical party. This is our main field of work. Even the section which underscores the importance of activity directed towards workers in the Stalinist circles concludes, this tactic, towards the Stalinists, is a necessary supplement to our main course of struggling for influence and leadership over the principal body of trade union militants and politically unorganized workers. Our emphasis. As in Pablo's report, this main course is not postponed for the future. It lists as the most important of our present activities, work in the unions, mass organization, and electoral activity. It further asserts, the great bulk of the American working class still remains politically unorganized and attached to the capitalist parties, and our main strategic orientation in this country flows from that fact. The raising of the workers from trade union to political class consciousness, the transformation of their great industrial power into independent class political action remains the principal political orientation and strategy of the party. We believe that the report and tasks in its primary emphasis is at variance with this orientation. It is necessary to appraise this consciously, carefully, and to correct it. We are quoting liberally from the documents of our movement both nationally and internationally because we are firmly convinced that our New York perspectives and tasks should be based upon them. The section on trade union work in the report and tasks begins with a question: since the mass movement is quiescent, relatively, and our opportunities for work in the union movement have become extremely limited, and since our activities are to be directed primarily toward more politically conscious circles, the question naturally arises, what about the proletarian, or trade union, orientation? Our emphasis. Whatever the answer to this question may be, and we will deal with it, it must be recognized that the question states that our main tasks are in the direction of more politically conscious circles rather than in the mass movement and the trade unions. This reversal of the order of things is based on an incorrect conception of the relation of immediate tasks and orientation to the main perspective of our party, over a longer period of time. It was put as follows, in Comrade Bartel's summation at the city membership meeting of November 30, 1952. True, our main tasks are in the mass movement, but that is the strategy for the long run. It will 558. Become our main work tomorrow when there will be great labor upsurges. The supplementary work directed towards the Stalinists, semi-Stalinists, etc., that is a tactic and constitutes our main work for today. The conclusion is clear. Our main orientation becomes a secondary field of work today. The tactic directed at the Stalinists becomes our major work today. This construction is certainly not in accord with the documents of our movement nationally and internationally. The postponement of work in the mass movement as our primary task to some future date is based upon an incorrect and one-sided understanding of the nature of the relative quiescence in the labor movement. It is necessary to understand this quiescence not formally, statically, but dialectically. What is the nature of this particular quiescence? Is it the quiescence of the American labor movement of the prosperous 20s? Or that of the German movement under Hitler? Obviously not. This present quiescence in America, at any rate a very important aspect of it, is one of preparation for pending class battles. New layers of militants are emerging, and together with old militants in the shops are searching and groping on various levels of consciousness for new ways of struggle. This is what is important to us. Every worker comrade knows too well the limitations for work in the unions. He feels it every day. The task of the party is precisely to develop ways and means of carrying on fruitful work in the mass movement within the limitations, to inspire and guide the work from day to day. The report and task sees only one side of the present situation in the mass movement. It says only that our opportunities for work in the union movement have become extremely limited. It sees only the working class as it is, in all its conservatism and apathy. It accepts our isolation from the workers politically for this period and sees our role among them at present mainly as one of maintaining links with the class physically in order to be on the spot later when great struggles break out. For the present period it contains no perspective, orientation, or concrete program. At its best it speaks negatively about how it is of course not true that nothing whatever can be done even today in the shops and unions. Our emphasis. It grants that the class struggle, as we know, is never completely dormant. At the city membership meeting Comrade Bartel fixed the degree of life of the mass movement more precisely by declaring that it is more nearly dead than not dead. Such realistic formulations can only appeal to moods of pessimism. How different is the political resolution on this question? It does not simply accept a state of quiescence. It analyzes it, and views it in all of its aspects. It 559 finds that the conservatism disschemable among the workers, especially the better paid, the power of the bureaucracy and the growth of reaction does not mean that the big events and experiences of the post-war period have passed without effect upon the American people. The impact of militarization especially, has already begun to produce certain shifts, in the moods and minds of some parts of the population. The more critical among them are carefully observing the powers above them and are less duped, and confused by their lies. They are interested in such fundamental problems of world and national affairs as war and peace, the colonial uprisings, the USSR, and government policy. This entirely correct analysis shows the other side of the picture, the side that makes fruitful work possible for us. It is not stated for merely inspirational purposes. The political resolution goes on to say, the whole course of American imperialism abroad mingled with the aggravation of their personal and class problems is leading the working people to view the great issues of our society in a broader way. Until recently, to consider problems in global terms was the mark of a radical. Today attention to world problems is becoming an everyday matter. However retarded or confused its first manifestations are, this serves to overcome the traditional provincialism of the workers and makes them more accessible to socialist ideas and education. This is another important aspect of the state of quiescence and is of the greatest importance for us. It opens up to us the possibilities of political work in the mass movement. All this is for the present, not the future. This is made clear over and over again by our national political resolution, which was unanimously adopted. Has anything occurred since then to cause us to depart from it, or to modify it? If so, what is it? Or was the political resolution wrong on this question at the time it was adopted? If so, then how and why? It is always necessary to square what we say and do today with what we said and did yesterday. This is scientific procedure in every field. In another connection dealing with the war drive, the political resolution concludes, all the broadening, deepening, basic causes arousing unrest continue to operate on the background of this unresolved political crisis of American labor. This dictates that the militants multiply their efforts in the unions to help clarify the gathering political ferment and further any moves toward progressive breaks away from traditional collaborationist politics and in the direction of independent political action by labor. This is decisive. To act as the revolutionary leadership, oriented in the main towards the masses. We should declare with Pablo, it is necessary to start where the masses themselves start. It is necessary to have confidence in the masses. 560. To avoid an overestimation of their apparent apathy during any period, their inevitable temporary retreats, and it is necessary not to underestimate the constant molecular processes taking place in its depths and operating in the direction of the revolution and which explain the abrupt qualitative transformations, the revolutionary explosions. It is necessary not to be late. It is necessary to act quickly, to be always ready, full of the spirit of revolutionary initiative and boldness. It is the character of the period which imposes this conception. It is necessary to understand it and to demonstrate it by acting adequately. It is this spirit, this orientation, this analysis which must be a living part of the New York local. We must proceed energetically and against all obstacles, with a firm revolutionary will to apply these ideas, to carry them out in life in our work in the mass movement. How can we apply this in the trade union movement today? If we view mass work as activities only during periods of strike struggles, or internal struggles within the unions, then it is difficult to see any field for work in this sphere today. Mass work does not start and cease with the rise and fall of the class struggle. It only changes its form. Our work must be continuous and persistent in periods of lull and preparation as well as during periods of upsurge. We must view our tasks in the mass movement today as one of intensive political work on the job together with broader work on the question of the Labor Party, the Korean War, and the wage freeze. It is often possible to speak quite freely on these questions to broad strata of workers in all mass organizations today. The passing of a Labor Party resolution at the last National Convention of the UAW in the very midst of the period of lull and reaction is highly symptomatic of great changes in the moods and thinking of significant sections of the working class. This was expressed again only a few weeks ago in the passing of a Labor Party resolution by Ford Local No. 600 after an unprecedented attack on the militants and leaders of these workers by the press, the Ruther bureaucracy and the House Un-American Committee. The UE at its last national convention also adopted a Labor Party resolution. And here in New York one of our comrades, as has been reported, was able to speak on the Labor Party question before 800 workers of Local 65 and before the Stewards' Council. These do not constitute a mass tum towards a Labor Party. But they are not accidental events. They express serious and cumulative stirrings in the ranks of labor, which is becoming increasingly distrustful of the two capitalist parties and their domestic and foreign policies. It reflects the need felt by a growing number of workers to find a political means to meet the political attacks upon them. 561. By speaking for a Labor Party, against the war and the wage freeze wherever an opportunity presents itself, our comrades can attract and gather the best militants around themselves. As this occurs, we must unfold a process of intensive political education of these elements. Personal discussions with such workers, obtaining help from the most qualified comrades in the local by introducing them to these workers, the use of our press, all this opens up the most important and the most fruitful contact work in this period. Our own cadres must be educated not only on the great problems of the revolution which is sweeping the world, but equally on the great problems that confront American labor today. They must be armed with facts and ideas in order to develop the necessary confidence and firmness which are so much required today in the mass movement. Our fractions, although small and not involved in union power struggles, should meet frequently and regularly in an organized manner. Their business should consist primarily of our political work in the unions and the shops. Reports on each single contact should be made and discussed. How can this worker be developed politically? How can he be brought closer to us? How can the party comrade be aided in his work with his contact? These questions should be the center of fraction work. The fraction members should use the militant and other literature in the plant and in the union. Here they must, of course, exercise the necessary caution and common sense. But they must do it. Every fraction member should report regularly on literature work. Undertake to handle a sort of bundle order. Begin, let us say, with 1 militant a week, or even every 2 weeks. Build it up to 2 a week or more, if at all possible. Do it regularly. Discuss its effects. Follow it up. We may have every assurance that this kind of work will pay off. The excellent work of comrades Calvin and Boa, among others, demonstrates the fruitfulness of this work. The party leaders are perforce removed from the day-to-day life in the shops. Regular fraction meetings provide the vehicle for the exchange of experiences, information, and ideas between the party leaders and the worker comrades. This link serves to deepen and broaden the work. The fractions and individual members should report frequently to the branches, and on special occasions to city membership meetings on their work. Shop reports should be made and used to inspire other comrades, to learn lessons, and to set examples for activity in the mass movement. The city trade union director should guide this work consistently and report regularly to the city committee the state and the progress of our trade union work. 562. The entire leadership of the local must periodically review the disposition of our forces in this field from a long-range perspective. The question of concentration must be dealt with in an organized manner through the fractions and the leadership of the local consciously and prepared to make any necessary alterations at every new opportunity and every change in the situation. But we cannot expect to enlarge our work in the trade unions or even to maintain what we have effectively, with a perspective based mainly upon the idea that we are simply accumulating seniority for the future struggles, while we maintain physical contact with apathetic workers today. This will inspire no one to do vital work in the mass movement. Comrades will be convinced to change their jobs, to live as proletarian revolutionists only if the party provides immediate perspectives for proletarian revolutionary activity. The preparation for the great labor upsurges to come is in the labor movement itself. That is where the workers are preparing. That is where we must prepare, alongside of them. As laid down in the political resolution of our 952 National Convention and in the report of Comrade Pablo to the 10th Plenum of the ME, the national orientation of the party clearly and correctly characterizes work in the trade union movement in this period as primary, and propaganda work in Stalinist and liberal circles as an important but supplementary arena of activity. Comrade Bartel's report and tasks reverses this relationship between primary and supplementary fields of work for the period immediately ahead. This reversal is not fully expressed in an explicit, clear-cut manner. Much of it must be inferred in our opinion from the over-evaluation of the opportunities, inherent in work directed toward the left-wing groups, the underestimation of the possibilities available to us, in trade union work, a largely one-sided, pessimistic view of the state of the workers' movement today and by omission. The lack of a positive perspective for fruitful work within the limitations of the situation in the trade unions and shops today constitutes the principal weakness of the report's trade union section. A similar lack is even more strikingly seen in a field of work that the entire party has come to understand as second only to trade union work. We refer, of course, to the Negro struggle, which is completely ignored in the report and tasks. A report on tasks which omits the question of our work in the Negro movement cannot be considered complete. On this question too we can obtain guidance from the political resolution of our last National Convention. The resolution states, the new stage of militancy in the Negro resistance to discrimination and the new techniques. 563. Of Jim Crow brought to bear against them, have already been noted. Incident upon incident arouses indignation and impels the Negroes into organized protest. Our party should continue and expand its support to all actions against Jim Crow undertaken by the NAACP, in the plants and in the neighborhoods. In and through these activities our comrades must seek to educate the best militants we meet among the Negro people on the basic causes of the Jim Crow system and convince them that the full emancipation of the Negro people can be achieved only through the struggle for the socialist revolution. In this way we can enlarge the Negro cadres of our party and help give the Negro people the kind of leadership they need. We believe that, necessary as it is to build the revolutionary cadres in the unions and plants tota y in preparation for the great upsurges tomorrow, it is, in a sense, even more imperative that we hammer out a revolutionary Negro cadre tota y. White Trotskyists can prepare to lead the union struggles tomorrow, but only Negro Trotskyists can lead the coming Negro upsurge. This crucial fact must be understood with the fullest clarity. We will win the leadership of the Negro struggle tomorrow only if we undertake the task of forging a Negro cadre today. The absence of this concept from the report is not alone due to the lack of a correct orientation and consciousness. It is expressed not only in the report, but, even more decisively, in our work. We must begin with the fact that for almost a year the local has not conducted any organized work in this important field. Even where the local has correctly attempted to gain a toehold amongst the Puerto Rican people, through the medium of the Tenants League, the central task of developing a Puerto Rican cadre, has not been brought forward with sufficient clarity. In Negro work, as in the trade union field, a recognition of the present limitations, and in some ways, even greater difficulties, of carrying out this task cannot become a reason for foregoing it. We realize full well that the task of building a trained Marxist Negro and Puerto Rican cadre is the thorniest problem confronting the New York local. But this can only mean that even greater attention must be devoted to it. The beginning of the accomplishment of this task must be the conscious acceptance of the responsibility for it by the local leadership. No significant results can come from a relegation of it to a branch. The New York branch of the NAACP lags behind other branches throughout the country, particularly in the South, in its reaction to the new wave of Jim Crow terror. This makes even more limited the opportunity for our effective participation in its life. But it does not permit our absence from it. To explain. 564. The fact that we do not have a single comrade in the NAACP by simply stating that there is nothing doing there misses the point completely. Our long-standing estimate of the NAACP as the principal organization of Negro struggle has been strengthened by the post-war developments. In his report to the City Convention of 1950, that is, 2 years after the 1948 decline in the working class and Negro struggle, Comrade Bartell correctly declared, "We determined to persist in our efforts to strengthen and consolidate existing fractions and to establish new ones in the unions and the Negro mass organizations." In this field too, we saw our major task the political struggle against both the Stalinist and the right wing in order to lay the basis for a genuine left wing and to recruit advanced workers and Negro militants. If anything has happened in the past 2 years to justify altering or forgetting this major task, it should be explicitly stated in the report. The Uptown branch in the course of this pre-convention discussion has begun to consider specific proposals to send at least one comrade into the NAACP, to investigate the possibility of participation in Negro discussion groups and clubs, and to begin the regular sale of our press at the Negro Y, the Schoenberg Library and other gathering centers where it may be possible to reach the individuals who will be the potential cadre material that we are seeking. If these proposals are to be executed in an effective and thoroughgoing fashion, it can only be on the basis of their becoming a major responsibility of the incoming city committee. We are not attempting here to draw up a blueprint of concrete activity. It is the orientation and perspective that counts. The arduous, obstacle-ridden path to the Negro cadre cannot be successfully traversed by the Uptown branch alone. The New York local from the top down must re-enter the field of Negro work. Part 2. Opponents work. The Stalinist movement, although small and in progressive decay in America, is still larger than our small party. To the degree that it exercises influence among sections of workers, the Negro people, and youth, it constitutes an obstacle to us and requires our special attention. The report section on opponents' work does not present a clearly defined perspective for the comrades assigned to this work. This lack can create the danger of the development, particularly among young inexperienced comrades, of misconceptions that can strip their work of effectiveness. 565. Equally important, in our opinion, is the absence of a sober and realistic estimate of the situation in the Stalinist circles and of the scope and nature of the opportunities open to us. We believe the following section of the report demonstrates this. The atmosphere in and around the Stalinist movement is less hostile than ever before. Indeed, their movement could be said to be rife with Trotskyist conciliationism. Unity sentiments are widespread even among some leaders and spokesmen of the PP movement. Our victory over the Stalinists in the civil liberties struggle is virtually complete. The Daily Worker editorial on the Kucher case was the formal announcement of the change in line. Leading Stalinist spokesmen are declaring both publicly and privately that they were wrong both in the case of the 18 and the Kucher case, and proclaim the need for unity in the struggle. Trotskyism has become legitimized among many Stalinist members and sympathizers who recognize us as a legitimate, although ultra-leftist, tendency in the radical movement. If the picture were as bright as it is here depicted, it would certainly dictate a major tactical turn towards this movement locally and nationally. One could legitimately raise for consideration the question of some form of an entrist maneuver in order to crystallize this widespread sentiment. If the Stalinist movement were indeed rife with Trotskyist conciliationism, we would necessarily deal with it in the positive fashion that we did in the case of the Mustiites and the Socialist Party left wing. At any rate, if leading Stalinist spokesmen, not one but several, proclaim the need for unity in the struggle, unity with us, we presume, we should be energetically pushing propositions for the realization of such unity. The only experience of this kind that we can recall occurred during the organization of the Citizens' Emergency Defense Committee about a year ago. At that time, with the support of leading non-Stalinists behind us, we proposed that we be given representation on the executive board. Again risking the danger of a fight with the non-Stalinist elements, the Stalinist majority turned the proposition down cold. We are not saying that there is no basis at all for the exaggerated picture of the Stalinist movement contained in the report. As a result of the serious blows we have dealt to Stalinism on many questions, and by our independent struggle in the civil rights cases of the 18 and James Kucher, there is today less hostility among their ranks and sympathizers towards us. This is important and good, and should so be recorded in the report. But to exaggerate its scope and depth, as we think the report does, can only lead to wishful thinking and a softness towards Stalinism. The same lack of sobriety is expressed on relationship to the current Stalinist attitude on our civil rights. The report states that our victory over them is virtue. 566. Ally complete. It says further that the Daily Worker editorial on the Kucher case was the formal announcement of the change in line. Should these statements be accepted literally? Has Stalinism actually decided to join the struggle for our civil rights? It should be obvious what is involved here. Under our direct blows and under the pressure of their liberal allies who threaten to break with them, they have been forced to abandon their suicidal policy of open struggle against our civil rights. This too is on the profit side and should be exploited to the fullest. But this should not lead to the faintest illusions that Stalinism is now ready to genuinely defend our rights. Their retreat on the question of our civil rights dictates a heightened campaign on our part within their ranks. Every effort should be made within the ALP, the Compass Clubs, YPA, the Monthly Review, the Youth Peace Council, the Citizens Emergency Defense Conference, etc. to bring the Kucher case, the Trucks Law case, coupled with our defense of Stalinist defendants, sharply to the fore. Such propositions should be included in the report, which says only that we should take the fullest advantage of this opportunity to penetrate deeply into this movement. The report proposes to send a number of comrades into the ALP who are prepared to participate in its activities and remain in for a considerable period of time. What is the precise meaning of this? How many constitutes a number of comrades? What type of comrades? Can young inexperienced comrades accomplish this task? Or will it be necessary to make older politically seasoned comrades available for this? Will the comrades who enter function openly as Trotskyists, or will it be necessary for them to establish themselves simply as good ALP builders over a period of time? These are some of the practical, concrete questions that must be posed and solved, if there is in fact this exceptional opportunity for us in and around the Stalinist movements. The report says further that it is of the utmost importance that our members find a field for political activity today outside of our own party, to maintain contact with the rest of the left-wing political world and to propagate our ideas to people who are equipped to understand them, and are willing to listen. At this point things are stood on their heads. It is, of course, completely correct to state that it is of the utmost importance that our members find a field of political activity today outside our own party. The report, however, looks in the wrong place for the primary accomplishment of this necessary task. It finds this field not in the factories, where, we are told, that our role in this period is limited to maintaining contact with the working class and gain a footing for future advances, but rather in what it terms the rest of the left-wing political world. 567. It is mainly there that the report finds people that are equipped to understand them, our ideas, and are willing to listen. Implicit in this is the conception that the worker in the shop is not equipped to understand our ideas at the present time. If this is so, then there is something obviously wrong, not with the workers, but with our ideas and our methods of propagating them. As a proletarian revolutionary party, it is our cardinal task to address ourselves to the workers, in a way they will understand. There is no substitute for this process. If we fail in this, we fail in everything. Moreover, it is in the course of this process that we can do our most effective opponent's work. For it is in the field of the class struggle that Trotskyists can demonstrate in life to Stalinist-influenced workers the correctness of our program in competition with all others. Finally, it must be clearly understood that we cannot recruit from the Stalinist circles on the basis of attempting to demonstrate that we have a better program for the realization of common aims. To the contrary, we must prove and demonstrate that ours is the sole correct program and leadership, and that the Stalinist program and leadership can lead only to betrayal and defeats. Only in this way can we convince rank and file Stalinists not, as some of their conciliationist elements tell us, that we really belong with them in the ALP, but that they belong in the SWP with us. At this point we want to discuss an aspect of Comrade Bartel's report which he touches upon, in passing, in several places. This is the question of what is termed the danger of sectarian decay, to our movement. Page 2 of the report refers to the danger of succumbing to conditions of isolation by sinking into the habits, moods, and methods of an ingrown sect. On page 3 we are told there is the need for counteracting the process of stagnation which comes with isolation. If the need exists for counteracting this danger, we must assume that it already exists in some incipient form, and is not merely a theoretical possibility considered inherent in the present situation. If this be the case, this certainly is not the way our movement deals with so important a problem. Such a danger should be dealt with in a sufficiently specific way as to make the membership conscious of its existence and thereby able to cope with it. What are the manifestations of this danger? How can it be cured? We should have concrete answers to these questions if the danger is an actual one. If, on the other hand, the danger of sectarian decay is viewed simply as a theoretical possibility, then a more rounded view should be taken. Why take for granted only the danger of sectarian decay? One can speak with at least as much validity of the theoretical possibility of the danger of opportunistic efforts to break out of our isolation. Actually, it has been largely in periods. 568. Of proletarian upsurge that history has demonstrated the danger of lagging behind the masses in sectarian isolation from them. Periods of reaction and isolation usually witness the development of opportunist tendencies to leap beyond the limits of the situation and over the head of the mass movement. This is an expression of impatience with the historic process and of a desire to find shortcuts to success. In any event, questions of this scope should not be introduced in a local discussion merely in passing and in a manner that takes anything for granted. In this discussion article we aimed at correcting a marked tendency of the report and tasks to underestimate our role in the trade unions and Negro movement today, and to make the Stalinist movement our major preoccupation. We therefore dealt only with a number of questions which have a direct bearing on this problem. Other questions like the youth, our press, the branches, etc., will, however, be dealt with in the course of our pre-convention discussion. Also, we find ourselves substantially in agreement with the report in its sections on the forum, classes, contact work, etc., as questions in and of themselves. The main question before us in this discussion, however, is that of basic orientation. If comrades think that the orientation decided upon by our last national convention no longer applies for the period ahead, they should use the National Internal Discussion Bulletin which has been made available for such purposes. If the major orientation towards the Stalinists today is motivated by the peculiarities of New York City, those peculiarities should be enumerated and examined concretely to see if they dictate a different course. For our part, we don't believe that is the case. Our party acts on many fronts because the class struggle is a complex and manifold process. At different times different aspects of the struggle assume special importance for the party and for the development of the revolutionary movement in the working class. We must be flexible in order to take advantage of various opportunities as they arise in one field or another. But at all times we must view each task in relation to our main job as a proletarian revolutionary party. That is to gather, educate, and organize the revolutionary leadership in the mass movement of the workers and of the oppressed. Note, we wish to correct two errors of fact in the first section of our discussion article dealing with the possibilities for propaganda work around the Labour Party question. Neither the past conventions of the UAW or the UE actually adopted Labour Party resolutions. In the case of the UAW, such a resolution had wide support from the delegates and was defeated only on the basis of Reuther's direct intervention. Even this intervention was motivated solely on the basis of 569. A demagogic appeal that the adoption of such a resolution would torpedo the newly formed AFL-CIO United Labour Policy Committee. At the same time he found it necessary to strongly associate himself with the sentiment for a Labour Party which was held by the majority of the convention. Despite his intervention and parliamentary manoeuvring, the resolution secured the votes of more than 20% of the delegates. In the case of the UE, the need for the organization of a Labour Party was put forward in the keynote speech of President Albert Fitzgerald, who was unanimously re-elected. The resolution adopted was sufficiently vague, however, as to permit the endorsement of candidates of the existing parties. We believe that our contention that these and other facts cited did not constitute a mass tum towards a Labour Party, but were rather symptomatic expressions that indicated the possibility open to us remains fully valid. The report in the December 29 issue of the Militant on the adoption of an excellent Labour Party resolution by Chevrolet Local 1031 of the UAW in Oakland further demonstrates the point. 570. 7 for an independent party based on a proletarian orientation, 1953. Farrell Dobbs. Titanic social struggles heralding the doom of the outlived capitalist system are today convulsing the world. 35 over one-third of the world's population has already wrenched itself free from the capitalist orbit. China's liberation from imperialist oppression, and its emergence as a great world power, has given tremendous impetus to the struggles of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples everywhere. The spreading revolution has now reached the Americas. In Bolivia, armed detachments of workers are leading the struggle to free their land from the grip of the foreign exploiters and the native capitalist landlord class. Leftward currents are surging through the working classes of Western Europe and England. Capitalism finds the problem of defeating the revolution increasingly formidable. The revolution, on the other hand, is not yet capable of abolishing capitalism in its main centers, primarily because of the continuing crisis of leadership in the working class. Although capitalism's doom is already signaled by the snapping of the weakest links in the world imperialist chain, the decisive struggles still lie ahead. The developing conflict may in the opening phases have the general appearance of a war between nations. But this will be little more than a surface appearance, for the reality will be a war between classes. Every worker must take his place in this developing class battle on the side of the revolutionary working class, no matter what peculiar forms the struggle may take, no matter what treacherous political tendencies may hold leadership over the working class sector at one stage or another. At the present stage of this great conflict, the world Trotskyist movement finds itself a small minority tendency, but a tendency armed with a powerful. 35 Dobbs 1953. 571. Revolutionary Program. The task of the Trotskyists everywhere is to fuse this program with the mass movement of their country, polarize a genuinely revolutionary mass leadership around the program, and thus assure final victory in the struggle against capitalism. The Third Congress correctly urged that Trotskyists everywhere get into the mainstream of the mass movement, regardless of the incumbent leadership, and stay there through thick and thin, through good times and bad. The Congress did not recommend any policy of softness toward alien political tendencies, nor did it advocate any blunting or muddling of the Trotskyist program in executing tactical maneuvers. The Trotskyist cadres were urged instead to maintain theoretical and programmatic firmness, to remain crystal clear as to their aims, in order to properly execute the difficult and complex tactics they find it necessary to employ. Broad lines of tactical variations were delineated as a general aid to the formulation of precise tactics according to the existing relations within the working class in each country. 3 broad lines of reference were set forth: penetrate the ranks of the Stalinists where they predominate in the mass movement. Penetrate the ranks of the Social Democrats where they predominate. Where neither the Stalinists nor the Social Democrats predominate in the mass movement, maintain a course as an independent party acting as the revolutionary leadership of the working class. No matter which of these tactical courses it may be necessary to follow, the ultimate aim remains the same as always: to build an independent revolutionary mass party. We here must build our party in the imperialist heartland, where capitalism remains strong and the class struggle remains at a relatively elementary level. Washington is waging a relentless struggle against the spreading revolution. It is girding for all-out war and striving to stifle all opposition to the war program at home. The atmosphere here is charged with tension. Vast pressures are bearing down on people in every walk of life, on every class, party, organization, and tendency. People tend to think and react according to the manner in which they feel these pressures. Some who look beyond our shores at the revolutionary turmoil elsewhere in the world, and then observe the state of relative social tranquility prevailing in this country, get the mistaken feeling that American capitalism enjoys some long-term immunity from the revolutionary tide. They hear no open rumblings of social crisis here. They see no real upsurge in the class struggle. They see political reaction riding high and for the moment not seriously challenged. They react with a mood of gloom and pessimism over the prospects of the class struggle in this country. 572. Our party is not at all immune to this process. Manifestations of this gloomy mood, plus our external difficulties in the present political climate here, have generated a critical internal situation for us. This state of affairs has been gradually developing across 6 years of Cold War pressures, and it is now beginning to hit us in full force. A factional grouping has crystallized in our party under the leadership of Comrade Cochrane. This faction stands opposed to the fundamental orientation under which we have been building our party for the past 25 years. The Cochraneite position has not been openly presented to the party. Instead, it has been peddled to individuals, hinted at in occasional remarks at branch meetings, and to a limited extent in higher party bodies. Evidence of the Cochraneite line is to be found, not in clearly formulated documents, but in the pattern of their behaviors after more than a year of surreptitious opposition to the party line. We are now told by the Cochraneites that they are preparing documents setting forth their views. Meantime, they have stepped up the tempo of their smuggling operations. We therefore consider a mere ruse their arguments that we, of the majority, should await their documents before opening debate with them in the party. We already have enough evidence to get a clear idea of their line. On that basis we are prepared to make a general statement of what we are for and what we are against. If and when the Cochranites do state openly what they stand for, we can discuss their position more fully. Lenin pointed out that those too weak to withstand reaction betray their weakness in the realms of theory, tactics, and party organization. When this occurs, he said, the class-conscious workers must take control. Every party member should interest himself in a correct analysis of objective conditions, in the maintaining of a general line of party orientation corresponding to objective needs, and in the necessary criticisms of party failings. We hope that every comrade who feels he or she has something to say will speak out without hesitation during this discussion. It will be good for the party. The main points of the dispute will gradually become crystal clear to all, and then the party membership can make its decision. In our judgment, the Cochranites are seeking to introduce a basic shift from our established party orientation, thus giving rise to a fundamental dispute involving the following alternative courses. 1. Shall we continue our course as an independent party, or shall we change our orientation to that of a propaganda group? 2. Shall we focus our main attention on work in the mass movement, or shall we direct our main efforts toward work in and around the Stalinist movement? 573. 3. Shall we orient toward a showdown fight against the Stalinists for leadership of the workers in the coming mass radicalization, or shall we adopt a conciliatory attitude toward the Stalinist movement? 4. Shall the paper be primarily an agitational organ aimed at influencing the workers by means of our transitional demands, or shall it be primarily a propaganda organ aimed at influencing intellectuals and politically informed elements? 5. Shall we maintain a general program of activities as demanded of an independent party, or shall we confine our activities to work consistent with a propaganda group perspective? To answer these questions correctly, we must grasp the essence of the objective conditions in this country today. We must determine what general pattern the coming class battles in the United States are most likely to assume as foreshadowed by trends discernible in the present objective reality. The convention resolution described the total situation for American imperialism today in general terms as one of irreconcilable conflicts on the international field and of unsolvable economic contradictions at home. Imperialism has failed to smash any post-war revolutionary development through the internal strength of capitalism within countries in revolt. Military intervention by the imperialists, when limited to single countries like Korea and Indochina, has thus far produced no more than a stalemate. Imperialism thus finds itself driven toward an all-out counter-revolutionary war, aimed primarily at the Soviet Union and China, in an attempt to crush the revolutionary mass movement now striking hammer blows against the capitalist system. American imperialism, as the only remaining viable section of the world capitalist class, must carry the main load of such a war. The modem capitalist state, however, can wage full-scale war only with the support of the labor movement, or with the labor movement crushed. The capitalist state would find itself in extreme peril if it should be confronted simultaneously with all-out war abroad and serious class conflict at home. The American imperialists thus face a dilemma. Can they go to war with the expectation of preserving relative internal stability on the home front? Can they depend on labor quislings successfully duping the mass, thereby enabling the capitalist government to deal with dissenters through acts of repression? If not, can they risk, under present world conditions, provoking a showdown fight with labor before enlarging the war? Or can they go ahead with the war plans, depending on aid from the labor quislings long enough to permit preparations for a military dictatorship? Can they hope to impose fascist rule at a fast tempo? What can they do? A lot of midnight oil is being burned in Washington over this dilemma. 574. Some within the movement, who draw pessimistic conclusions from the present ascendancy of reaction and the ebb in the class struggle here, seem ready to concede in advance that US imperialism can go a long way with its war program, trusting to improvisation to ward off any serious opposition on the home front. They seem to consider the American workers generally corrupted into conscious defenders of capitalism by their present relatively high standard of living. They seem to foresee imperialism carrying through its war program for a prolonged period with a favorable relation of class forces for it here at home. It is true that the present relative prosperity of the American workers has acted as a conservatizing factor. Yet it is equally true that this conservatism will steadily give way to militancy as the workers experience serious cuts in their living standards. These cuts are bound to deepen as the war program unfolds and, together with the general suffering and sacrifice imposed by the war program, will lead to a profound social crisis. Still another dilemma facing imperialism, the ever-present danger of an economic depression, can also serve to speed the mass radicalization. This danger can be minimized to a degree by the war program, but not entirely eliminated. In fact, a serious threat of economic crisis could impel the capitalist government to speed up the war tempo, under disadvantageous conditions both at home and abroad, in an effort to ward off the greater danger of a depression. Nor is it excluded that an unexpectedly sharp economic downturn could hit so fast that it would cause serious disruption of the present class equilibrium. Worker militancy can also be generated by pressure from the capitalists who are eager to cash in, at the expense of labor, on their 1952 election victory. Further impetus toward worker militancy can be expected from the policies and general attitude toward labor of the present government, dominated as it is by brass hats, millionaires, career witch hunters and a large conglomeration of reactionary and ultra-reactionary capitalist politicians. These factors that will serve objectively to generate worker militancy are heavily discounted by those who are becoming deeply infected with pessimism. They seem to hold a dark view of the prospects of any serious class struggle manifestations before the workers have experienced extremely harsh blows. They seem to take this view on the ground that America still remains a middle-class country, or at least that a middle-class mentality still prevails. This gloomy view manifests a tendency to attach undue significance to such superficial phenomena as the present relative economic prosperity and the continued political monopoly of the capitalist two-party system. Beneath these superficial phenomena lies the reality of a class polarization in the basic social 575 structure of America that is probably the greatest there is anywhere in the world, a class polarization that has the most profound political significance. The vast growth of monopoly capital in America has reduced the actual ruling class numerically to a relatively small gang of extremely wealthy people wielding tremendous economic power, in consequence of which they have sufficient political power to fasten a stranglehold on the government. This growth of monopoly concentration and its fusion with the state apparatus have led to a constant decline in the specific gravity of the middle classes in industrial production. Middle-class holdings in agriculture have similarly given way on an increasing scale to the development of corporation farms, which in turn speeds the growth of a property-less class of agricultural laborers. There has been a steady decline in rural population caused by migration of rural elements to the cities, largely to become industrial workers. In the cities, the middle classes have tended to become atomized into managers, technicians, lawyers, doctors, etc. Taken as a whole, this is a picture of profound decline in the real power of the middle classes and their capacity to play an influential role on the American political scene. They can be led but they can't lead. The only real power counterposed to that of the monopoly capitalists is the power of the workers, who have the greatest power of all, a power that is already present and is only waiting to be fully realized. The workers today constitute a decisive majority of the population. They have already demonstrated their ability through their unions to halt production, despite the combined opposition of the capitalists and their government. Once they take the road of independent political action, they can soon demonstrate their ability to control production, to take the reins of government into their own hands and regulate the entire social life of the country. Preliminary signs have appeared that the organized workers are beginning to act politically along class lines. They tend more and more to vote the way the unions officially decide. This tendency is a mark of both their already highly developed union consciousness and their ripening class political consciousness. Even though they still vote for capitalist politicians, the fact that they tend to vote more and more as a bloc is a progressive sign of class political solidarity. This tendency of the workers to move in a body, progressive though it is, creates a problem for us at the present stage. We are thrust into a general position of what the convention resolution called organized isolation. Only a social shock can radically change the situation for us in terms of the broad mass of workers. Yet it does not follow that our isolation is at all absolute because the workers presently follow the leadership of the union officialdom. The action of the masses is determined in the long run by objective conditions and only secondarily by the policies of the leadership. Of these two, 576 controlling factors, the objective conditions will in the end be decisive because the laws of historical change are far stronger than any union bureaucrat. The masses don't always move when their leaders tell them to, nor do they always refrain from moving when their leaders tell them not to act. In the long run, international and national forces determine their actions. The policies of the union officialdom are already in gross violation of the objective needs of the workers. Here and there we already observe outbreaks of opposition to the union bureaucracy. Militant demands are raised that go beyond present official policy. As the workers' objective position becomes more difficult for them, we will find greater opportunities to win adherents to our program and party. To the extent that the union bureaucrats delay taking even partial measures to allay mass unrest, a vacuum in political leadership will be created that will give us a better chance to win new strength in the union ranks. We do not have in mind a vacuum of leadership in the sense of the NRA period, when workers were entering the unions in such great masses that the existing bureaucracy could not begin to fill all the necessary union offices and members were swiftly elevated from the ranks into high official posts. We mean in this regard a vacuum of the objectively necessary political leadership in the unions. Our task is to fill this political void with a body of left-wing militants, armed with our program, who will become the actual leaders of more and more workers even though they hold only minor union posts or no official posts at all. When we speak of a vacuum, we don't mean to assume the probability that we will fill this political vacuum in the total sense of stepping directly to full leadership of the mass movement at the first big-scale explosion and radicalization. We mean that the greater the vacuum and the longer it exists, the better opportunity we will have in the fight for decisive leadership of the mass when the social crisis develops. When we speak of a vacuum, we don't mean that a decline in activity on the electoral arena of opponent radical parties signifies the creation of a vacuum on the parliamentary field that will enable us to win mass political leadership through election campaigns. We mean only that to meet less opposition from other radical tendencies on the electoral arena would eliminate an element of confusion in the popular mind as to who speaks for socialism in this country. This would directly aid our work in the mass movement where the real fight for political leadership must take place. The great body of workers who will form the basic contingent of tomorrow's mass revolutionary party are today to be found in the unions. There will be a wide-open fight of the left tendencies for leadership of the workers when the mass radicalization comes. 577. At present, social democrats of the Ruther type appear to have a big edge over us in the unions. However, they will not loom so formidably once the workers begin to demand action from them instead of their double talk and fancy promises. As mass radicalization develops and the demands for action grow, we shall find ourselves in an ever stronger position to break their grip on the official leadership of the union movement. The Stalinists, in TUM, are in a qualitative sense as isolated from the mass movement as we are. Moreover, the Stalinists no longer hold any sizable advantage over us in the contest for influence in the mass movement as they did during the rise of the CIO. Their abominable past record is against them, as will be the new betrayals they commit. And we intend to stand in their way. We intend to fight them every inch of the way. That is the course charted by the convention resolution which calls for a clear and consistent policy of independent struggle by our party in order to emerge as the most formidable contender for leadership of the masses in the coming radicalization. We anticipate the probability of a Labour Party development in the first stages of the mass radicalization. However, a Labour Party in the United States would not pass through so prolonged a stage of reformist politics as the British Labour Party. In this country there should be a substantial left wing in the Labour Party from the start. We should have large influence in such a left wing if we maintain a firm orientation of primary and major attention to work in the mass movement. A Labour Party could be expected to have a turbulent existence. It could be expected to serve essentially as a preliminary stage of the political radicalization of the workers, helping to speed their preparation for direct leadership by the Revolutionary Party. We believe that the mass radicalization when it comes will probably arrive with explosive force and that its initial manifestations can be expected to appear in the unions. We recognize, however, that under conditions of the present relative prosperity, the occasional outbursts of class militancy that now occur reflect only the first waves of resentment against the present cushioned shock of the war policy and can therefore be only restricted and transitory in effect. These circumstances warn us to watch our step today in our mass work, not to engage in reckless ventures or take careless risks. Yet we cannot avoid risk entirely because the element of risk is present to a degree in all motion and there is some definite forward motion we can maintain right now. It is from this overall evaluation of the objective reality in this country that we, of the majority, derive our basic position on the fundamental issues of ORI. 578. Orientation now in dispute within the party. We consider it vital to the future of the party that our organization in its entirety adhere firmly to the following main line of orientation. 1. Continue our course as an independent party, based both in principle and in practice on a proletarian orientation. 2. A. Focus our main attention on work in the mass movement. B. Carry on work among opponent radical tendencies as a secondary tactic subordinated to our main orientation toward the mass movements. 3. Prepare at all times for a showdown fight against the Stalinists for leadership of the working class in the coming mass radicalization. 4. Publish the paper as a fighting agitational organ aimed primarily at influencing the workers by means of our transitional demands. 5. Maintain a general program of activities as demanded of an independent party commensurate with our forces and resources. This main line of orientation is clearly defined by the political resolution adopted at the last party convention. Yet the Cochranites give only lip service to the central line of the resolution. They focus their main attention on secondary formulations concerning subordinate tactical points. These secondary formulations, they now claim, give them the right to interpret the resolution in support of their efforts to smuggle into the party a different central line. The main thing the Cochranites have in common, with regard to their false orientation, is a sentiment of frustration and defeatism in relation to the American working class. They are losing faith in the fighting abilities of the working class at this stage. Therefore they can have no faith in an independent role for our party in the mass movement. They manifest a desire to restrict our party to a propaganda circle existence. They show a tendency toward a conciliatory approach to the Stalinist movement on the ground that it constitutes the only element in this country presently susceptible to revolutionary propaganda. When we object to their false orientation, the Cochranites accuse us of conservatism, sectarianism, Stalinophobia, and capitulation to the pressure of American imperialism. They charge that we have not taken sufficiently into account the basic changes of Stalinism, especially on the world scale. When we insist upon sticking to our independent course, the Cochranites sneer that we cannot just sit and wait, clinging to our independent party in the fatuous belief that we are foreordained by history to lead the American Revolution. We know that. In fact, you don't even have to be a genius to figure that out. We intend to work every day to build the party just as we have been doing right along. We intend to carry out our work with confidence that the working class will produce an increasing flow of vanguard elements for our party if we go. 579. Out after them. Such an approach is certainly a whole lot better than preaching pessimism, contending that nothing of importance can be done in the unions in this period, running up and down the dead-end street of Stalinism, and thus utterly disorienting the party. When we object to the manner in which they are trying to smuggle their new orientation into the party, the Cochranites claim we are persecuting them. When Comrade Hansen wrote a discussion article polemicizing against their demonstrated views on Stalinism, they yelled "Frame up!" The Cochranites claim that we are really opposed to the world program, but that we are afraid to say so openly. We predict they won't get away with their attempt to smuggle in an exaggerated, soft tactical line toward the Stalinists in this country under the smokescreen of a false accusation that we who oppose them are blood brothers of the bleib true tendency. We are against the false policy of the bleib true tendency which stands opposed to the application of the world program to France. We are against all such tendencies who orient toward sectarian abstentionism, including the Cochrane tendency. The only issue in the present internal dispute with respect to the world program has to do with its proper application, as dictated by the specific objective conditions, to this country. We are acting in full accord with the world program when we advocate the preservation of our independent party with our main activities directed toward the mass movement. The Cochranites, as can be demonstrated by the accumulated evidence of their sneak attack on the party, propose an orientation for this country that is in direct contradiction to the spirit and text of the world program. Their line has virtually nothing in common with objective reality in the United States. Let us begin our examination of the evidence revealing the essence of the Cochranite policy by turning to Comrade E.R. Frank's article, Notes on Our Discussion, published in the August 1951 Internal Bulletin. In this article, Comrade Frank stated, "Our theoretical magazine, however, occupies a special place, our emphasis, in relation to our work, and has a special function to perform. As I conceive it, the theoretical magazine has the high duty of keeping the thinking of our cotters sharp and clear, his emphasis, and of breaking new ground in Marxist thought and development by following and analyzing all the new problems, trends, and experiences of our epoch, especially as they relate to America. As we shall see, this commendable suggestion that we improve the quality of the magazine was intended as something more than a mere attempt to help strengthen the party's work under our established orientation. The magazine is to have a special place." A few months later the Cochranites presented to the National Committee proposals for a general overhauling of the magazine to transform it from a 580 primarily cotter organ into an instrument for the broad propagation of Marxist ideas. Raising of a special fund was recommended to help streamline the magazine and launch an extensive circulation and publicity effort. About the same time another Cochranite proposal was presented for the launching of a Marxist propaganda campaign. Their proposition contained the assertion, "This work of propaganda and analysis must become a central task, our emphasis, of the party leadership in the next period. Leading comrades should be freed, as much as possible of other tasks, material means placed at their disposal within the financial resources of the party and subordinated to the needs of maintaining a functioning national center and press." This proposal assigns propaganda the status of a central task for the party. It calls for a full-time staff to perform this task. The proposal was presented, by the way, in such a manner as to counterpose it to the Trotsky school. However, they did seem to concede some limited function for the Trotsky School as a vocational training center for writers. Still another Cochranite trend in this general direction is their grumbling about the paper containing too much agitation and not enough education. It is also said we must recognize to whom we are selling the paper and not to whom we would like to sell it. We find in these examples tangible evidence of proposals and criticisms, introduced in the guise of strengthening party work under our independent party orientation, that actually serve to shift a step at a time toward a new orientation, convert the magazine into a broad propaganda organ, finance a special department of thinkers and writers, cut out the agitation in the press, don't kid ourselves that we can sell the paper to workers just because we would like to, in short, an orientation toward a propaganda group aiming at intellectual and politically informed elements. We come next to the Cochranite attitude with regard to union work, toward which our main attention is supposed to be directed, as was once again reaffirmed by the last party convention. At the May 1952 plenum of the National Committee, Comrade Cochrane stated that for years yet socialism will not be the common ground on which we can meet union militants. It is clear from this remark that we and Comrade Cochrane had altogether different thoughts in mind in voting to approve the political resolution which described the labor movement as being in a state of relative quiescence. We place our emphasis on the relative character of the quiescence. He tends to stress the quiescence. Comrade Cochrane's attitude in this respect is made more explicit in his Union report to the last convention. He called upon the party to nourish and tend with care those tender shoots that we possess in the labor movement. He 581 called upon the young people to sacrifice, to stay in the plants year after year, braving the speed up and the isolation. He declared that we must enrich, make more profound and real our role as left-wing propagandists in the broad labor movement. The question arises, what beyond his propaganda perspective did Comrade Cochrane have to recommend to the comrades concerning their day-to-day activity in the unions? The only remark we can find that may deal with this question is a reference to mechanical effort, which we shall discuss later. Comrade Cochrane's line on the unions appears in crassest form in Comrade Bartel's report to the New York membership at the beginning of the locals' pre-convention discussion. Comrade Bartel stresses in his report that opportunities for work in the union movement have become extremely limited. In a polemic later with Comrade Stevens, published in number 2 of the current internal bulletins under the title, The Struggle in the New York Local, Comrade Bartel asserts that there is absolutely no evidence to indicate a serious trend in the direction of a Labor Party at the moment. Having squelched any false rumors that something can be done in the union movement and having ruled out any immediate prospects of agitation for a Labor Party, Comrade Bartel tries to burlesque the supposed activities of comrades who want to do some serious mass work. He writes on page 12 of The Struggle a description of our alleged approach to mass work as follows: the organization of left-wing groups inside the unions, mass distribution of leaflets and literature at plants, open-air meetings at factory gates, public meetings designed to attract industrial workers, consistent and extensive literature sales and distributions door-to-door in workers' districts and on the streets in Harlem, the organization of Negro masses in struggle for equal rights, etc. One must conclude that Comrade Bartel is trying either to make fools of the comrades or to provoke them into undertaking adventuristic actions, beyond the limits imposed by the present objective conditions, in order to prove that nothing can be done. A bit of evidence appeared recently of his eagerness to show that any attempt to become active would prove adventuristic. A worker comrade suggested the possibility of getting out a small paper to facilitate Labor Party propaganda among his fellow workers. More experienced comrades explained to him that this particular approach was not practical in his situation under the present conditions. He accepted their opinion and everybody thought the matter was settled. But when Comrade Bartel got wind of it, he made a special point of denouncing the proposal as adventurism before a New York branch meeting. 582. These examples demonstrate the following Cochranite precepts concerning mass work: we won't be able to talk socialism to the workers for years yet. In the broad labor movement we can be nothing but left-wing propagandists. There is no real basis for Labor Party agitation in the unions. Activity in the unions will lead to adventurism. In short, the mass movement is pretty barren ground for us today, according to the Cochranites. Where then can we find a milieu that will offer us opportunities for fruitful work? In their quest for an answer to this question, the Cochranites claim to have hit a real bonanza. To begin the story, let us return again to Comrade E.R. Frank's notes on our discussion. While our program is based, and will continue to be based upon the international experiences of the working class, he wrote, and while Trotsky was, in the immediate and most direct sense, the teacher and the leader of our movement, it does not at all follow from these two propositions that we will have much success in rallying workers to our banner by trying to straighten them out on the rights and wrongs of the Stalin-Trotsky fight, which has now receded into history, or that it is our revolutionary duty to try to do so. This arbitrary abstracting of the subjective from the objective is a classic piece of miseducation. Comrade Frank reduces the Stalin-Trotsky fight to the level of an argument as to whether or not Dempsey got a raw deal in the Tunney fight at Chicago. Statements like this serve to obscure the fact that the Stalin-Trotsky fight is still going on in dead earnest, that the living followers of Trotsky are still battling the living followers of Stalin for the leadership of the working class, and that the success of the world socialist revolution hinges on the victory of Trotsky's followers. It could be that Comrade Frank fell into this crude and misleading formulation through his overwhelming desire to prove that we are sectarian. The results he obtained demonstrate the dangers involved in playing with important historic questions for the purpose of grinding a factional axe. This statement by Comrade Frank helped open the way for Comrades Clark and Bartel to indulge their well-known flair for impressionistic and experimental politics, this time with regard to the Stalinists. Comrade Clark proposed at the May 1952 plenum that in dealing with the Stalinists we should first establish points of agreement with them before proceeding to points of difference. Subsequent experience has shown that he intended this policy to apply not merely to comrades working directly within Stalinist organizations, but even to our own paper, disregarding the need to have the paper back up comrades contesting with the Stalinists for influence and recruits in the mass movement. 583. Comrade Clark moved a step further toward reorienting the party in the direction of the Stalinist movement in his circular as National Campaign Manager on our aims in the 1952 election campaign. In this circular he recommended that the comrades work primarily by a pinpointing of campaign activities aimed at contacts and prospective contacts and at the politically most advanced elements who are most susceptible to our propaganda. In referring to the elements who are most susceptible to our propaganda, he had in mind primarily the Stalinist movement, but he wasn't yet ready to say so openly. In objecting heatedly at a political committee meeting to the action of a comrade who designated the Huberman tendency in the Stalinist periphery as an enemy, Comrade Clark said, "Whether in the final analysis Huberman is an enemy or not is an academic question, just as the question would be academic in discussing Bevan or John L. Lewis. It is indeed striking that an experienced Marxist should be so careless in his thinking as to sweepingly equate politically a Huberman, who represents at most a thin layer of Stalinoid petty bourgeois intellectuals, with Bevan or Lewis, who have powerful mass followings in the working class. There can be only one explanation for this far-fetched comparison. Comrade Clark has been searching so hard for a radicalized milieu to enter that he is beginning to see mirages. Comrade Bartel has been running neck and neck with Comrade Clark in the quest for a radicalized milieu, and like Comrade Clark, he claims to have found a red-hot proposition. In his recent report to the New York membership, Comrade Bartel told the comrades to maintain contact with the rest of the left-wing political world and to propagate our ideas to people who are equipped to understand them and are willing to listen. He gave as the address of these people equipped to understand our ideas, the Stalinist movement, which he announced could be said to be rife with Trotskyist conciliationism. This orientation of the Cochranites toward the Stalinist movement has led them into an attempt to soften and minimize our criticism of the Stalinists in the press. They seem to wince when the Stalinists are forthrightly attacked. They are sharply critical of articles in which we differentiate ourselves from the Stalinists. Adding up these examples, we find the following pattern of Cochranite line: aim our activities at people who are equipped to understand our ideas. These people are to be found in the Stalinist movement, which can be said to be rife with Trotskyist conciliationism. Don't be sharply critical of the Stalinists. Establish points of agreement with them before proceeding to points of difference. 584. Their line represents an attempt to shift the main axis of party work away from the mass movement and toward the Stalinist movement. Since this line implies a clash with our established orientation as an independent party, let us see what has been happening in that regard. At the last party convention, Comrade Cochrane delivered a trade union report which he obviously intended to be in large measure a counter-report to Comrade Cannon's political report. In his report, Comrade Cochrane stated, "We cannot just shout promiscuously at the general mass, for that would be like hurling seeds into a storm, hoping that by good fortune a few would find their way into productive soil." This statement was aimed against our campaign activities as an independent party. It was made at the very moment when the convention was mobilizing the party for a maximum effort in the 1952 presidential campaign. Hesitating to openly attack the campaign, he just projected his sour note into the convention activities and let it go at that. By December of last year, Comrade Cochrane was ready to be a bit more specific about his opposition to party election campaigns, but not entirely specific, really not much more forthright than he was at the convention on the subject. The Los Angeles local had requested the approval of the political committee to conduct a mayoralty campaign. Comrade Cochran introduced a motion in the committee to the effect that he thought it incorrect for the branch to enter the campaign in the light of the party's financial difficulties. His motion added that he believed it wise as soon as feasible to raise a special fund to invigorate our propaganda work around the magazine and allied work, with a full-time man to carry through that project. Comrade Cochran's motion counterposed to the election campaign, which he wanted called off, a proposition based on his propaganda group perspective. This action on his part constituted a thinly veiled attempt to shift the party's position without first openly presenting a fundamental political justification for the change in line. It was in effect an attempt to freeze all external activities of the party involving the expenditure of any money until a special fund had been raised for his pet propaganda project. So obsessed have the Cochranites become with their abstentionist propaganda orientation that they find it increasingly difficult to attach importance to any of our activities as an independent party. Take, for example, their attitude towards sub-work for the paper. In his report to the New York membership, Comrade Bartell advised the comrades not to indulge in door-to-door sub-campaigns aimed only at obtaining the maximum number of subs. He asserted that the guiding line should be that sub-work is an important part of contact work and not an end in itself. That is to say, selling a sub won't make 585 a contact. You must make a contact in order to sell a sub. Speaking in the same vein, he also discouraged mass street sales of the paper as a general practice. During our preparations for the current national sub-campaign, Comrade Bartell interposed an objection to the publishing of a campaign scoreboard in the paper. He seemed to think a scoreboard would put too much pressure on comrades to go after subs as an end in itself. Comrade Clark showed his opinion of independent party activities in writing a year-end review of events in 1952 for the paper. He mentioned Stalinist civil liberties cases, but he didn't make a single reference to the Kutcher case or to the Trucks law fight. Yet we have produced some significant results in both these cases. The Cochranites claim that the present change in the public attitude of the Stalinists toward our democratic rights is a sign of their Trotskyist conciliationism. Not at all. It was our impressive work in cases like the Kutcher and Trucks law fights that caused the change. The CP ranks and periphery were compelled to pay attention to us, the CP officials were prevented from disposing of us by slanders, and they had to accord us recognition in an effort to woo support for their own cases from liberals who were enough impressed by our work to demand that our fights receive support. These examples of Cochranite policy illustrate their attempts to change the established party orientation through sneak attacks, such as an attempt to shift the presidential campaign into propaganda circle channels, especially after the main series of radio-TV broadcasts were completed. Demanding their propaganda offensive have priority over election campaigns. An effort, in effect, to freeze external party activities until a special fund is raised for propaganda work. Attempts to straitjacket within the framework of their propaganda circle perspective all efforts to expand circulation of the paper. A growing disinterest in party campaign actions against the witch hunt. From all the examples previously cited to disclose the true nature of Cochranite policy, we are now in a position to present a broad description of their general line. Before doing so, however, it is necessary to examine yet another covering device they have employed in an effort to conceal their real aims. The Cochranites argue that their policy, as revealed most fully by comrades Clark and Bartell, is intended for New York only and has no implications for party orientation in general. They contend that people outside the New York local should keep out of the argument over policy, including members of the political committee who don't happen to agree with the Clark-Bartell line. 586. However, Comrade Bartell, in his eagerness to prove the wisdom of his policy by a study in contrasts, has given their game away. At page 12 of The Struggle he writes that it has been precisely those branches in the purely industrial factory towns that have been the hardest hit in these years, and that a number of these dried up and disappeared altogether while others barely survive in a stagnant condition. These branches, he goes on to say, only wish they had some compass clubs or monthly review forums or universities in their cities. He then declaims against our super-proletarian critics who propose that we unnecessarily and artificially impose on ourselves the conditions of Pittsburgh, Akron, or Flint. That, in my opinion, he adds, is a sure road to ruin. We hear of a young Cochranite in a Midwest town, no doubt inspired by Comrade Bartel's polemic against Comrade Stevens, who is bemoaning the fact that there are no colleges and no CP periphery in town and that the only work there is to do locally is to contact industrial workers. These examples should make it clear to all that the dispute in New York is not a dispute over local issues. What may not be so clear to some comrades is that Comrade Bartel's line in New York was never intended as a local line but as a national policy. An effort was made to smuggle it unchallenged into the New York local, under the guise of strictly local policy, in order to establish a bridgehead for a further projection of the line throughout the country. This business of smuggling in their line a step at a time, without any open declaration of their intentions before the party, without giving a basic political motivation for their policy, without submitting it for open discussion and decision in the party, and with cries that they are being persecuted every time somebody raises a question about their policy, this unprincipled method, which is in complete violation of the whole party tradition, has become stamped upon the Cochranite faction as their hallmark. Through this unprincipled method the Cochranites are attempting to smuggle into the party a change in basic orientation that can be summarized as follows: 1. Adopt the perspective of a propaganda group. 2. A. Focus our main attention on work in and around the Stalinist movement. B. Confine our function in the mass movement to that of left-wing propagandists. 3. Take a conciliatory attitude in our approach to the Stalinist movement. 4. Transform the paper into a propaganda organ aimed primarily at influencing intellectual and politically informed elements. 587. 5. Confine party activities within the framework of a propaganda group perspective. The Cochranites will learn that they can't maneuver the party into an acceptance of their false line by attempting to smuggle it in one piece at a time. They will learn that the party is not simply a tractable instrument in the hands of the leaders. It is a conscious, self-acting instrument. The membership will demand that the Cochranites disclose their full tactical line and show how it squares with our strategic orientation. Our strategic orientation is to build an independent mass revolutionary party. All our tactical maneuvers must be subordinated to and coordinated around this strategic aim. To build a mass party, our primary tactical orientation must at all times be toward the mainstream of the organized working class. The Cochranites, in their futile attempts to get around the present difficult objective situation, have sought to maneuver into an orientation toward the STLINISTS. Should the Stalinists happen to predominate in the organized working class, as they do in France for example, it would be necessary to adopt a tactic of penetration into the Stalinist movement to facilitate the task of getting into the mainstream of the workers' movement. In the United States, however, the Stalinists are isolated from the mass movement. To orient toward the Stalinist movement under these conditions would mean to turn our backs on the mainstream of the organized working class. Opponents' work among Stalinists in this country must therefore be strictly subordinated to our main orientation toward the unions, and it must be subordinated not only in words but also in practice. The truth is that the Cochranites commit a fraud when they accuse the majority of sectarianism because we oppose their false orientation toward the Stalinists. The clear and present sectarian danger to our party is not in underestimating the importance of the Stalinist circles but in neglect of the living labor movement where the masses of workers are to be found. We do not minimize the importance of opponents' work against the Stalinists. We are fully in favor of opponents' work in Stalinist organizations, to whittle down their strength and increase our own forces at their expense, and to loosen their hold in the mass movement wherever we can. But we won't win over any Stalinists, or beat them in the contest for influence and recruits, by being soft or by slurring over questions of program. In our work in the mass movement we must appear as rivals of the Stalinists, not as people having friendly differences with them. We recognize that the Kremlin bureaucracy, in defending its privileges and power against imperialism, sometimes finds it necessary to go along with a 588 powerful revolutionary mass movement so long as it remains essentially subordinate to Moscow's basic aims and general control. However, we concede no historic revolutionary mission to Stalinism. On the contrary, we warn that counter-revolutionary Stalinism will yet commit some of its most abominable betrayals. We have a current example of Stalinist betrayal right here in the United States in a draft resolution recently published by the National Committee of the Communist Party. This resolution contains the following passages: it was incorrect to have favored the departure of the Wallace forces without masses from the Democratic Party. The Progressive Party cannot be a major vehicle in the emergence of a mass people's party led by labor. We must exert our maximum influence toward bringing into being a coalition of forces which will work toward the development of forms through which labor can exert a unified class influence on the national political life and on the Democratic Party, forcing on sectors of the Democratic Party to the maximum extent and wherever possible a genuine program of struggle against the pro-war and pro-fascist course and measures of the Republican administration. The formation of blocks of legislators in Congress and state legislatures that will fight for this program. This announcement of revised Stalinist policy means much more than a declaration of their intention to scuttle the Progressive Party. It means they are going to join the union bureaucrats' game of playing footsie with Democratic and Republican liberals against the main enemy of right-wing Republicans and Democrats. It means Stalinist demagogy, parallel to Reuther's demagogy, serving to disorient the workers from taking the road of independent political action. Any doubt about what the CP leaders mean by their resolution can be cleared up by the following report of a debate over the Labour Party in a Flint UAW local. A left-wing militant was pushing from the floor for adoption by the local of a resolution in favor of a Labour Party. The chairman and the leader of the biggest caucus in the local had indicated that they feel strongly about Labour putting up all the money and work while Liberals run the show in the Democratic Party. They did what they could to help get the resolution adopted. The leader of the Stalinist fraction in the local offered an amendment to the proposal that the Labour Party shall feel free to endorse Liberal Democrats like Williams and Moody. We can't take a conciliatory attitude toward this kind of class treachery on the part of the Stalinists. The Cochranites, by the way, insist that there is no evidence to indicate a serious trend in the direction of a Labour Party at present. Apart from such evidence. 589. To the contrary, as that manifested by the Flint episode, they forget something Comrade Trotsky stressed. It is dangerous to base ourselves on secondary oscillations of disinterest in questions of this kind, Trotsky often explained. As the need for a major movement in the direction of a Labour Party becomes more imperative, he pointed out, objective necessity will find its subjective expression. We must stress that necessity in language the workers will understand. If we were to adopt instead the Cochranite propaganda group orientation and begin talking to political highbrows who are equipped to understand us, we will be talking over the heads of the mass of the workers. The Cochranites also contend that you can't talk to the workers about the war. Yet a Milwaukee comrade recently sent in a report of developments at an educational conference of his local that indicate otherwise. He reported the following. I started a conversation with several workers about a Labour Party. There were other discussions about shop grievances going on. These were stopped by the workers themselves by such remarks as let's forget about these petty problems and listen to the discussion. From then on the group of workers numbering 40 to 50 men and women concentrated on political discussion. The Korean War was discussed and condemned in no uncertain terms. The American foreign policy toward the colonial nations was condemned. The people who made up the group were very interesting. There were about a dozen colored workers and the rest were young ex-GIs or even younger workers. I cannot believe that these young workers exist only at my plant. They too are subject to the influences of their family, friends, and social groups in which they mingle. Certainly some of their ideas must come from influences outside of themselves. It is the task of the party to fill this vacuum in the best possible manner. At my plant we have a lot of opportunity and a lot of hard work. This is, of course, the experience of only one worker in one plant. But we think he is right when he says, I cannot believe that these young workers exist only at my plant. Comrade Bartel, on the other hand, says that we must get together with the Stalinists to oppose the war because we are part of the same anti-war camp and because the Stalinists are the only other current of conscious opposition to the war. To justify his line, he even tends to slur over the sharp differences between the Stalinist peace policy and our class anti-war position. He also 590 glosses over the fact that the Stalinist peace front in this country actually amounts to very little. In our opinion, the most vital place to carry on anti-war agitation and participate in anti-war actions is in the unions where the masses are. We have always envisaged the struggle against war as an extension of the class struggle onto a higher plane. The fight against the war can really be effective only to the extent that the workers adopt class struggle policies in defending their interests. If we are to help this process along, we must be in the unions. That means the party must become rain-speared with our proletarian orientation, which is precisely what is being challenged by the Cochranites. We freely admit that our own neglect of union work, our failure to give union comrades the full attention they deserve, has made it easier for the Cochranites to de-emphasize work in this vital field. This condition must be corrected, as must the disorientation caused by Comrade Cochrane's pessimistic trade union report at the last convention. Before we take up the major omission in his report, let us first examine an important error it contains. A big section of the report was devoted to a review of our tactics with regard to power blocks in the unions. In speaking of our blocks with the so-called progressive bureaucracy in the early years of the 1940s, he states, the alliance afforded us more elbow room in the unions, strengthened our ability to recruit, and provided us with a greater audience for our ideas and program. And that is its sufficient justification. Comrade Cochrane's statement is not accurate. We have been excessively preoccupied with power blocks in the unions to the point that our policy has in reality tended to impair recruitment. We can't afford to take the attitude now that since such blocks are not feasible today, there is no problem to discuss. Unless we analyze the element of error in our past policy, we can fall into the same error again. In taking up this question, we are not looking for a scapegoat. The leadership of the party is collectively responsible for this mistake. But the mistake must be recognized and corrected. There has been a tendency in the past to push too far in contests for union leadership from too narrow a base of our own in the ranks. This tendency has often led us into excessive preoccupation with bloc politics in the unions. Comrades have often tended to get too practical in developing contacts, paying too much attention to union politicians, who are seldom party material, and too little attention to workers who stand out as militant fighters and could therefore be attracted to our program and party. This tendency has sometimes given rise, especially where comrades were elected to union office or played a key role in a power caucus, to a policy of excessive caution in carrying out political activity. On occasion there has been 591. An inclination to reduce our program below the level imposed by objective conditions for the sole purpose of getting deeper into union politics through power blocks. Unusual openings to present our program with special force when some big event occurred have sometimes been missed for the same reason. These unnecessary omissions of political effort have helped to impair our ability to recruit in the unions. In the days to come there will be greater need than ever for us to be alert to this problem. In times past we have had experiences where comrades appeared to be making remarkable headway in their union work through participation in bloc politics. But when such blocs could no longer be held together, or when they became politically untenable, we found ourselves high and dry with little to show for the entire effort except the experience that the comrades themselves gained. We don't mean to imply that we cannot under any circumstances have anything to do with bloc politics in the unions. We must take a practical attitude toward this question in internal union struggles. It is sometimes profitable for us to intervene in a limited way, supporting this or that candidate or slate of candidates to help our cause. With respect to union posts for ourselves, we will advance or withdraw according to the climate. Under favorable objective conditions we can go a limited distance in a coalition around an acceptable program. But even then we shouldn't get out beyond our base in the ranks to the point that we become captives of the coalition. Above all, it is vital that we entertain no idea that we can either be active or do virtually nothing in the unions according to whether we can fight for posts. Leadership of the masses in the real sense is gained not by title and office, but by energy, ability, confidence in ourselves and in the workers, consistent participation in the workers' struggles, and constant effort to build a solid base of class-conscious workers in the ranks on the foundation of our program. We should work always in the unions with a view toward recruitment into the party, to build our own party fractions around which a left wing can be polarized. We called attention in a previous connection to Comrade Cochrane's advice in his trade union report that the comrades play a role as left-wing propagandists in the broad labor movement. We mentioned that the only remark we could find in his report that may deal with the question of day-to-day activity in the unions was a reference to mechanical effort. Here is the full quotation: "In the present period our trade union forces are often augmented by mere mechanical effort. But to really maintain and integrate trade union groups in these difficult days, the mechanical aspect is the least of the problem." What Comrade Cochrane dismisses by his reference to mechanical effort is obviously the daily activity in the unions, which is the essence of all mass work. 592. He seems to think that the most important need for our work in the unions is to rush through his project to organize a committee of high-powered thinkers and writers. However, the comrades who carry on the foot-slogging day-to-day work in the unions know their work is important. They like to have their leaders think it is important, too. They want their leaders to give some attention, some thought, and some aid to them in the ever so important daily grind out of which our union cadres are being forged today. They even like to have their leaders help them do a few chores now and then, and they do have chores because there are things that can be done in the unions. It is true that the workers are at present in a state of relative quiescence, but the labor movement has not been put in mothballs, as the 1952 strike statistics will testify. The workers are not tired or defeated, nor are they universally contented with present conditions. They only lack a class struggle program and leadership to help them defend their interests. The efforts of our comrades in their day-to-day relations with the workers, going through with them the many small, often indirect, but yet important manifestations of class struggle that occur in an almost routine way, will enable the comrades to win the workers' respect and confidence. If political discussions based on our transitional program are carefully woven into this activity with reasonable skill, the comrades will find it possible to recruit at a modest rate in the unions. One of our comrades recently made the following comment about a factory worker who was about to join the party: "Some may say she is an exceptional person, she's not. She's the average semi-conscious union militant. What has made a qualitative difference is personal contact for 18 months. If not for that, she would be basically a fighter, but a disillusioned one, because of the union's situation." In Los Angeles, a slate of left-wing militants recently led the field in the election of delegates to a union convention. They drew their main support from a new strata of young militants and from Negro, Mexican and other minority workers. They had been consciously directing their attention toward this section of the workers for some time. The young worker militants can in many instances be expected to show a lively interest in our program if we pay proper attention to them. Their services are invaluable in putting juice in the unions, the fractions, and the party. They will also be most helpful in putting class struggle shoes on young intellectuals. Negroes and other minority elements already constitute a significant component of the industrial working class, and they are steadily gaining in numbers in industry. Because of the racial discrimination and double exploitation they must undergo as second-class citizens, they tend to be above average in their militancy. What they need most is a class-conscious outlook. They need 593. A proper understanding of the interrelationship of their struggle as a minority people and the struggle of the working class. As a worker, regardless of color, the Negro worker must take his place in the vanguard of the daily struggle to win the maximum gains possible under capitalism for the workers. As a Negro, he must take the leadership of his people to win the maximum gains possible under capitalism in the daily struggle for equality. As a Negro and a worker, he must play a key role in uniting the Negro people and the entire working class in the fight to abolish the capitalist system and create a socialist society. In their fight against discrimination, the Negro workers, spearheaded by those in basic industry, should take over the leadership now largely held by the talented 10th. The fight for equality, which they begin in the plants, should be carried under their leadership into the communities and onward throughout the nation. Demands for equality right now for all Negroes should replace the old program of gradualism with its token gestures of equality to representative Negroes. Mass action should supersede legal and parliamentary maneuvering as the principal weapon in the fight against discrimination. Because of the important position the Negro workers now hold in industry, most union officials find it necessary to give at least lip service to the demands of the colored workers for equality, whether these officials believe in it or not. They can therefore be compelled to respond in a certain degree to pressure for action in the fight against discrimination in the plant. With a carefully worked out approach, taken in collaboration with white militants, the Negro workers should be able to compel these union officials to go a certain distance in helping to throw the weight of the union behind the struggle for equality in the communities. These undertakings should help both the struggle for equality and the development of a greater degree of militancy in the unions. To the extent that we may be able to aid Negro and other minority workers in shaping and developing an action program along these lines, seeking to acquaint them with our political program in the process, we will be in a better position to win recruits to our party. Our work in the mass movement can be made more effective if we are able to get out a paper better suited to the needs of mass work. It is not necessary to have literary supermen to improve the paper. However, it would be most helpful if we could find a way for the editorial staff to get more cooperation from the party leadership, including the leaders in the field. We need to correct a mistake that has crept into the paper of tending to write for a highly political audience and one moreover under heavy Stalinist influence. We need more attention to issues that preoccupy the workers in 594. Their present state of consciousness, like the speed up, prices, truces, housing, the Korean War. We need to hammer home the Labour Party slogan with all the arguments we can marshal. We must be fully alive to the grievances and struggles of the workers. We used to get out a fine socialist paper for workers. To do so again, we must find the necessary ties with the workers' thinking. We must establish contact at the workers' present level of consciousness, help them generalize their grievances and demands at a higher political plane. If we let the situation drift any longer, we will get more and more on the wrong track under pressure of the Cochranite opposition. Our course must be corrected, not by new propaganda cure-alls of the Cochranite variety, but by getting deeper into the union movement and by reflecting the life and problems of the mass movement more adequately in our press. The party educational system likewise needs some overhauling, but not through the Cochranite propaganda circle touch. We must not allow ourselves to be jockeyed into an abandonment of the Trotsky school. This valuable institution should be preserved. It should remain a party university, it should not be transformed into a vocational training center. The Trotsky School needs, however, to be better organized, its schedule of study courses more thoroughly planned and systematized. Still more is needed than the preservation and improvement of the Trotsky School. Our entire educational system throughout the party needs a thorough going over. There is too little overall planning and too little general supervision in our educational work. The branches are left too much on their own resources. They don't get enough help from the party center. These problems can't be solved overnight, but we must get to work on them as soon as we can and keep at it from then on, because education is a never-ending process. Yet another shortcoming we need to correct is the tendency toward local autonomy that has developed in main lines of branch orientation. Divergences in branch perspectives have appeared that are not fully explained by variations in local conditions. The main lines of divergence appear about as follows: different approaches as to the extent to which mass work should be supplemented with other party building activities. Wide variations in branch participation in national party campaign actions. Major differences of emphasis on opponents' work. In a somewhat similar connection, we should add that an increasing lack of cooperation and coordination has become manifest in the functioning of national union fractions. These divergences in branch orientation, together with the trend toward a breakdown in fraction coordination, tend to impair the party's capacity to function as a homogeneous national unit. The method whereby the Cochrane 595 ites have sought to smuggle their line into the party has contributed to this divergence. But that is not the only cause of this trouble. There has been an element of general drift involved for which the party center must assume primary responsibility. Lenin taught us that we can't have a real united movement if the center is isolated too much from practical local work, or if the center fails to keep the branches fully informed of the general party plans and experiences. The center must know what is being done locally, who has learned or is learning to do party tasks well, who is going off the beam and why. It must know the internal conditions, activities, and perspectives of all the branches. In general, the center must establish closer touch with the branches to get a more accurate feel of the mood, thinking and activities of the comrades in each locality. The branches give voice to this need through their demands for more tours by national leaders. A real effort should be made to fulfill this request, because the tours help a great deal to establish closer contact between the center and the field, and to provide direct help for the field comrades from the party leadership. With proper planning, it is important to note, our experience has shown that such tours can be made virtually self-financing. Another task to which the party must give its attention is the need to improve collective leadership throughout the party. It is not too good for party units to find themselves heavily dependent upon a single leader. These circumstances sometimes tend to blunt individual initiative and thereby to a certain extent restrict progress in the party units. We need to establish collective leaderships everywhere in the party and develop a working pattern suitable for their cooperative effort according to the nature of their tasks. This concept of collectivity must also include a spirit of close teamwork between leadership and membership. Numerous problems have arisen in our party work out of the complex situations that can easily develop in relations between the branch membership, the branch executive committee and the branch organizer. The national leadership must help the branches work out adequate solutions for these problems. We have sought in this article to sketch the objective difficulties before the party and the course of action we, of the majority, believe it necessary to follow under present conditions. Our first task, however, is to ward off the Cochranite attack on the party's basic orientation. That means the entire membership must become aware of the profound issues at stake in the present internal dispute and take a position. For our part, we shall fight to defend our course as an independent party with our main attention focused on work in the mass movement. We shall fight any attempt to sidetrack the party through a false orientation. 596. The Roots of the Party Crisis, Its Causes and Solution, Excerpts, 1953. Bert Cochrane, George Clark, Irwin Bauer, Irving Buchanan, Harry Braverman, E. Drake, Sol Dollinger, Jules Keller, Ernest Mazie, Mike Bartell, Milton Zasslaw. Origin of the Internal Struggle 36. Every responsible party member must view with alarm the new eruption of factional conflict within the leadership and in the party as a whole. It is a grave matter for the party to be plunged into violent internal struggle in the midst of increasing reaction, isolation, and preparations for war, and when the class struggle cannot provide the necessary tests and healthy correctives of differing positions. This is especially serious when the differences, although sharp, have not crystallized along clearly defined programmatic lines that lend themselves easily to an objective judgment by the party membership. For your part, we take no responsibility for the outbreak of the conflict. We did not seek nor instigate this struggle. On the contrary, we have favored every proposal, every compromise that would postpone its outbreak or allay its intensity. We do not deny that we have vigorously, perhaps sometimes even over-vigorously presented our point of view in the PC and weekly paper staff on current political and organizational questions. How can that constitute a reason for a faction fight to the death, unless the price of peace for an opposition is complete silence? This fight has been deliberately forced upon us and on the party. That is the real significance of the Dobstein-Hansen statement, submitted to PC January 6, 1953. In reality, however, this is only the latest of a series of attempts to precipitate a showdown faction struggle that have been made for well over a year. In this time there has been an unceasing and sometimes even frantic hunt for fundamental differences, for deviations and motives. The ground for the 36 Cochrane, Clark et al. 1953. 597. Attack has at least twice been shifted, and it will undoubtedly be shifted again before the struggle is over. Each time the minority point of view was adopted, and that was the case in most of the political questions under discussion, the search for fundamental differences became more frantic. Compromises have been interpreted by the majority as a license to present a one-sided view, ignoring the essence of the agreement and making a solitary sentence or paragraph the basis of a line. We intend by a full recitation of the record to demonstrate where the major responsibility for the present struggle in the party rests. Our aim is far more important than merely placing the blame on the guilty side that fired the first shot or committed the first act of bad faith. For behind the attempt to aggravate incipient differences to the breaking point, to divide the party into irreconcilable factions over divergent views that can still be reconciled, we believe there are deeper causes than transient incidents or the conflict of personalities. Behind the present struggle is the shadow of the Third World War which, even more than its two predecessors, is creating the deepest crisis in all social relations, in states, institutions, political movements. Our party, as is now obvious, has not escaped the effects of the crisis. To find the remedy, a matter of life and death, it is first necessary to seek the causes. A description of the conflict, which now follows, will lead us unerringly to both cause and solution. The first differences. The first differences broke out in the PC and the weekly paper staff in the fall of 1951 soon after Clark's return. They concerned our attitude to the Stalinist movement and our approach to it in the press. It had become clear to many of us that our position needed a sharp correction. The Stalinist movement, regardless of its desires, had been thrust into opposition to imperialism. It was persecuted and hounded as the chief target of the witch hunt. At the same time, it was being shaken internally by the contradiction of a class collaboration policy that could not be realized in practice, for lack of any important bourgeois allies. Our press, however, was operating as though the wartime collaboration between the Stalinists and the State Department had never ended. Every time we raised problems of this kind, our attitude to the CP trials, the emphasis to be placed on them, the ALP, the monthly review, and a series of others, our motives were called into question. Were we proposing a soft line, a line of conciliation to Stalinism? Was Stalinist work point 1, 2, or 3? It was impossible for us to speak or make a proposal in the PC on some point relating to Stalinism without prefacing it with our good intentions. There was clearly a hunt for Stalinist dangers. 598. The line of attack shifted, although the accusation of conciliation was never dropped and still is utilized today. Presumably we were then prepared to write a common document for the plenum and the convention that would follow. A previous plenum on Labor Day 1951 had failed to produce a single word on the changed world situation, on the trend of developments in the interim period before the outbreak of war, and on our tasks. This was particularly incumbent upon us, among other reasons, because the World Congress analysis attributed to the US a key role so far as the war question was concerned, continuing social stability or a radicalization of the workers and great social struggles here being the determining consideration in the war plans of US imperialism. Hence the added importance of the coming plenum, it had initiated. The original resolution drafted by a committee of Cannon and Wright turned out to be thoroughly inadequate. It failed to provide any overall review of America's role in the developing war, of the social and economic factors that would precipitate the conflict. its analysis of the economic situation was wrong, even the facts were faulty. The Labour Party was mentioned in a brief sentence, almost as an afterthought. The Stalinists were roundly condemned in a paragraph or two, and that finished that question. The party tasks in the period ahead were very inadequately posed. The document was severely criticized by comrades Bartel, Clark, and Frankel, who made proposals for rewriting, changes, and additions. The very next meeting of the PC, March 1952, called to continue the discussion on the draft resolution, was blown up and the possibility of an objective discussion wrecked by Comrade Cannon's threat of a split. It took the form of his reading a projected personal letter to Pablo, which was also to be sent to all members of the NC. The letter concluded with a postscript saying that he, Cannon, was pessimistic about the internal party situation and that he believed we were heading into a split because of the existence of an unprincipled combination, meaning Clark and Cochrane, or an incipient faction. Taxed with this ominous threat, Cannon innocently declared that he was merely making a prediction. This has been the alibi for the document ever since. The alibi is refuted by the letter itself. The body of the letter contained a pledge of support to Pablo, while making reservations on Eastern Europe and on Pablo's tactical qualifications. But the last line of the postscript was an admonition to Pablo to keep his hands off the internal situation. Unless words and politics have lost their meaning, how else could this letter be interpreted than as a threat to split? It was a quid pro quo offer to Pablo, support in return for non-interference in the drive for a split. 599. But if the split were inevitable and were going to occur despite anyone's desires or intentions, as Comrade Cannon tried to maintain, what were the fundamental differences, we asked, that were driving fatalistically to this disaster? He admitted that there was no danger of Stalinist conciliationism, although this was the battle cry against us in the committee for at least 6 months. There would be a split, he said, precisely because there were no fundamental differences, and yet in their absence, the tone of discussion continued to be sharp and the atmosphere tense. Obviously this was reducing a big question to the Baron searching for hidden motives. It did not interest him that the atmosphere might have been charged by the fact that our many practical proposals had been met by him and others by a searching for our motives, by shameful innuendos or charges of conciliation to Stalinism. Before the meeting was over, the letter was so clearly exposed as an irrational act or a willfully malicious project that it was withdrawn. But let this be clear, it was withdrawn at our urging. Although there was obviously factional advantage to be gained from the publication of such a scandalous, unprincipled document, which would have shocked the party and the world movement, we urged its withdrawal to avoid a factional struggle that would be harmful to the party because the differences were admittedly only in their incipient stages. The tactic to precipitate a sudden split situation had failed, but the determination to organize one remained unaltered. The May 1952 plenum. Once again we returned to the plenum resolution. Comrades Clark and Frankel revised or rewrote at least 1/3 of the document in the form of amendments. Although these revisions embodied most of the points that had been so vehemently combated in the previous 6 months, they were accepted with very little alteration by the PC subcommittee and later by the PC. Naturally, complete clarity was not attained, and as was inevitable under the circumstances, the new document took the form of a compromise resolution. Nevertheless, it marked a great step forward. The one important proposal rejected by Comrades Cannon and Stein, and with particular obduracy by Comrade Cannon, was a project for an organized propaganda campaign. In effect, it was nothing else than a revival of Comrade Cannon's own project for an ideological offensive, Proposals for a Propaganda Campaign, submitted by J.P. Cannon, November 1948, which had been adopted in December 1948 but had never made much headway. We felt that the needs for such a campaign were even more decisive in 1952 than 4 years previously. The proposal was bitterly fought at the PC meeting. A counter-motion by Comrade Cannon was finally adopted that if funds were available, a new SES 600 Zion of the Trotsky School should have priority. The incident is of more than passing significance in view of the present fraudulent claim that the big dividing issue is the independent party versus the propaganda group. The Trotsky School, that is, a strictly internal educational activity, was counterposed by those who presumably favor the independent party to a propaganda campaign, that is, an external activity primarily directed outside the party advocated by those who are charged with wanting to liquidate the party into a propaganda group. With this, once again Comrade Cannon came forward with a declaration of war. Now, he informed us, he knew what the fundamental differences were, although he failed to specify their exact nature. He insisted that the situation in the committee be placed as a special point on the plenum agenda. We pointed out that in the absence of any written position on his part concerning these so-called differences, such a discussion could only be a brawl. We furthermore pointed out that we had just unanimously adopted the amended resolution, and therefore apparently were proceeding from a common line. Again Cannon withdrew his proposal, but not his determination to convert the plenum into a brawl, and to again lay the basis for the split. On April 25, he dispatched a private letter to a selected group of NC members urging them to come to the plenum without fail because a big fight was expected. He compared the plenum to the one that preceded the split convention in 1940. This deliberate attempt to repeat the pre-split 1939 plenum, despite the unanimity now on fundamental and tactical questions, quickly became apparent at the May 1952 plenum. Cannon opened with a one-sided and provocative report on the resolution. It was as though the original resolution had not been altered from top to bottom. The stage was now set for the provocative conclusion of his speech, a thinly veiled attack against us. It dealt with the dangers of degeneration in the leadership, and cited the cases of C. Charles, Manny Mills and Max Schachtman. The danger of degeneration of individuals in the leadership, according to this theory, came not from the murderous pressure of anti-communist imperialism, from the failure to understand and draw confidence from the New World revolutionary reality, from succumbing to Stalinophobia in one form or another. No, strangely enough, it was attributed to the loss of faith in the independence of the party. This, despite the inescapable lessons of the splits in England and France, where a majority of the leadership, and of the ranks, had marched out of the Trotskyist movement denouncing the International for liquidating the independence of the party. Cannon's theory was to receive crushing refutation only a few weeks later from one of the participants at the plenum, not from our ranks, however, but 601. From one who had not the slightest doubt about independence, not the slightest tendency toward conciliating Stalinism, from Grace Carlson's desertion to Roman Catholicism. But his speech had its intended effect. It was the signal for a sustained barrage on the part of his supporters against Clark, who had attempted to present the resolution in its rounded character and to set straight the theory of degeneration so that the leadership could recognize the real dangers and how to combat them. The hysterical tirade was redoubled after Comrade Cochrane sharply characterized the irregularity of Comrade Cannon's launching a factional attack under cover of presenting, as the official PC reporter, a unanimously adopted political resolution. Weiss motioned that Cannon's tendentious and factional report be adopted along with the resolution proved too much for a large part of the committee to stomach, and they demanded, in the absence of clearly revealed differences and because of political agreement on the resolution, that the struggle be suspended. We for our part associated ourselves with this point of view as we had already done on two previous occasions. Once again Cannon backed down in his attempt to aggravate the struggle and drive it to a crisis. Under pressure of the committee he withdrew the motion for the adoption of his factional report. But again, as in the two previous cases, his retreat was accompanied by the sullen warning that he had no confidence that the agreement would last, meaning of course, that to the best of his ability he would not permit it to last. The 1952 convention and its aftermath. The agreement did last, however, through the convention, and with entirely salutary results for the party. There were, it is true, as the Steindobs-Hansen statement says, divergent evaluations of the objective situation and of party tasks. Reflected, in reports and speeches. This was not unnatural in view of the compromise nature of the resolution and above all because Comrade Cannon's convention report continued to have the same one-sided nature, although not nearly so marked as at the plenum. The section of the membership aware of the previous disputes breathed a sigh of relief at the outcome of the convention. They were satisfied that we had avoided a bitter, frustrating factional struggle. But not so Cannon. He began at once, no sooner was the convention over, to attempt to organize a personal faction. This attempt was openly made at the camp, and was witnessed by at least a score of comrades. The almost universal reaction was one of revulsion at this irresponsible and unprincipled action. A section of the National Committee, which had supported Comrade Cannon, now decided that something had to be done to halt this degeneration of the 602 party situation. Comrade Dobbs drafted a resolution, an excerpt of which was subsequently sent to the membership, calling for a regularization of the party situation during the campaign and for the opening of an objective political discussion after the campaign. Formally, the resolution was unanimously adopted by the PC. But the reality was quite different. Comrade Cannon absented himself without reason from this PC meeting, but sent word through Dobbs that he would go along with the agreement. At the next meeting of the PC, Comrade Cannon put in a request, again in absentia, to leave New York and go to Los Angeles. The reason was not ill health, or special party work. There were a few vague remarks about a sabbatical leave, and that was that. Once again, unity was to be a strictly unilateral matter. Thus, a new outbreak of the internal struggle was inevitable, the only question being when Cannon would deem it advisable from the point of view of his factional aims. The promise in the Dobbs proposal to establish collaboration and make possible the reopening of a political discussion free from factionalism has never been carried out, nor has any attempt been made to carry it out. It has remained, from the moment of its adoption, a dead letter. Dobbs proved incapable, or unwilling, or both, of making good on his big promise to attempt to ameliorate the internal situation. He simply was responsible for a holding operation until Cannon and his supporters felt the time was propitious for reopening their factional offensive. We repeat, no attempt of any kind was made after the convention and particularly after the election campaign to re-establish collaboration in the leadership. The weekly paper was being run in high-handed fashion by Comrade Hansen. When a controversy arose over some issue or method of handling a problem, he invariably assigned the writing of the article to someone sharing his views, and it was only seen by the others if specifically requested, in departure from the regular staff custom of passing around important articles. When the financial crisis broke on us after the campaign, no attempt was made to permit an inclusive representation of all points of view on the full-time staff. In truth, how could there be genuine collaboration if two leading comrades, Clark and Cochran, the representatives of a distinct tendency in the leadership and reflecting the views of a considerable section of the party, were not to have the possibility of fully participating in the propagandist and organizational work of the center? True, a number of other comrades were also removed from the full-time staff, but that begs the question because those that remained were exclusively supporters of Comrade Cannon. Thus, instead of collaboration, we were confronted with the last representative of our point of view being removed from the full-time party staff, and an increasing exclusion from possib. 603. Illities of political leadership. At the same time, we witnessed the organization of a faction in the New York local by Stevens and Ring, under the tutelage of the Cannon leaders, against the local organizer, Bartell, on the flimsiest and most artificial lines imaginable. The New York local has experienced one of its most successful years of activity since the onset of reaction. It has attracted many new friends to its public affairs and its work is now resulting in the recruitment of new members. The morale of the membership has been excellent and steady, free of the feverish ups and downs of exhilaration and depression that come from disorderly and falsely oriented activities. Its finances have never been in better shape. All of this was made possible by a realistic appraisal of the objective situation, by an understanding of the peculiarities of the New York labor and radical movement, by emphasis on propaganda activities and opponents' work. Comrade Bartel's report to the City Convention codified the premises, methods, and practical steps of the year's work and proposed, in view of the unchanged objective situation, that the New York local continue on the same road. Instead of hailing the report as a model effort in adapting a national policy to the peculiarities and needs of a local situation, the majority of the Secretariat pounced on it for factional ends as one of the grounds to precipitate an internal struggle nationally. Once again they charged the atmosphere with suspicion, once again we saw the now familiar hunt for hidden motives and secret aims. He, Bartel, not tending to modify our basic evaluation of the party's character, perspectives, and tasks. With this loaded question, they announced their support of one of the most infantile, miseducated, and sectarian groups that the New York local has ever known, a group that has been repudiated by the bulk of the experienced, responsible local activists and trade unionists. We will return to this question later. Suffice it to say here that this group is the first fruit of the year of effort by the Cannon-Weiss faction to precipitate a factional struggle to cover up their own confusion, their constant shifting of issues, and their no less constant searching for hidden motives and deviations. It is a warning of what the party will look like nationally if they are not called to order and corrected in time. We sat for months in the PC meetings and made no attempt to contest or struggle against these factional and warlike moves against us. We did not even fight over Clark's removal from the full-time staff, as we still hoped that the matter would be straightened out when the financial situation improved. We were waiting for the majority to present to the National Committee, with the conclusion of the election campaign, a practical program of action for 1953, on what practical tasks and projects we would concentrate our efforts. Nothing was ever submitted or proposed. But on December 30, 1952, the Los 604 Angeles leaders proposed to involve the party in a series of new local election campaigns. The issue involved was not the need or merit of participating in election campaigns. The National Party and the Los Angeles local had just concluded a major electoral activity only 2 months previously. We believed, therefore, that the Los Angeles proposal was made in contemptuous disregard of the fact that we were still in a precarious financial condition, that Clark had recently been removed from full-time work, that the project for improving the magazine, under consideration by the PC after the convention, was abandoned because of the financial crisis. When we protested against this preposterous proposal, this method, or lack of method, of determining party activity for 1953, and when Comrade Cochran dared suggest that the personnel arrangements were being handled along factional lines, the Cannon leaders decided the moment had arrived to renew battle for the split. The political causes of the crisis. The roots of this irresponsible behavior, this erratic method of dealing with orientation and tasks, this panic in the face of political differences, are primarily political. They grow out of a 6-year-old disorientation in the face of unexpected changes in the world and at home, out of disappointment over the collapse of exaggerated hopes, out of an inability to cope soberly and analytically with the new reality created by the deepening reaction and the coming war. It has taken the form of Stalinophobia and frustration. The nature of this tendency towards Stalinophobia, let us make this unmistakably clear so that there will be no confusion or misunderstanding, is not capitulation to imperialism but a barren sectarianism that makes a doctrinaire panacea of independence and attempts to meet all problems of the moment and of perspectives by the mysticism of faith and hope and making a mystique of the party. In frustration at the impotence of such politics, they have turned against those whose approach and policy is more in tune with the reality with a ferocity out of all proportion to the magnitude of the questions involved. Despite its background, tradition, and experience, this tendency bears many of the characteristics of all those groupings in revolutionary leadership who have proved unable to adjust themselves to great historic turns. We say this sadly because we had hoped for better in view of our common heritage. But facts are stubborn things. To ignore them is to court disaster. Let us preface this documentation of the record by a word of caution. We do not cite the record because some or all of us were right on all questions while others were wrong, nor to demand any breast beating for errors made. That too. 605. us would be a futile game of prestige politics. We cite the record because the same type of errors, and particularly the method of thought responsible for them, are still being repeated without any consciousness of their real cause or any genuine desire to correct them, and because they are the chief cause of the present internal struggle. The turning point in our party's recent history was the party's 1946 convention and its aftermath. The party's hopes had been greatly buoyed by the post-war rise in the class struggle and its consequent expansion numerically and in influence in the mass movement. We saw a curve of increasing and more rapid party expansion and influence. Our resolution spoke of transforming the party into one of mass action. We believed the class struggle would move steadily forward, and with an oncoming depression, which we were predicting, would be transformed into a great social crisis that in time would lead to the American Revolution in which the Trotskyists would play the leading role. In the process of these great events, all the complex problems of world politics, of Stalinism and of reformism, would naturally be more or less speedily resolved. Not only had the axis of world power turned to the United States, but also the axis of the class struggle and of world Trotskyism. We had become the children of destiny, at least in our own minds. Unfortunately, this idyllic picture was to be quickly dispelled. Within 4 months, the Cold War broke out between American imperialism and the Kremlin, and reaction began to mount the offensive against the labor and radical movement at home. Instead of the scene being dominated by pure class struggle in the United States between the corporations and the labor movement, increasingly led by Trotskyists, we were to be again faced with the complicated problem of the more powerful anti-capitalist movement in other parts of the world being led and misled by the Stalinist bureaucracy. In the meanwhile, instead of the American workers engaged in mortal combat with capitalism, the gigantic red-baiting campaign to purge Stalinist influence out of the trade union movement began to occupy the center of the stage. We were distinctly slow in reacting to these new developments. That in itself is not a fault, or if it was also a fault of the whole world movement. The human mind, even the Marxist mind, is slow in grasping a new reality, particularly when it changes sharply and suddenly. Our fault, or rather the fault of the majority of the leadership, is that they have not to this day reoriented themselves to the new world situation. 1. The auto crisis. The leadership came to the August 1947 plenum of the NC, the first gathering after the ill-fated 1946 convention, without an analysis of the new situation. But 606. If we could ignore or postpone an examination of the big questions, we could not avoid a discussion of their practical consequences as manifested in our most important field of activity, the trade union movement. A struggle broke out over the policy to be pursued in the auto union, where we had our biggest and most influential fraction. The leading comrades, and the majority of the fraction, were proposing that we shift our support from Walter Reuther, who was fast becoming the center of reaction in the Union and the open agent of the State Department, first to an intermediate position, and possibly later, if developments justified, to support of the Thomas Ads group in which the Stalinists were involved. The proposal was violently opposed by Comrades Mills, Swabeck, and Dunn, with Comrade Cannon giving them support until the very end of the discussion, when it had become obvious that the majority of the plenum was going to support the position of Comrade Cochrane and the auto fraction. Cannon then announced that he would go along with the decision, but was greatly worried lest we cut ourselves off from the mainstream and become contaminated by our association with the Stalinists. The self-same fears had in essence been the principal reason for the opposition of the others. The correct decision was taken, but not before the committee had been inhibited by this fear of Stalinism, which was to be thrust again and again into all serious questions of policy, ranging from tactics to theory. Thus, if analogies are needed and are correctly applied, the present conflict, like the conflict in 1940, began with a dispute over policy to be followed in the auto union and over the self-same issue. At that time, 1939, Burnham and Schachtman bitterly opposed the policy of Cochrane, Dunn, and Clark in Detroit of joining with Reuther and the Stalinists against Homer Martin in the UAW split. We had previously been supporting Homer Martin. They said the new UAW CIO, minus Martin, would be nothing but a rubber stamp for the CP. This is more than a coincidence. In both cases a section of the leadership oriented themselves from Stalinophob considerations against the policy of the Auto fraction. Viewing the events of the 1939 Auto crisis and the eruption of more virulent Stalinophob tendencies that seized the party after the Russo-Finnish War, Trotsky issued his famous cry of alarm. The party, he said, had to be proletarianized or it would succumb to overpowering and alien class pressures. We were to see the first test of his warning in the struggle over Auto policy in 1947. It was thanks to the effective and successful proletarianization of the Michigan Party, thanks to its flexible tactics over the years which had never made a fetish of alliances with reformist bureaucrats, that our movement was saved from the disgrace of a Schachtmanite trade union policy, from discreditment among the 607 best militants in the UAW and the labor movement as a whole. When, because of old habit patterns or plain disorientation, a section of the party leadership became motivated by phobias of Stalinism rather than by Marxist understanding of class criteria, it was the worker revolutionists of Michigan who brought them up sharply and kept the party on its true course. If we insist on this point, it is because of the factional distortion of the real nature of the groups in the present party conflict. It is charged that our tendency, which is in the forefront of the struggle to correct the Stalinophob tendencies now so manifest in a section of the party leadership, consists of despairing, pessimistic petty bourgeois types. Were that true, the party's future would be grim indeed. It would be wrecked on the rocks of Third-Campism. Past history and present facts, however, tell an absolutely different story. It was important sections of rank-and-file militants in the UAW who were the first to resist the red-baiting witch hunt instigated in the Union by the reformist labor bureaucracy at the behest of the State Department. They knew by class instinct that Reuther's program was aimed at smashing the traditional democracy and militancy of their union. It was the worker revolutionists of our party in Michigan who first saw the class lines of this struggle in the auto union. They were determined to link up with and penetrate this movement regardless of Stalinist participation in it. But here they encountered the resistance of a section of the leadership which had become a transmission belt for alien class influences into the party. Fortunately, the proletarian section of the party proved strong enough to counteract these pressures and save the Marxist integrity of the party. We are still fighting the same disease today, although it has become more malignant than in 1947. Now as then, the drive to proletarianize the party goes hand in hand with the struggle against Stalinophobia. Even though countless workers are afflicted with it, Stalinophobia is essentially a petty bourgeois poison. It destroyed Schachtman because he lacked the antidote of a proletarian base and a Marxist program. We have both, that is why we are confident that the party will overcome the dangerous wavering of a section of its leadership. The opposition to the auto fractions policy was not simply an incidental difference over union tactics. In essence, although generally unrecognized at the time, it was resistance to making an important political tum required by a new world situation. Our trade union policy during the war had been a relatively easy problem to resolve. Stalinist and reformist union leaders were joined in a program of class peace. Together with other militants we led the left-wing opposition. Then ensued a very brief interlude which created no end of confusion. Under great pressure from below, the reformist bureaucrats shifted to more militant actions, while the Stalinists still bound by Moscow's Remain. 608. In wartime alliances continued to preach class peace. This created a certain opposition between the Stalinists and reformists and threw us into a temporary alliance with the latter, one aspect of which was the bloc with Reuther. It appeared to some that there was a revival of the pre-war situation where our main tactic in the unions was that of blocs with more progressive reformist leaders against the Stalinists. This conception went so deep that it was codified politically in Comrade Cannon's pamphlet American Stalinism and Anti-Stalinism, which appeared a few months before the August 1947 plenum. But the underlying reality after the war was the emergence of a powerful new labor bureaucracy, in avowed alliance with the State Department, and executors of its war preparations both at home and abroad. The underlying reality was the Cold War, which was injected into the Union movement by this bureaucracy and resulted in the destruction of Stalinist power in the CIO, and the isolation of all radicals and left-wingers in the process. The outlived anti-Stalinist line of Cannon's pamphlet, a product of our failure to make the necessary political reorientation, was at the bottom of the resistance to the TUM needed in the Auto Union. It became part of the vulgar anti-Stalinism which was to plague us repeatedly in one field after another. 2. The debate on Eastern Europe. The second big dispute where fears of Stalinism were thrust into the debate and became the determining consideration occurred over the new developments in Eastern Europe. Sometime in 1949, Comrade Cochrane had come to the conclusion that because of economic, social, and political transformations, the states in the Soviet orbit of Eastern Europe could no longer be considered capitalist but had to be characterized as deformed workers' states. He was joined in this view on the political committee by comrades Hansen, Bartel, and, later on, by Wood. For a time, the discussion on the question, which was also proceeding abroad, was conducted objectively through an examination and debate as to the facts and events and their interpretation. Suddenly Comrade Cannon entered the debate with the demand that an immediate plenum be called to decide the question because the conception that deformed workers' states existed in Eastern Europe created the danger of conciliation with Stalinism and loss of faith in the Fourth International. Called to New York on short notice in February 1951, and without time to give sufficient thought to the question, the majority of the NC members voted not on the merits of the dispute but because of the fears Comrade Cannon had induced in them. The method was a fatal one and was to create endless ideological damage and confusion. For if in fact, and according to Marxist analysis, the Eastern 609 European states had become deformed workers' states, and if that signified that Trotskyism had lost its reason for existence, then it was beyond our power to reverse that situation. All we could achieve by denying the facts and the Marxist analysis would be to cease being Marxists, or to retreat into an ivory tower, or both. The World Congress was to demonstrate later how the events of the countries of Eastern Europe, their transformation into deformed workers' states, was a vindication of Trotskyism, although not in the form we had predicted before the war. This great work of Marxist analysis was to be of little aid to Comrade Cannon and a majority of the committee in arriving at a correct position. Motivated by subjective considerations, they shifted helplessly from one position to another, entirely too confused to be committed to paper or explained openly to the membership. They emerged from one of the most significant discussions in the history of world Trotskyism not with a political line but with a mental reservation. 6 months after the decision had been so definitively taken by the plenum, uncertainty and the feeling that an error had been committed began to pervade a section of the leadership which had voted with the majority. To the Yugoslav developments, which had begun to shake our thinking out of traditionalist, routinist ruts, was added the overwhelming demonstration of the facts that a social transformation had occurred in Eastern Europe. In September 1950, Comrade Clark submitted a memorandum to the Secretariat. It said, in substance, that it was false to continue to characterize the buffer zone as capitalist, but it was also wrong to say that workers' states had been established because there had been no proletarian revolutions as in Yugoslavia and because the countries had already been absorbed into the USSR, as the Baltic countries had been in 1940. This hybrid position, although no longer supported by Clark, was subsequently to become the position of the political committee. Unmotivated and unexplained, it was less a political position than a refuge against unanswerable facts and arguments, a safe haven, it seemed, against the encroaching dangers of Stalinism. Comrade Cannon, who had angrily insisted in February that a position had to be reached forthwith, now became the very paragon of patience. There was no need in probing the question once again, although he was now ready to accept the hybrid stand. We could expect important developments in the international situation which would throw a new light on the question, and, in any case, comrades were still in the process of thinking through their positions. The consequence of this erratic behavior on the part of Comrade Cannon, and the lack of political self-confidence on the part of others, was the exclusion of the membership from the privilege of participating in the discussion on the 610 new basis and from finally deciding the question as is their right. For those who were waiting for an answer from the leadership, the whole discussion was to end on a note of confusion and disorientation. No resolution formulating the new position was presented to the 1950 convention for its consideration. Nor was a resolution, which would have reopened the discussion, presented after the convention. For 9 months, the majority of the committee maintained an unbroken silence on the question. The International Secretariat resolution, to be submitted to the World Congress, characterizing the Eastern European countries as deformed workers' states, which together with the other theses and resolutions finally resolved the crisis of perspective faced by the Trotskyist movement, elicited no comment from the leadership, until September 1951. At the very end of the Labor Day 1951 plenum of the NC, without previous warning or discussion, an amendment to the IS resolution was suddenly presented by Comrade Cannon and others, and then adopted by the majority of the committee. It was the position of the previous year developed just prior to the 1950 convention. The states of Eastern Europe could no longer be considered capitalist, and therefore they had to be defended from imperialist attack, but neither were they workers' states because they had already been absorbed into the USSR. No facts or political motivation were given to substantiate this position. What was involved was no simple factual dispute over the degree of Kremlin control in Eastern Europe but continuing fears over the dangers of Stalinist conciliationism and a continuing crisis of perspective. This was revealed by the motley bloc that voted for the resolution, among them Comrades Wright and Stevens, Paul G., who still opposed the designation of Yugoslavia as a workers' state. The amendment was never to officially see the light of day in the party. The motion to accept the World Congress decision on Eastern Europe at the 1952 convention was unanimously adopted without any opposition, abstention, or reservation from anyone, although Comrade Cannon and others have repeated again and again that they have not changed their position. A more bankrupt, disoriented method of resolving political questions, which was to reappear again in the discussion of the World Congress, and to seriously distort the political thinking of many comrades, had not been known in the whole previous history of the political committee. 3. The Third World Congress. The Third World Congress was a landmark in the history of world Trotskyism. It was to inaugurate a reorientation in outlook and a change in tactics probably as significant as the tum toward the formation of a new international proposed. 611. By Trotsky in 1934 after Hitler had taken power in Germany. A crisis of perspective had begun to develop in our movement internationally with the close of the Second World War and particularly with the advent of the Cold War. It manifested itself in the struggles and splits in England and France and in the form of the Morrow-Goldman tendency here. But neither the nature of the crisis nor its solution was immediately apparent. It remained for the developments in Eastern Europe, the Yugoslav events, and finally for the Third Chinese Revolution to pose the question in all its sharpness and clarity. That what was involved was not some abstract theoretical problem but the fate of our movement itself was demonstrated by the catastrophe that had overtaken our Chinese comrades. Mired by outdated slogans and conceptions, they failed to recognize the Third Chinese Revolution when it happened, viewing it as another betrayal of the 1920s.